Manhwa title is I Thought It Was a Common Isekai Story. The church bells tolled in slow, deliberate intervals, their deep chimes reverberating through the grand cathedral. Each note was met with the crisp, rhythmic clack of high heels against the polished marble floor. A bride walked forward, shrouded in elegance, her ivory gown trailing behind her in a cascade of silk. The priest stood at the altar, his voice steady as he called her name, Edith Reigelhoff. The groom awaited her, expression unreadable. Everything about this moment was pristine, a flawless, dignified ceremony orchestrated by the Duke's family, a wedding that exuded nothing but grace and grandeur. And yet, Edith could feel the weight of countless eyes upon her, their gazes sharp and filled with unspoken judgments. Some were laced with cold contempt, others with thinly veiled amusement. And then there were the worst ones, those that roved over her with predatory hunger, her fingers curled into fists beneath her bouquet. No matter how beautiful this wedding appeared on the surface, no matter how divine the priest's blessing sounded, this was a marriage built on anything but love. Edith knew that no amount of ceremony, no elegant vows, could rewrite the truth. She was walking toward a fate she loathed, marrying a man that despised her, a destiny she had no choice but to embrace. Misfortune had followed her across lifetimes, because this was not her first life. In the past, she had been someone else, a woman who fought to survive in a world that never showed her kindness. She remembered her older brother, a parasite who drained her dry, always demanding money to feed his insatiable gambling habit. She remembered the day she refused, the way his anger swelled like a storm, his body pressing forward as she backed away. Behind her, the staircase loomed, a silent, yawning abyss. Then the push. For a fleeting second, she had been weightless, suspended in midair, the cold grip of death wrapping around her as she plummeted. The moment her body hit the ground, her life should have ended, but it didn't. She woke up in someone else's skin. The first time she saw her reflection, her breath caught in her throat. The face staring back at her was foreign, delicate, refined, hauntingly beautiful. It wasn't her. It was Edith. At first, she was paralyzed by confusion. Then came the recognition, the slow, dreadful realization that she had read about this woman before. A villainess. She had spent an entire night devouring the pages of Escaping from Possession, a romance novel where the protagonist, Ree, shined like the goddess of spring. An illegitimate daughter turned noble lady, she was the embodiment of innocence and virtue, a woman beloved by all. And around her, the main leads of the story, two powerful brothers, once bound by loyalty, now rivals in love. And then there was Edith, the perfect antagonist, the jealous, cruel, and selfish noblewoman who burned with envy, the one who tormented the heroine with elaborate schemes, sending her poisoned gifts and tarnishing her name. A woman so blinded by love and hatred that she had no redemption. And now she was her. Reality crashed down like a tidal wave, sweeping away any illusions of choice. The maid had entered her chambers, calling her Lady Edith, preparing her for the grand event ahead. But none of it mattered. Not the luxurious silks draping her figure, not the careful touches of makeup that enhanced her beauty. The moment she stood before the man she was meant to call father, the truth became inescapable. The wineglass in his hand gleamed under the light as he set it down with an impatient clink. His eyes, cold and calculating, swept over her with thinly veiled irritation. A father's warmth, a family's love, nothing but a farce. And then, a voice whispered in her mind. Edith's 13th life activated. Identification successful. Memory upload complete. Her breath hitched. The world blurred as she was pulled into a void, a sea of memories rushing toward her like an unstoppable flood. Scenes from Edith's past unfolded in cruel clarity. A girl kneeling on cold stone floors, her delicate hands trembling as she begged for mercy. A father's stern voice, a brother's sneering demands. A lifetime of suffering, locked away in dark chambers, punished for disobedience. Outside, she was adorned in jewels and silk, a noble lady of high status. Inside, she was a pawn, a caged bird, a weapon crafted for her father's ambitions. No one in the novel ever spoke of Edith's childhood. Now she knew why. Her father's hatred for Duke Rudwick ran deeper than she had imagined. Decades ago, the two families had stood on equal footing. But when the Rudwick family rose in power, claiming the title of Duke, Count Regelhoff always believed that the position had been stolen from him. His vengeance had been brewing for years, and now she was his chess piece. A bride sent to infiltrate the enemy. A lifetime ago, Edith might have played her role obediently, but this Edith was different. She followed her father and brother to the lavish palace of the Rudwick family, her every movement a careful performance. The grand hall was brimming with nobility, the dining table a lavish display of wealth, and at the head of it all, him. Cliff, the male lead, golden-eyed, devastatingly handsome, the man whose fate was intertwined with Ree's. Beside him, the heroine glowed with an ethereal beauty, the centerpiece of the story, the one whom everyone adored. And the man she's going to marry is sitting next to the female lead. Edith couldn't help but drool when she saw his stunningly handsome face and body. Somehow, she suddenly thought, being strangled by him doesn't seem bad at all. He had a straight, sharp nose and a defined jawline. To Edith, he seemed both sensitive and cold. Other than that, he had a broad chest, a lean waist, and some really muscular thighs. Wow, how does someone even look like that? Edith was curious. Still, she needed to keep her attention on what was happening instead of getting lost in thoughts about her future husband's looks. The feast began, and Edith played her part. She ate exquisite food, smiled when necessary, and responded with perfect etiquette. But the true game began when her father spoke. He made his move, a seemingly harmless request, that she bring her own attendants to the Duke's estate. The room stilled. The Duke and Duchess exchanged wary glances, their silence laced with suspicion. The Duchess responded first, declining with polite finality. There was no need. The mansion already had capable staff. But Count Regelhoff was relentless. He feigned concern, disguising his insistence as a father's love. A masterful performance, but one she saw through completely. And so she took control. She turned to her father with a serene smile, her voice soft yet firm. "There's no need for that, Father. The Duke's household will care for me well." A simple refusal, one that shattered her father's plan. When they left the palace, his mask cracked. The moment they were alone, his voice hissed with fury, venom dripping from every syllable as he called her a fool, a traitor to his designs. But Edith didn't flinch. She only tilted her head, a knowing gleam in her eyes. "Didn't you see the Duke's expression?" Her voice was patient, laced with an almost amused confidence. If he had pushed too hard, the Duke would have grown suspicious. Even if she had brought attendants, they would have been useless under scrutiny. She would have to gain their trust first, lower their guard. For the first time, her father hesitated, and in that moment Edith knew she was rewriting the story. This time, she would not play the role of the foolish villain. This time, she would carve her own path. After everything went according to plan, her marriage proceeded just as expected. Standing beside her new husband, she felt relieved. Not because she had married an undeniably handsome man, but because she would never have to return to that dreadful house. As the priest bestowed his blessings, she eagerly awaited the moment when she would finally shed the name Edith Regelhoff. 2 angelic children approached, carrying the wedding rings. They were adorable, but she was too distracted to admire them for long. Across the way, Killian was frowning at her, looking impatient. The ceremony was nearly over. Good. She extended her hand for him to place the ring on her finger. He did so in the fastest, most reluctant way possible, barely touching her. When it was her turn, she reached for his hand, only to realize that he had already slipped the ring onto his own finger. "Wow, he really hates me," She sighed, but refused to let it bother her. She patted the children's heads and praised them for doing a great job, much to Killian's surprise. He shot her a wary glance, as if trying to figure out what she was up to. Finding nothing suspicious, he quickly looked away. Well, whatever. She had achieved what she wanted, a new life, far from her father's and brother's abuse. That night, she changed into a long nightgown, though it wasn't very comfortable. Tight dress, unbearable heels, all because it's Edith's style. Sighing, she brushed her hair in front of the mirror. Then there was a knock at the door. A gentle voice called out, addressing her as Lady Edith. She turned around, surprised to see Lady Ree standing there. "Why are you looking for me?" she asked, already piecing together the situation. Ree hesitated, looking at her with an innocent expression. Then it hit her. This was a scene from the novel. In the original story, Ree had come to apologize for Killian's cold behavior, only to be met with Edith's wrath. The original Edith had snapped at her for wearing a white dress to the wedding, scolding her for trying to steal the spotlight. Oh, how embarrassing. Female supporting characters getting angry at the female lead? That was basically self-sabotage. No way was she making the same mistake. Just as in the novel, Ree nervously apologized on Killian's behalf, explaining that he wasn't as heartless as he seemed. Edith listened, amused. This girl really is beautiful when she smiles. How could anyone hate her? With her golden hair, bright blue eyes, and saintly aura, Ree was practically a living angel. Edith smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry. I won't resent my husband, even if it's just on paper." Ree's eyes sparkled. "Lady Edith, you're so kind and mature." The light hitting her face made her look dazzling, almost too dazzling. Edith blinked, suppressing the urge to pinch her cheeks. "That dress suits you well," she added, making Ree blush. Just then, a servant announced that Edith's bath was ready. Ree, looking flustered, quickly excused herself. Edith waved her off with a smile before stripping out of her dress, finally feeling free. Sinking into the warm bath, she relaxed, savoring the thought of her new life. No chores, no financial worries, no abusive brother, just peace and luxury, or so she thought. A cold voice interrupted her daydream. Taking a bath without waiting for the groom? That's rather heartless. Her eyes snapped open. She covered her chest, glaring at the intruder. Killian. Her husband stood there, arms crossed, looking at her with that unreadable expression of his. She scowled. "Why are you here?" "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" he countered. "I am the groom." She huffed. "I was just surprised, that's all." His gaze flickered to her, amused. "Glad you realized that." Edith rolled her eyes. "I noticed it earlier, actually. Like when you went out of your way to avoid touching my hand. Don't worry. I'm not the type to cling to someone who clearly hates me." Killian leaned closer, watching her intently. "What? Are we playing the loving newlyweds now?" she teased, raising an eyebrow. She studied him, so handsome yet so insufferable. The heavens never give anyone perfection, huh? Feeling exhausted, she sighed. "So, are you staying here tonight?" His jaw tightened, as if she had hit a nerve. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the room. She watched him go, utterly confused. Then why the heck did he come here in the first place? Killian stormed out of the honeymoon room, his expression unreadable as he walked down the corridor. Just then, a gentle voice called out, "Killian?" He turned to see Lady Ree standing there, looking as sweet and innocent as ever. "Did you just leave the room?" she asked hesitantly. Killian sighed and nodded. "Yeah, Edith's in the bathroom, probably dozing off. She didn't care about our wedding night, and honestly, neither did I." Ree's brows furrowed in confusion. "But she promised to treat you kindly. She wouldn't lie about that." Killian chuckled and patted her head, smirking. "You're too naive, Rees. My wife is a Rigelhoff. People from that family aren't exactly known for keeping their promises." But Rees shook her head stubbornly. "No, she told me that my dresses really suited me, and I could tell she was sincere." Killian raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. That doesn't surprise me. She was probably more interested in your dress than dealing with her own disaster of a wardrobe. Rees gasped. Killian, that's a terrible thing to say about your own wife. He then replied that Rees was cruel to him and did not understand his feelings at all. Rees, caught off guard by his teasing, hesitated for a moment. Before she could respond, another voice cut through the air. Killian! They turned to see Cliff approaching with a relaxed smile. Didn't expect to run into you here? Rees's attention immediately shifted to the handsome man with golden eyes, and just like that, Killian was forgotten. Killian sighed. Again? Why does this always happen to me? When Edith woke up the next morning, something felt different. Wait, why do I feel so refreshed? She stretched and realized she had woken up on time and in a good mood. Is this the power of a healthy lifestyle? Her mind was unusually clear, and memories from the novel came flooding back. Killian was just a side character, one who secretly loved Lady Ree. She frowned. Well, I probably can't win Killian over, but maybe I can win over his parents. After all, the Duke and Duchess had once taken Lady Ree in. If they could open their hearts to her, they could do the same for their new daughter-in-law. Step 1. Fix my relationship with my in-laws. Step 2. Survive in luxury. She yanked the bell rope, excited to test out this fancy noblewoman system. Within seconds, a maid appeared. Oh wow, that was fast. Back at Reigelhof, I had to scream at least 3 times before anyone showed up. Edith straightened her posture and spoke with confidence. Prepare me for my visit with the Duke and Duchess. As she was getting dressed, she glanced at her wardrobe. Her lips curled in disgust. What is this disaster? Be honest, she asked the maid. Do these dresses make me look ridiculous? Anna hesitated but then nodded. Edith groaned. Great. Just great. Take them all to the tailor. Remove the ridiculous frills, tone down the necklines, just make them less loud. Anna rushed off to fulfill the request, leaving Edith pleasantly surprised. Servants here actually follow orders? Amazing. Her eyes drifted toward the bed. A thought popped into her mind. Should she leave a bloodstain to make it look like the wedding night actually happened? Nope. That's weird. And Killian would definitely not appreciate that stunt. She sighed, remembering the original story. Killian Rudwick had saved himself for only one woman, Lady Ree. Edith frowned. Handsome, loyal, and still a pure. And the author just threw him at a side character? Shaking her head, she muttered, Why am I feeling bad for this guy? Just then, a maid entered. My lady, your dress and hairstyle are ready. Edith stood up, straightened her back, and smirked. Time to charm my new family. Mission: impress the in-laws. Or at least, don't get kicked out. Edith entered the Duke and Duchess's parlor, her posture as graceful as possible. She gave a polite bow. Good morning, your graces. I hope you slept well. The Duke and Duchess exchanged a glance. Oh? They weren't expecting that. The Duchess smiled and motioned for Edith to sit beside her. That's when Edith realized something. Oh no. They know Killian didn't spend the night with me. The Duke cleared his throat. I am aware of the Count's daughter's noble education, but I wonder, how skilled are you in managing an aristocratic household? Edith blinked. Okay, so we're doing an interrogation now? Keeping her expression calm, she responded, I am well versed in handling budgets and documents. The Duke raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Edith had a feeling he suspected her of wanting to steal something. Thinking fast, she added, Of course, I would love to learn about the unique ways your household operates. I wouldn't make any decisions without your guidance. That seemed to ease the tension. The Duchess gave her husband a light elbow to the ribs, subtly telling him to back off. Then, the Duchess spoke with a thoughtful look. Traditionally, the husband is responsible for showing his wife around the estate. But considering Killian's avoidance, I will assign someone else. Edith nodded, dodged that bullet. She left the parlor quickly, barely holding in a sigh of relief. As soon as Edith stepped outside, she found herself face to face with a man she recognized from the book's description. Touring the mansion with a handsome secretary? Not bad for you, Edith. Linon Filch, the Duke's secretary. A man with glasses, brown hair, and a no-nonsense attitude. You must be Lady Edith, he said in a smooth, velvety voice. I have been assigned to guide you through the estate. Edith gave him a polite nod. Lead the way. Linon wasted no time, taking her through various parts of the castle. This is where the family jewels are stored. You may wear them for celebrations. This is the armory. His Grace and the young masters train here. This is the library. Any family member may access it freely. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent hall, bright, spacious, filled with fine art and sculptures. Linon turned to her. The estate is vast. We can continue the tour tomorrow if you prefer. Edith, still in awe, nodded. That would be lovely. As they stood there, she couldn't help but notice something. Wow, his voice is really nice. Linon seemed slightly flustered when she complimented him, clearing his throat before mumbling, I'm only doing my job. Edith smirked. Interesting. With that, the tour concluded, leaving Edith with a single thought. Maybe this world won't be so bad after all. As Baron Linon Filch and Lady Edith made their way back from the Sistine Room, they found themselves passing through the great terrace. Seizing the moment, Linon decided to educate Edith on its significance. He explained that the terrace offered a breathtaking view of the estate's courtyard, and that His Grace particularly enjoyed sitting there for long chats with his guests. But before he could finish, Linon's sharp eyes landed on a certain someone, Killian, engaged in what looked like a very pleasant conversation with the ever-so-sweet Lady Ree. His mood soured instantly. This was the newlywed husband? Already cozying up to another woman the morning after his wedding? Unbelievable. Edith, too, spotted the interaction, but instead of throwing a fit, she racked her brain for how the original Lady Edith had reacted in the novel. Ah, right. She had made a dramatic scene. Well, that wasn't happening today. Determined to correct the Villainess's mistakes, Edith decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything. Instead, she cheerfully commented that the terrace view must be even more spectacular in late spring. Linon blinked, stunned. Did she just ignore that? What an interesting woman. Sensing Linon's confusion, Edith quickly suggested they move along. He did have a lot of work to do, after all. Later that day, Duke Axel Rudwick summoned Linon to his office, demanding to know what he thought of his new daughter-in-law. Linon reported that Lady Edith was surprisingly well-mannered, quick to memorize the estate's layout, and didn't behave suspiciously. Well, except for one thing, the incident on the Great Terrace. Axel, halfway through signing documents, paused. What incident? When Linon recounted how Killian had been happily chatting with Lady Ree right in front of his new wife, the Duke's patience wore thin. He had convinced his stubborn son to marry Edith for political reasons, specifically to keep Count Reigelhoff from siding with Archduke Lanston. The plan was to endure the marriage for a year, but if Killian was already stirring up drama, this might be a long, long year. Still, what surprised Axel most was Edith's reaction, or lack thereof. Instead of making a fuss, she had acted like she saw nothing. That was unexpected. Perhaps his new daughter-in-law wasn't as predictable as he thought. After dinner, Edith relaxed with a cup of tea while her maid, Anna, cleared the table. The sight of someone else working while she just sat there felt a little uncomfortable, so Edith impulsively told Anna to take a break and enjoy some tea on the terrace. Anna was shocked. A noblewoman telling a servant to relax? Was this a test? But Edith waved her off with a smile, pleased with herself. One small step toward being a decent human being. With that, she leaned back and let her thoughts wander. The real main character of this story was Lady Ree, after all. That girl had gone through a lot. As the illegitimate daughter of the Sinclair family, she had been mocked and mistreated until fate intervened. She had saved Duchess Rudwick from falling off a horse, and just like that, she was welcomed into the Duke's family with open arms. Now the Sinclairs would live to regret their cruelty, because their discarded daughter was about to become a star in high society. Meanwhile, Edith reflected on her own fate. Not the novel's version, but her past life's version. It wasn't exactly great. Her corporate job had been a nightmare. Her ex-boyfriend was a cheating fool. and the last thing she remembered before waking up in this world was dying. How tragic. Was anyone even looking for her killer? Did her parents grieve? Or had she simply been forgotten? Sighing, Edith turned her gaze to the window, where Lady Ree was seated beneath a massive tree, peacefully reading a book. Maybe making friends with the heroine wouldn't be a bad idea. But before Edith could entertain the thought further, Killian appeared and joined Ree. He asked what she was reading, and Ree sweetly replied that she was studying the history of the imperial family. Since she hadn't received a formal education, she relied on books to fill in the gaps. Killian smiled. I can help you study if you'd like. Ugh, classic minor character move. Edith resisted the urge to roll her eyes. This felt like watching a cliché unfold in real time. If Cliff were here, he'd probably tell Ree to drop the books and go have fun instead. Just as Edith was about to stop watching this painfully predictable scene, Ree suddenly asked about her. Edith perked up. Now this was interesting. How would Killian describe his actual wife? Unfortunately, his response was less than thrilling. There's no need to worry about her. She's just a hostage of the situation, he said dismissively. She just needs to stay here for a while. Then she'll be gone. Edith's stomach dropped. Wow, so that's how it was? While Edith was processing her husband's lovely words, another storm was brewing, this time in the Sinclair household. Layla Sinclair, the youngest daughter of Count Sinclair, was livid. How dare that Rigelhoff girl be the one to... Layla was seething with frustration, gripping the edge of her dress as if it could somehow help her process the absurdity of the situation. Her anger was directed at none other than the news of the wedding. That wedding. The thought of Edith Rigelhoff, that so-called villainess, managing to land a marriage into the powerful Rudwick family was beyond infuriating. Demian Sinclair, her elder brother, leaned lazily against the chair, watching his sister with an amused smirk. Looks like the Rudwicks have a hobby of collecting useless women, he mused, only to be met with a sharp glare from Layla. Clearly, she didn't find his joke funny. Scoffing, he added, I don't see why you're wasting your energy over this. That made Layla pause. Her brother was too calm. He knew something. Narrowing her eyes, she crossed her arms and demanded, What do you know? Demian, ever the one to take his time, exhaled dramatically and leaned forward. Let's take a step back and actually think about why this marriage happened in the first place. Layla impatiently tapped her fingers against her arm. Because the Rudwicks needed Count Rigelhoff's support, she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Demian nodded. Exactly. Count Rigelhoff controls iron mines, the source of raw materials for weapons, and right now, power depends on who has the strongest military force. He watched as realization flickered across Layla's face. So you mean, the Empire is divided between Archduke Lanston, who wants the throne, and the faction supporting the current emperor. The Rudwicks had to secure Count Rigelhoff's allegiance to keep him from siding with Lanston. Layla groaned. Tell me something I don't already know. That's where it gets interesting, Demian said, his smirk deepening. The Rudwicks think they've secured Count Rigelhoff's loyalty, but they haven't. Layla frowned. What do you mean? Demian leaned back, recalling a memory. A few years ago, I visited the Rigelhoff estate and saw something rather curious. Count Rigelhoff was furious with his daughter. I watched as he berated Edith while she begged for mercy. Layla's jaw clenched at the mention of that woman. And? He told her she had to extract information from the young Earl of Everston. When she hesitated, he threatened to starve her for an entire week. Layla's lips parted in shock. Wait, you're saying that Edith Rigelhoff's entire persona as an arrogant villainess? A complete fabrication, Demian said, his voice laced with amusement. She's not the one pulling the strings. She's just another pawn in her father's game. Layla shook her head, unable to believe it. Count Rigelhoff is using his own daughter for espionage? Seems that way, which is why we should sit back and watch how this unfolds. When the time is right, we'll expose the truth behind the Rigelhoff family's little secret. Layla exhaled, her earlier frustration morphing into something else. Determination. If what her brother said was true, then Edith Regelhoff wasn't the only one playing a game. And Layla Sinclair had every intention of winning. As the sun shone brightly over the grand estate, Lenin Filch led Lady Edith to the second exit of the Great Terrace. This marked the final day of her week-long tour of the castle. Edith admired the estate's beauty and vastness, but her heart sank at the realization that, after today, she would have nothing left to occupy herself with. Sensing her unease, Linon reassured her that she wouldn't have to worry about idleness anymore. Duchess Rudwick had arranged something for her to do. Delighted, Edith rushed into the courtyard and excitedly confirmed the location of the Duchess's study with Linon, proudly recalling all the details he had taught her. Linon, amused, acknowledged that after 7 days of explanation, it was only natural for her to remember. The moment Edith entered the study, she was warmly greeted by her mother-in-law and Lady Rees. Beaming with excitement, she hurried over to Rees, thrilled at the prospect of working together, and eagerly asked to be taught her new duties. Lady Rees flushed with embarrassment at being entrusted with such responsibility, but before she could respond, the Duchess interrupted, expressing her joy at their budding friendship. Edith quickly apologized for not greeting her properly, to which Duchess Rudwick responded with a kind smile, before instructing Lady Rees to help Edith sort through documents. As the two women busied themselves with paperwork, the Duchess paced the office expectantly, waiting for someone. Curious, Edith discreetly asked Rees what was happening, and the blonde explained that they were expecting the Taylors. Finally, the much-anticipated guests arrived, tailors from Rold's esteemed shop. The Duchess immediately invited the ladies to join her in the living room. Edith recalled that such an event had taken place in the original novel, but she couldn't remember the details. She would have to navigate the situation as best as she could. As Duchess Rudwick browsed through the dress catalog, she realized how her taste had grown increasingly monotonous over the years. An idea struck her. Why not have the girls select something for her? Edith immediately saw this as a test and grew anxious. She was certain that Lady Rees, as the story's original heroine, would make the perfect choice and win favor effortlessly. Moreover, having lived with the Duchess for so long, Rees undoubtedly knew her preferences well. Just as Edith had feared, Lady Rees made a stunning selection, a beautiful blue gown that complemented the Duchess's fair skin and amber eyes. The seamstress praised Rees's refined taste, noting that the dress was from an exclusive new collection favored by the imperial family. Then, the Duchess turned to her daughter-in-law. Edith hesitated, admitting that she couldn't possibly surpass Lady Rees's choice. However, the Duchess insisted, urging her to share her pick. When Edith finally presented her selection, the Duchess was visibly taken aback. The dress was bold, combining unconventional colors in a striking way. Edith explained that if the Duchess ever wished to experiment with fashion, this could be a fresh, daring choice. The Duchess admitted she understood the sentiment, but found the design a bit too extravagant for her usual style. Edith wasn't discouraged. She knew she couldn't outshine the protagonist just yet. Instead, she aimed to gradually earn favor and establish her presence in the household. She smiled and complimented her mother-in-law, emphasizing that the Duchess's elegance and grace would make any dress look stunning. Flattered, the Duchess decided to trust Edith's taste and ordered both dresses. Satisfied with their choices, the Duchess then suggested picking outfits for Lady Rees as well. Shocked, Rees protested that she had plenty of clothes, but her objections fell on deaf ears. The Duchess and Edith eagerly flipped through the catalog, considering various designs. They agreed that a floral dress would be perfect for tea parties. Edith pointed out a pink gown, convinced it would suit Rees's fair complexion and rosy cheeks. The seamstress chimed in, suggesting an empire-style white dress, accentuated with an aquamarine brooch. Despite Rees's insistence that she didn't need new dresses, her pleas went ignored. The Duchess proceeded to place an order for 5 gowns. Next, the Duchess turned to Edith, offering to help her pick new dresses as well. However, Edith declined, claiming she was already overwhelmed by the sheer number of outfit choices. Instead, she turned to Madame Roald with a different request: dress alterations. At Edith's command, a pile of various gowns was brought in. She then specified her modifications, removing excessive embellishments such as rhinestones and sequins, and adjusting overly revealing necklines. Once her orders were set, she left the room feeling content. Today had been productive. Not only had she taken steps to refine her wardrobe, but she had also strengthened her relationship with the Duchess. If she could start calling Duchess Rudwick Mother, their bond would deepen even further. As Edith approached her room, she noticed Killian waiting outside. His expression was unreadable, his sharp eyes locked onto her. With a stern voice, he informed her that Lady Ree had hosted a tea party on the terrace and invited a guest. Edith frowned. This event wasn't in the original novel. Why was she suddenly being included? Before she could respond, Killian ordered her to follow him without a word. She guessed that Ree had asked him to escort her, though he hardly seemed pleased about it. As she trailed behind him, her gaze unconsciously lingered on his figure. His narrow waist, broad shoulders, and effortless grace. He was undeniably handsome. Suddenly he stopped, turning sharply. Edith froze, worried that he had caught her staring. Then he spoke coldly. "Watch your words. Don't say anything unnecessary. Lady Ree is family. She's more important than you." The words stung. Edith knew her place in this household, but hearing it stated so bluntly made her chest tighten. Killian, noticing her reaction, raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you actually offended? I didn't think you had feelings, Snake." "You're truly a model of politeness, my dear husband. Are you trying to set an example for me at the tea party?" She knew what he was doing. He wanted to provoke her, make her lash out, so he could paint her as the villain in front of his family. But she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. "I won't lose my temper," she said coolly. "But congratulations, my lord. You've succeeded in offending me." Without another word, Edith turned on her heel and strode toward the terrace alone, leaving Killian standing there, stunned. Finding the terrace on her own, Edith was greeted warmly by Lady Ree. The blonde noted how quickly Edith had adjusted to the castle. Cliff confirmed that Killian's wife had indeed settled in, but worried that she was working too hard. Then, with a playful glint in his eye, Cliff suggested that the newlyweds take a trip together. Edith saw through his ploy immediately. He was trying to get rid of his rival so he could have more time alone with Lady Ree. Killian, unimpressed, brushed off the suggestion, claiming he was far too busy. However, he slyly encouraged Cliff to travel alone, noting that the end of winter was the perfect time to survey the lands. Cliff wasn't deterred. Instead, he grinned and turned to Lady Ree. "Then why don't you come with me?" Ree's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Cliff leaned in slightly, reminding her of how she had always dreamed of traveling. Killian's expression darkened. "Stop putting her in an awkward position." Cliff smirked. "Why? If she goes alone, won't she feel even more awkward?" Edith, watching the scene unfold, realized that this situation was deviating further and further from the original story. If Cliff left, rumors were sure to spread. And in this household, rumors could be deadly. Cliff, ever the troublemaker, smirked and suggested that people might misunderstand the situation and assume Killian, Edith, and Lady Ree were caught in a scandalous love triangle. Edith, amused by Cliff's sharp thinking, thought that his golden eyes weren't just for show. His mind was just as dazzling. She chuckled and complimented him, noting that a protagonist's brilliance is reflected in their wit. Cliff, enjoying the attention, turned to Edith and casually asked how she felt about him leaving her alone with her husband and Lady Ree. His question sent a ripple of awkwardness across the table. Killian stiffened. Lady Ree's eyes widened. Even the teacups seemed to hold their breath. Edith, however, was unfazed. The Rudwick family truly has no sense of etiquette, she thought dryly. How bold of Cliff to bring up such a topic over tea. Her eyes flickered toward Killian, who looked like he had just swallowed a lemon. Poor thing. He was terrified she'd make things worse for him. But Edith had no interest in trapping her husband. If she couldn't have his love, she certainly wouldn't make him suffer needlessly. Edith responded to Cliff, "Oh, I don't care." That answer did not sit well with Killian's arrogant older brother, Edith, playing dumb, elaborated with a sweet voice. The land inspection trip is simply a result of my deep love for my dear husband. Killian nearly choked on his tea. She then added, and as his wife, I have no right to tell him whether he should go or not. Cliff rolled his eyes. That's not what I meant. But Edith ignored him and continued her rant. Bringing along a companion, though, could be so exhausting. Especially Lady Ree's isn't even your wife, Cliff. Can you imagine how tiresome a long carriage ride would be for her? Lady Ree's, who had been nodding approvingly at Edith's words, suddenly frowned. Her face shifted from satisfied to troubled in an instant. Edith raised an eyebrow. Huh? What was that? Was Lady Ree's upset? That was oddly fast. Maybe Edith was imagining things. With a pout, Lady Ree's turned to Cliff and asked in a soft, heartbroken voice, So, are you leaving right away? Cliff, caught off guard, hastily reassured her. No. Those were just my sister-in-law's words, nothing more. Edith glanced at Cliff's overly confident expression, and, for the first time, saw him as something more than just an arrogant noble. Ah, so this is my real enemy. That night, Killian took a stroll on the grand terrace, but even the cool night air couldn't clear his thoughts. His mind replayed a moment from the tea party. Edith, smiling sweetly, effortlessly dodging Cliff's jabs. He frowned. That woman, what was she really up to? Just then, Lady Ree appeared in her nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Killian? Is something wrong? Killian, snapping out of his thoughts. Nothing serious. Just needed some fresh air before bed. Then, as if to change the topic, he added, I heard you received new dresses. Lady Ree sighed. Yes, thanks to the Duchess. She always orders so many for me. It's a bit much. Killian chuckled. You shouldn't feel guilty. Mother expresses love through gifts. Lady Ree smiled, then teased. Then she'd be even happier if she could buy clothes for your wife. Killian blinked. Wait, Edith refused new dresses? Yep, she's been altering her old ones instead. Killian's jaw nearly dropped. Edith Reigelhoff? The woman who used to flaunt her extravagant dresses and never wore the same thing twice? He scowled suspicious. What game is she playing? Killian convinced himself that Edith must be disgusted by the atelier's selections. And yet, she had personally chosen dresses for the Duchess and Lady Ree's. His brows furrowed. So she's generous to others, but refuses luxuries for herself. He clicked his tongue. She's a hypocrite. Lady Ree's gave him an unimpressed look. Killian, you still dislike her? His expression darkened. Edith Reigelhoff is a venomous snake. Right now, she's just lying low. But one day she'll bare her fangs again. Lady Ree sighed. Men are so dense. The next morning, Edith's maid, Anna, hesitantly informed her. My lady, we're running low on rouge and perfume. Shall I call a perfumer and cosmetics dealer? Edith stared at her, dread creeping in. Oh no. It was bound to happen. Cosmetics were expensive, but thankfully she had saved the gems removed from her altered dresses. She sighed, thinking back to her past life. She used to hoard her salary, too afraid to spend a dime. Even on cheap lipstick, she'd sneak to the restroom to apply it in secret. Pathetic. But now she was an aristocrat. She had to learn to enjoy luxury. Fine, she said with mock seriousness. Summon the perfumer. Soon, bottles of perfumes filled her vanity, their aromas wafting through the room. The perfumer inhaled a paper strip soaked in her current fragrance. Ah, Ashley's rose. I can certainly recreate it, my lady. The price will be... He named a number that made Edith's soul leave her body. $2,000 for perfume. Anna, noticing her mistress's stricken face, jumped in. What about other rose-based scents? The perfumer lit up. Ah, yes. Titania's rose is very popular, though its scent is too rich for a young woman like Lady Edith. Might I suggest Tess Rose's or Nathaniel's rose instead? A deeper, more luxurious fragrance. Edith's fingers trembled. And how much would that cost? He told her. She nearly fell out of her chair. Twice as expensive? Swallowing her despair, Edith forced a smile. I don't want to change my scent too abruptly. Anna, feeling pity for her frugal mistress, spoke up again. Then why not mix the usual Ashley's rose with Nathaniel's rose? A compromise between familiarity and luxury. The perfumer gasped. Brilliant! The combined price would be an average of the two. Edith nodded, barely holding back tears. At least it's slightly cheaper. Even so, she bargained. The perfumer, stunned by her persistence, chuckled. The Duke is lucky to have such a thrifty daughter-in-law. In the end, he caved and gave her a discount. As he left, Edith slumped in her chair, drained. Why is everything in this world so expensive? Anna neatly arranged the purchases on the vanity, but Edith's frugal soul wept. All this money, just for perfume and rouge. She sighed, trying to convince herself. This is fine. This is normal. I'll get used to spending money. One day, she'd swipe her husband's credit card, if that's even apply in her new world, without a second thought. For now, though, she would settle for baby steps. Strolling through the Grand Sistine Hall, Lady Edith felt like she had rented an entire art museum for herself. As she admired the variety of sculptures and paintings, she couldn't help but think that no luxury perfume could ever match this kind of beauty. One painting in particular caught her eye, a masterpiece by Monet, capturing light in a way that almost seemed magical. Sitting on the floor, she mused about how her unexpected soul transmigration had given her front-row access to such breathtaking art. Her peaceful moment was interrupted by a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw her husband, Killian, standing there, casually commenting on her unusual way of appreciating art. She hadn't expected to run into anyone, but Killian admitted he wanted to take a look at the estate's collection. Of course, he couldn't resist taking a jab at her, remarking that since her father had no interest in art, it must be shocking for her to find such a sophisticated room in the mansion. Unbothered by his attempt to provoke her, Edith coolly responded that she was indeed surprised, but found one painting particularly intriguing, the one depicting a warrior and his horse. She analyzed the piece, pointing out the raw emotions, the brutality of war, and the warrior's reluctance to celebrate victories that came at great cost. Killian, clearly testing her, revealed that the painting was about his grandfather's war against the Yacht kingdom. Caught off guard, Edith quickly apologized for not knowing its history. Curious, Killian asked what had suddenly sparked her interest in art, given that she had never cared for it before. Getting up from the floor, she casually replied that tastes change with age. Still skeptical, Killian pressed on, asking if she even knew any famous artists. Edith suspected he was setting her up for another jab, and truthfully admitted she didn't, explaining that back in her home county, no one cared much about art. As they continued walking, they stopped in front of a painting of a young boy wrapped in a sheet, standing next to a sheep. When Edith took a closer look, she noticed the boy bore a striking resemblance to her husband. Amused, she asked about it. Killian explained somewhat sheepishly that as a child, he had been a model for an artist who was acquainted with his father. Edith simply stared at the painting, deep in thought. After a long pause, she finally concluded, "It's a bit small." Killian was offended. Immediately, he launched into a passionate defense, insisting that the artist had only used his face. The rest of the body belonged to someone else. Edith, completely unfazed, just nodded indifferently. "Sure, whatever you say." Still fuming, Killian continued his rant, emphasizing that no noble son would ever pose naked in front of an artist. Edith simply responded with a knowing "I see," making it even worse. Utterly exasperated, Killian stormed out of the Sistine room, declaring that discussing art with her was impossible. Edith just shrugged. It had only been a harmless joke after all. Lady Edith wandered through the flower greenhouse, basking in the fresh morning air, and marveling at how lucky she was to be reborn into this aristocratic life. The sun always seemed to shine here. A cool summer breeze rustled through the leaves, and the air was crisp and clean. Compared to her previous life, where work never seemed to end, this new world offered leisure, luxury, and the chance to enjoy life with minimal effort. She could visit the Sistine Room whenever she pleased, feast on exquisite meals every day, and take as many peaceful morning strolls as she liked. Of course, not everyone in this world was easy to get along with, but she had managed to win over a few people, like her maid, Anna. As Edith admired the greenhouse's colorful blooms, Lennon Filch suddenly entered, carrying an armful of scrolls. He seemed surprised to see her, but Edith casually explained that she made it a habit to explore different parts of the estate every morning. The man nodded, clearly busy, but took a moment to answer Edith's rapid-fire questions about the mansion, the weather, and even his eating habits. Amused but in a hurry, Lennon eventually excused himself, promising to meet her later. As he walked away, he paused for a brief moment, casting an anxious glance in Edith's direction, as if silently warning himself that nothing should happen yet. Of course, Edith barely noticed, because she was already heading toward her real destination. Hidden among the trees was her secret viewing spot overlooking the training grounds. From there, she had a perfect, unobstructed view of her husband. And oh, what a view it was! Killian was in the middle of his daily training session, his body glistening with sweat under the morning sun. His broad shoulders, sculpted chest, and toned muscles moved effortlessly as he swung his sword. Edith had watched this scene many times, but somehow she never got tired of it. Yes, he's infuriating. Yes, he enjoys making my life difficult. But the man is unfairly handsome. Compared to the other male characters in this world, who all looked too generically handsome, Killian's physique had a rugged realism to it. His muscles were defined but not overly exaggerated, making him look both powerful and effortlessly attractive. Realizing she had been staring for too long, Edith internally scolded herself. All right, that's enough eye candy for today. Time to leave before I get caught. But of course, that's when Killian looked up and smiled. Oh no. For the first time, Edith saw her husband flash a genuinely bright and carefree grin. It was dangerous. Her heart stuttered. Since when does he smile like that? Then, to her absolute horror, Killian waved and called out to her. Except he called her Rees. Shoot! I thought he smiled at me for a second there. Later that day, Edith sat in her office attempting to concentrate on her work. Attempting being the key word. No matter how hard she tried, her thoughts kept drifting back to him. This is ridiculous. I'm not the type to get distracted by a man. I've never been the type. But then again, I've also never met a man who looked like that. Frustrated, she shook off the thought and focused on the documents before her. The reports contained important details about the state of the family's weapons and armor. The fact that she had been entrusted with such crucial information meant that she was finally gaining some authority in this household. That realization snapped her back to focus. That is, until Lady Ree suddenly appeared beside her. "What are you doing?" the blonde beauty asked, looking at Edith's work with mild confusion. "I'm organizing the data into tables," Edith answered casually. Rees blinked. "Tables? Ah, of course." It dawned on Edith that this world probably didn't even have a concept of structured tables for data. Suppressing a sigh, she began explaining the idea. At first, Rees seemed unimpressed. "That sounds unnecessary. People won't understand it." Before Edith could argue, the Duchess entered the room and immediately praised Rees for helping Edith. Edith nearly choked. "Excuse me?" Rees beamed under her mother's praise, acting as if she had been the one to come up with the brilliant idea. Edith had seen this kind of workplace nonsense before, coworkers taking credit for her ideas. Well, not this time. Seizing the moment, Edith turned to her mother-in-law and directly asked for her opinion on tables. As expected, the Duchess had never heard of them, so Edith confidently launched into an explanation. She detailed how tables made complex information easier to read and understand, subtly making it clear that this was her idea, not Rees's. She glanced at Rees, who now stood awkwardly to the side, realizing she had lost this round. The Duchess, fascinated by the concept, immediately decided that from now on, all documents would be organized into tables. Furthermore, she asked Edith to create tables for every document currently in progress. It was going to be a lot of work, but Edith didn't mind. For once her skills were being recognized, and this time, the credit was all hers. Lady Ree watched from the sidelines, her face a mix of sadness and frustration. Meanwhile, Killian entered his mother's office, only to be presented with his wife's new method of organizing information: structured tables. Killian skeptically flipped through the documents, struggling to believe that Edith Reigelhoff had come up with such an efficient system. It was simple, easy to read, and, he had to admit, impressive. But, ever the sharp observer, he spotted a flaw. "This method makes it easier for secret information to be leaked outside the castle," he pointed out. The Duchess immediately understood the gravity of his concern, but gently reminded her son to show some kindness toward his wife. After all, Edith, just like him, had been forced into this marriage. Their discussion was soon interrupted by a knock. Linnen Filch stepped in, hesitating when he saw Killian present. Offering to return later, he was instead asked to stay and review Edith's system. Killian, watching from a distance, didn't seem pleased with the sudden attention Linnen was giving his wife's work. With a furrowed brow, he turned to Lady Ree and asked for her opinion. To his surprise, Ree openly praised Edith. "She's smart and capable. Even if she doesn't know something, she learns quickly. She's well educated, which improves the quality of her work," Ree admitted. Unlike Edith, Ree had never received a formal education. She sometimes wondered if the only reason she worked with the Duchess was because of how long they had lived together. The thought stung. Killian absorbed her words carefully. If even Ree, of all people, is feeling jealous of Edith's intellect, then my wife must be far more intelligent than I thought. His mind drifted back to Edith's knowledge of the Sistine Room. Something about it unsettled him. Was she really just well-educated? Or was there something more at play? And that's when a dangerous suspicion crept into his mind. Before dawn, a sudden knock echoed through Edith's room. Half asleep, she wasn't expecting company, especially not her husband. Wrapped in a bathrobe over her nightgown, she internally cursed herself for not changing into daytime attire earlier. Why is he here so early? Did he catch me sneaking around? Is Ree upset about the table incident? Despite her racing thoughts, she greeted him with a teasing smile. "What brings you here at this hour? Don't tell me. You missed me?" She hoped for a flustered reaction. Instead, Killian smirked. "I see you're impatient. Let's get straight to the point." Ugh, no fun. Realizing he was about to scold her, Edith decided to delay the inevitable. Casually, she walked toward the window, commenting on the weather, a classic distraction tactic. Killian waited, patiently, but when she reached for the window handle, he snapped. In an instant, he was behind her, slamming the window shut. Leaning in close, his voice dropped to a whisper. "Enough with your tricks, Edith. I know what you're hiding." Killian accused her of deliberately avoiding their family's favorite atelier, an establishment she used to frequent. A known fashion enthusiast like Edith Reigelhoff leaving empty-handed? Highly suspicious. Edith mentally rolled her eyes. Seriously? Sure, she hadn't ordered anything, but that was because she wanted to shed her old image of being wasteful, not because of some deep, hidden agenda. Her patience finally snapped. "You don't know me at all," she shot back, pushing him away. She accused him of constantly looking for reasons to blame her, convinced that he was the only victim in this marriage. Even at their wedding, she had noticed. Every single day, he found a new way to accuse her of something. Killian was taken aback. He had never seen her so openly emotional before. But instead of softening, he smirked. "Nice act, but I don't buy it." He reminded her that their marriage only happened because of blackmail and threats from her family. Edith argued that she never orchestrated any of it, but Killian remained firm. She was still a Reigelhoff, daughter of the cunning count. For a moment, Edith froze. That's when it hit her. No matter what she did, she would always be seen as one of them, a member of a family infamous for its deceitful nature. A bitter smile played on her lips. "You really know nothing about me," she murmured. For the first time, Killian hesitated. The intensity of her expression made him pause. He turned to leave, but left her with one final warning. "Mother praised your work today. Don't do anything suspicious." As soon as he was gone, Edith collapsed onto the floor, hugging her knees. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. She had experienced this kind of judgment before. It never got easier. Wiping her tears, she made a decision. I need to leave this place. No amount of luxury is worth this. Back in his room, Killian couldn't shake the encounter from his mind. A headache pounded behind his eyes. Was it the overwhelming scent of roses in Edith's room? Or something else? He had always believed she was just another spoiled noble, someone no different from her father. But today, something felt off. His mind replayed her words. You really know nothing about me. Before he could dwell on it further, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Killian, you look pale. It was Ree's. Concerned, she placed a hand on his forehead. The faint scent of violets clung to her, light and pleasant, so unlike the overwhelming perfume from earlier. The moment he inhaled the fresh floral scent, something clicked. The answer to his unease was simple. Edith was pretending to be someone she wasn't. A spy, a traitor. His hand is on Ree's, murmuring, I just met the most deceitful and unhappy woman today. To his surprise, Rees scolded him. Don't speak so harshly about Lady Edith. But in his mind, the decision was already made. She can't be trusted. On the flip side, Edith stood by her window deep in thought. In her past life, whenever she was upset, she would grab a large Americano and wander through the city aimlessly. Now she had no such escape. She turned to her maid, Anna. Let's go for a walk. Anna hesitated. Should I inform the Duchess? Edith shook her head. I just want to explore outside the manor. This would be her first time venturing beyond the castle grounds. Despite her confidence, a flicker of uncertainty settled in her chest. She knew nothing about the world beyond these walls. Anna, sensing her nerves, smiled reassuringly. If you tell me where you want to go, I can guide you. Edith hesitated before admitting, I haven't even been to the main street yet. The maid chuckled. Then let's start there, my lady. And just like that, Edith took her first steps into the unknown. As Edith pondered her escape plan, Anna, her ever-resourceful maid, suggested various places they could visit during their outing. She described La Belle Marie Street, where top-tier jewelry shops, a famous tailor, and a delightful dessert cafe were located. Then, she mentioned Darcis Street, known for its grand theaters, museums, art galleries, secure banks, and the legendary Paradox Confectionery, a bakery so popular that people lined up before dawn just to get a taste of its treats. Impressed by Anna's extensive knowledge, Edith jokingly suspected that her maid was like an all-knowing encyclopedia, placed in her life solely for the convenience of a writer. Wanting to familiarize herself with a reliable jeweler, Edith asked Anna for recommendations. To her surprise, Anna effortlessly listed 3 reputable shops, further proving her theory that the maid knew everything about this world. When they finally left a jewelry store, Edith clutched a hefty sum of money, profits from selling jewels removed during dress alterations. Anna pointed out that even small gems fetched a high price. Seizing the opportunity, she suggested they visit a bank in Darcis Street. After completing her transactions, Edith threw her hands up in celebration, relieved that managing a bank account had been far easier than expected. With her money safely outside the castle, she finally felt some control over her fate. Feeling guilty for spending most of their outing on errands, Edith let Anna choose a restaurant. Over a delicious meal of fish and crispy batter with a spicy sauce, Edith contemplated her future escape. She discreetly asked Anna about travel methods for commoners without personal carriages. The maid explained that such people either rented carriages, or if they were short on money, rode in the cramped and shaky freight cars of a train. She also warned Edith about cheap inns with questionable hygiene, where travelers sometimes had to spend the night. Realizing that Anna, as a loyal servant of the Duke's family, might report her escape plans, Edith quickly ended the discussion. Thanking Anna for accompanying her, she returned home feeling significantly better. However, more answers were needed, so she spent the following days in the library, devouring books on various subjects. One day, a servant informed Edith that the Duchess was looking for her. The family jeweler had arrived. Edith's heart sank. In the original novel, this event had led to her humiliation. She braced herself, determined to rewrite the scene. The entire family, except for the Duke, gathered in the living room, focusing solely on Lady Ree's. Edith, once again, felt like an outsider. Rees, noticing this, tried to include her in the conversation. She held up a ruby necklace, suggesting it would suit Edith. However, Edith found the design too plain and suspected that Rees was subtly insulting her by offering something so unimpressive. Rees denied any ill intent, but Edith, accustomed to such backhanded compliments, brushed it off with sarcasm. In the original storyline, this was the moment where Killian's brother, Cliff, spitefully purchased every other piece of jewelry, leaving Edith stuck with the necklace. Determined to alter her fate, Edith played along this time. When Rees picked up the ruby necklace, she reached for it, only for her hand to be intercepted by Killian. He unexpectedly took the necklace himself and told her to turn around so he could put it on her. His face showed clear reluctance, making it obvious that he was only being chivalrous because his mother was watching. Amused, Edith decided to act the part of a loving wife and sweetly asked for his opinion. Momentarily caught off guard, Killian admitted that the necklace suited her and asked for the bill. For the first time, Edith received a gift from her husband. With a playful thought, she considered selling it for a good sum of money. However, when Cliff, driven by jealousy, offered to buy every remaining piece of jewelry for Rees, the Duchess objected, saying that would leave nothing for Edith. To everyone's surprise, Edith responded that one necklace was enough for her. But as she held the necklace, a dreadful realization hit her. No matter what happened, she could never sell this gift from Killian. Even if she were on the verge of poverty, this necklace would stay with her. Evening comes, and Edith sat by the fireplace, sifting through a pile of letters. She casually tossed social invitations into the flames, wondering if her past self had been a frequent partygoer. Amid the stack, an envelope bearing the crest of Count Reigelhoff caught her eye. Her stomach dropped. As she read her father's letter, her hands trembled. The Count coldly reminded her that she had lived in the ducal estate long enough, and that it was time to fulfill her duties. He had heard rumors that she was assisting the Duchess with official documents, and he demanded that she steal information about the Rudwick family's armor and weaponry, or at the very least provide a summarized report. Realization dawned. There were spies from the Reigelhoff family within the castle. Someone had been watching her. The thought made her blood boil. Without hesitation, Edith grabbed a quill and wrote a sharp response. She informed her father that life in the ducal estate had opened her eyes to how beautiful stability could be. If anyone dared to threaten the duchy, they should be prepared to lose everything. She firmly reminded him that noble titles were granted by the Emperor's will, and despising the Rudwick family was pointless. With the Emperor and the royal family still alive and strong, Archduke Lanston had no real chance of claiming the throne. Lastly, Edith urged her father to abandon any thoughts of treason and instead form an alliance with Duke Rudwick, accepting his protection. Sealing the letter, she exhaled deeply, feeling a strange sense of relief. Still, she knew her father was too ambitious to give up his schemes so easily. Even so, she reminded herself, she was no longer Count Reigelhoff's pawn. She was a married woman, in her own right. Whatever he planned next was no longer her problem. Edith was quite proud of her work, but little did she know that Duke Rudwick would soon accuse her of disgracing her father and dragging the family's honor through the mud. A few days later, she found herself summoned to the Duke's office, where he sternly questioned whether she had leaked Rudwick family documents to outsiders. Without hesitation, Edith denied the accusation. But the Duke wasn't satisfied. He demanded that she swear on her father's honor to prove her sincerity. Unfazed, Edith swore not only on Count Reigelhoff's honor, but also on her own life. The Duke's sons and his assistant, Linon Filch, stood by, watching intently. That's when the Duke anxiously broke the silence, warning Edith that she had just insulted her father and trampled on their family's dignity. Confused, Edith asked what he meant. The Duke signaled to Linon, who then presented some documents. Edith quickly realized they were the very ones she had worked on. The Duke confirmed her thoughts, explaining that he had personally instructed Linen to prepare these papers for her. However, shortly after, Count Reigelhoff had sold items listed in those very documents. This, the Duke declared, was proof that Edith had leaked information. Linen looked at her with concern, but Edith stood her ground, questioning the logic of the accusation. She had done her job diligently and had not passed anything on to anyone. Cliff, one of the Duke's sons, smirked at her boldness, while the Duke, unimpressed, remarked on how desperately she was trying to prove her innocence. Edith, determined to get to the bottom of things, asked if the documents had been seen by anyone else. As it turned out, they had been handled by the Duke's secretary, various servants, the Duchess, and even Lady Ree's. But when Edith pointed this out, the Duke suddenly addressed her as Edith Reigelhoff, deliberately using her maiden name instead of Edith Rudwick. That stung. Edith immediately recognized this as a tactic straight from the novel's storyline. In the original plot, the Villainess was called by her maiden name whenever she was about to be cast aside. Furious, she demanded to know why Lady Ree's wasn't being questioned too. The Duke, however, warned her to watch her tone. Still, Edith wasn't about to let this slide. She repeated her question, this time more aggressively. She had always known that no matter what happened, she would be the scapegoat. It was obvious now. She had never been truly trusted. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks, but then it clicked. The Duke had set her up from the start. By giving her insignificant documents, he had created a scenario that would lure her father into committing treason. This was all a calculated move. The Duke and Killian exchanged glances, surprised by Edith's sharp deduction. However, Edith still couldn't figure out how the information had reached Count Reigelhoff when she had explicitly refused to help him. She considered the possibilities. Linen had been strict toward her, but he wasn't the type to leak secrets. And Lady Ree's? She wouldn't dare betray the Rudwick family either. That left only one possibility. There were spies from Count Reigelhoff inside the castle. Her thoughts spiraled. In the novel, the villainous Edith had actively handed over confidential documents. But in this version of events, the Rudwick family had manipulated her father with false information. In the original story, Edith had a probationary period, but once she failed, she was exposed, disgraced, and ultimately exiled. Realizing that history was repeating itself, Edith felt a wave of despair wash over her. No matter how hard she tried to rewrite her fate, the novel's storyline was still winning. Her fate was sealed. She would sink to rock bottom before inevitably being killed by her husband. Tears welled in her eyes, but she refused to break down in front of Duke Rudwick and his sons. Instead, she calmly reminded them of her oath. Her life was on the line. If they were so sure of her guilt, then they should just cut her throat now. Killian did not like that suggestion. Even Cliff looked uneasy and leaned toward his father, requesting a more thorough investigation. But the Duke remained stone-faced. Then Cliff suggested a probationary period instead. At those words, Edith's heart sank. It was exactly like the novel. The Duke was about to instruct Linen to escort Edith into custody when Killian unexpectedly stepped in. Without a word, he grabbed his wife's hand and dragged her out of the office. Edith struggled, demanding to be let go, but Killian growled at her to keep moving. The entire room watched in stunned silence, noting how much hatred he seemed to have for his wife over her alleged betrayal. Once they were alone, Killian whirled on her, his face livid. "Have you lost your mind?" he demanded. "You practically asked my father to execute you." Edith raised an eyebrow. "Oh? I didn't know you cared." Killian scowled. "This isn't about caring. Do you even understand who you're dealing with? My father was called the sudden Gallatin in the war. He didn't hesitate to send prisoners straight to their deaths." Edith was taken aback. She hadn't expected Killian to be this worked up. "So, you're worried about me?" she teased. Killian's frown deepened. "I just want justice. If you're guilty, you should be punished. If you're innocent, you won't suffer." Edith let out a dry laugh. "Funny, because the Rudwick family never trusted me to begin with. so why should I believe in their sense of justice? With that, she turned on her heel and headed for her chambers, looking as relaxed as if she had just finished afternoon tea. Once inside, Edith slumped against the table. Her fate rested entirely in the Duke's hands. If the Rudwick family was truly investigating, she was doomed. There was no way they would side with her. Killian watched her carefully before making a decision. "I swear on my honor I'll conduct a fair investigation," he promised. Edith raised an eyebrow at his unexpected sincerity. "Oh, you mean without bias?" Killian nodded. "Yes. I'll make sure no false accusations are thrown your way." Edith smirked. "Good. Then let me ask you something, dear husband. If Lady Ree ends up being a suspect, what will you do?" Killian froze. He had not been expecting that. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, Cliff stepped out and graciously helped Lady Ree down. Before they could get too far, an energetic voice called out, "Rees!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the cobblestones as a short-haired young woman dressed in a sharp suit dashed toward them. Princess Catherine Iberia. Beaming, she threw her arms around Rees. "I missed you," she declared. "It's been so boring without you around." Catherine, the Emperor's younger sister, was infamous for her rebellious nature. She flat out refused to wear dresses, even at royal events. Her cropped hair and unruly behavior had earned her the nickname, the walking terror of the palace. As the guests greeted her, Catherine waved them off. "No need for formalities, just call me Catherine." Then, leaning in close to Rees's face, she asked mischievously, "So, have your fondness for me changed?" Cliff, clearly uncomfortable, quickly stepped in. "Princess, please stop teasing Lady Ree." Catherine laughed. "Oh, come on, I was just joking." Cliff sighed. "With you, it's hard to tell." As soon as Princess Catherine and her guests entered the castle, she immediately asked where Killian was and why he hadn't come. Lady Ree explained that her brother was now a married man and couldn't leave his wife behind. Cliff, however, scoffed at the idea of calling it a marriage and smirked, saying it was nothing more than a political deal with the Riegelhoff family. The princess rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in such dull political talk. "Did you all come here just to gossip about those annoying Riegelhoff and Lanston people?" she asked. Cliff chuckled and confirmed her suspicion, adding that things were going even better than expected, since Edith Riegelhoff turned out to be more foolish than he thought. Catherine let out an exasperated sigh, and without hesitation, dragged Lady Ree away from the conversation. "Enough of this nonsense. Let's go have some real fun," she declared. Just then, the Imperial Secretary appeared in the hallway and announced that the Emperor was ready to receive guests. The princess smirked and bid farewell to Cliff, teasing that at least now he had someone else to bore with his political chatter. As she whisked Ree away, Cliff watched them go and muttered something about showing the princess the horses in the stables later. Meanwhile, Cliff had a run-in with his brother, Killian, in the hallway. He casually asked if things were going smoothly, but Killian, already in a foul mood, barked at him to mind his own business. "Why are you going to the palace now? It's too early to present the investigation report," Killian snapped. Cliff, unfazed, replied that their father had sent him. Killian tried to argue that the investigation wasn't finished yet, so he must have forgotten it. The scene shifts into a small, sickly girl lay in a hospital bed, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, another little girl, Ada, watched with concern. "Does it hurt a lot?" Ada asked gently. The sick girl nodded and admitted she wished she could just disappear. "I'm such a burden to my family," she whispered. Her parents were struggling. Her older brother refused to be her bone marrow donor, and he even wished for her to die quickly. "Maybe it would be better for everyone if I just ended things myself," she said. Ada, however, leaned back on her hands and smiled. "Not everything in life goes the way we want," she said, then added, "But you know, I envy you. You have a family." She then shared her own dream. She wanted to grow up, turn 20, and experience life as an adult. She imagined tying her long hair into a ponytail, putting on makeup, walking through the bustling streets and simply enjoying life. "As long as I have the chance to live, I'll endure anything," she said with determination. The sick girl looked at her in awe, and that moment remained etched in her heart forever. Edith suddenly woke up, tears in her eyes. That memory from the hospital flooded her mind. Back then, Ada had been terrified of dying, and yet once she got her bone marrow transplant, she left without even saying goodbye. That experience taught Edith a valuable lesson. No matter what, as long as she was alive, she could endure anything. Later that afternoon, Edith found herself in a surprisingly good mood. She even started seeing her probation period as a blessing rather than a punishment. House arrest? For an introvert like me? Sounds like a dream, she thought cheerfully. She planned to spend her time alone, indulging in hobbies and self-care. But of course, her plans were quickly disrupted by none other than her husband, Killian. Killian showed up unannounced, wanting to have dinner together. However, as they sat at the table, he remained completely silent. Edith figured he didn't want to talk in front of the maids, but when they left, he still said nothing. Irritated, she finally broke the silence. "So, why the surprise visit?" she asked. Killian muttered something about not having time to talk, and continued eating, dunking bread into his soup. His dismissive attitude made Edith fume. "If you're busy, then hurry up and leave," she snapped, then started studying his face. She never understood why she found him attractive. His cold demeanor and arrogance were unbearable. And yet, his good looks and toned physique made it hard to ignore him. "Does he think he can get away with anything just because he's handsome?" she mused. She recalled a past life discussion on a marriage forum. Apparently, fights in a relationship could be avoided if the wife simply admired her husband's face. She shook her head, embarrassed by her own thoughts. Pushing aside her musings, she focused on her meal. The food was absolutely delicious, and she savored every bite. Killian, however, stared at her in disbelief. "You're eating a lot," he finally said. She just grinned and kept chewing. Killian then mentioned that the investigation was progressing, and that Rees was now officially a suspect. Edith feigned mild interest and continued stuffing her face. Killian watched in amazement. How was she not choking? "You're really not worried, are you?" he said. Edith simply smiled. "Why should I be? I know I'm innocent." Then she let out a sigh of disappointment. Her soup was gone. Before she could complain, Killian pushed another bowl toward her. "Here. I had them make an extra portion," he said. She blinked in surprise but accepted it with a cheerful, "Bon appétit to me." After dinner, Edith returned to her room, feeling an odd sense of emptiness. In her past life, she had so many hobbies, reading web novels, doing origami. There was always something to pass the time. But here, nothing. She asked her maid, Anna, what noble women usually did for fun. Anna listed embroidery, painting, and horseback riding. Edith cringed at the idea of embroidery. She had never been good with a needle. Painting was out of the question, too. The last time she tried, her puppy drawing was mistaken for an elephant. As for horseback riding? Absolutely not. Horses were terrifying. Seeing her struggle, Anna suggested another hobby, designing outfits for wooden dolls. Apparently, it was a trend among noble children, and parents encouraged it to develop sewing skills. Edith's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's just like dressing up Barbie dolls," she thought. In her past life, she could never afford real Barbies. But here, curious about the cost, she pulled out her wallet and handed Anna enough money to buy dolls, fabrics, and sewing tools. "Keep the change as a bonus," she added. The maid's eyes widened in shock. "Oh no, my lady, I don't need a bonus. Serving you is my duty," she protested. Edith smiled. "Anna and Lennon are probably the only two people in this whole household who treat me decently," she thought. Even if it wasn't always in their best interest, they still looked out for her. And for now, that was enough. Lady Edith insisted that Anna accept the money, assuring her that the amount was too small to be considered a bribe. She didn't want to hurt the maid's pride, so she urged Anna to take it as a token of appreciation. Edith even warned her not to refuse, or she'd take offense. That evening, Edith spent time on her new hobby, sewing. At first, things seemed promising, but soon enough, she realized that making outfits wasn't exactly her strong suit. Earlier in the day, she had imagined a relaxing session of stitching, but reality proved much more complicated. Meanwhile, Anna had been busy preparing. She carefully made purchases, visited the tailor to order different pattern designs, and even bought a ready-made set of dolls, one male and one female. The maid reassured Edith that if she needed anything else, she just had to ask. Edith noticed that Anna seemed a bit kinder lately, though her expression still carried a hint of sadness. Despite the difficulty of sewing, Edith reminded herself that it was just a hobby, something meant for fun and relaxation. She reflected on how, in her past life, she never took time to enjoy things without worrying about how long it took or whether the expense was justified. Looking at the dolls she had dressed, she felt a sense of accomplishment, until she turned them inside out. The outside looked great, but the inside, a complete disaster. Still, she decided to celebrate her successful sewing session with a little moment of fun. She brought the dolls together for "Now kiss." Just as she was about to move on to embroidery, the door suddenly flew open. Killian stormed into the room, shouting that during an investigation, he had discovered a document written in Edith's handwriting. At the same time, over at Sinclair Castle, siblings Demian and Layla were enjoying tea while discussing recent events. Layla scoffed at the news that Edith Reigelhoff had managed to secure a travel ban. Demian asked his sister if she had heard the rumors. Edith had allegedly stolen important documents from the Duke. He guessed that she must have acted in a hurry, knowing that her father had been planning an attack on the Duchess within a year. Demian admitted that he had long suspected Count Reigelhoff's schemes, and found it suspicious that Edith took such a risk, despite being under a probationary period. Layla tensed at the thought of the Count getting his hands on classified information, but Demian reassured her. There was no way the Duke would have entrusted his daughter-in-law with valuable documents. In all likelihood, Edith had been handed false papers, meaning Count Reigelhoff had walked right into a trap. Demian then brought up Killian's unusual treatment of his wife. Layla smirked and suggested they inform the Duke that Edith, who had been placed under arrest, was merely a pawn in the bigger game. Though impressed by his sister's cunning, Demian cautioned against getting involved. What really worried him was Lady Ree's. With Killian now married, the chances of Ree's being pushed into a marriage with Cliff had skyrocketed. Layla turned pale. She was furious at the idea of a girl without noble connections daring to win the heart of the Duke's son. So they both planned to make Layla engaged to Cliff instead, since it's impossible now to Killian. Her brother, however, delivered a harsh reality. Cliff was already in love. If things escalated, he might even annul his engagement with Layla. This left her both puzzled and alarmed. Desperate, she suggested they use Edith to get rid of Ree's. Demian asked her to explain, and Layla gleefully pointed out that if Edith discovered her husband's feelings for another woman, she would take care of Ree's herself. She giggled maliciously at the thought of Edith unknowingly eliminating her rival. Back at Duke Rudwick's estate, an enraged Killian barged into Edith's room, startling his wife. He announced that a document in her handwriting had been found, and she was being summoned for questioning. But instead of panicking, Edith remained completely unfazed. She calmly stated that the ducal family was just trying to frame her. Killian was furious at her nonchalance, insisting that Duke Rudwick wasn't playing fair and was using the investigation to pin the blame on her. Edith, however, recalled how things played out in the original story, though the Duke eventually forgave his daughter-in-law, despite her actual crime. This memory gave her confidence, but her reaction only frustrated Killian further. He couldn't understand why his wife wasn't taking the situation seriously. Their tense conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. Lennon, the Duke's secretary, entered the room with a stern expression. He informed Edith that Duke Rudwick was waiting for her. His face made it clear. He also considered her guilty. As Edith made her way to the exit, she advised her husband to relax his face. After all, deep down, she suspected he was secretly pleased to have found some kind of evidence. In the Duke's office, the interrogation began. A list from an arms dealer had been found in Count Reigelhoff's possession, and the Duke claimed that the handwriting on the document matched Edith's. But upon examining it, Edith immediately concluded that it had been forged. The Duke, in the presence of his two sons, dismissed the idea that his daughter-in-law was innocent, arguing that the mistake lay with her father. Edith, however, wasn't about to let this slide. She insisted that the issue wasn't about punishment. It was about her honor. She demanded that the evidence be compared to documents she had personally written, pointing out that she had never structured tables so sloppily. Whoever forged this document clearly had no clue how to format one properly. The Duke suggested that perhaps Edith had intentionally made it look clumsy, but she countered that if she had been trying to cover her tracks, she would have used someone else's handwriting altogether. She studied the document once more and noticed subtle differences between the fake and her real handwriting. Determined to prove her innocence, she suggested they compare the tables with entries in her personal diary. The Duke agreed and ordered Linon to fetch the diary. As Edith waited, she wondered who could have set her up and why. It seemed like fate itself was trying to push her back into the original storyline. When the Duke and his sons compared the diary with the supposed evidence, they discovered that several letters had been written differently. Realizing that the forgery had been done with great skill, Duke Rudwick admitted that someone had deliberately framed Edith. Seizing the moment, Edith sternly advised her father-in-law to start looking for the mole who had leaked information to Count Reigelhoff. At that moment, Lady Ree knocked on the office door and entered. Cliff was visibly surprised to see her. The Duke, however, revealed that he had summoned her himself. The interrogation shifted to Ree, who had worked under the Duchess for 4 years. The Duke asked her about the use of tables and documentation, and Ree eagerly confirmed that Edith had taught her how to organize information in this way. She enthusiastically explained that even the Duchess had been pleased with the system. The Duke then asked who else knew about this method. Ree pointed to Killian and Cliff, saying they might have a general idea. He concluded that, at most, only family members and Edith would have known how to use tables like this. However, Ree suddenly claimed that she hadn't actually understood the system. This startled Edith. She clearly remembered Ree grasping the concept perfectly. Ree then asked why she was being questioned, but the Duke brushed her off and told her not to mind it. After Ree left, the Duke turned to Edith with suspicion. He coldly declared that despite all the evidence, everything still pointed to her. Edith was shocked. She had provided enough proof of her innocence, yet the Duke refused to believe her. It made no sense. Why was Ree's word taken at face value, while her own evidence was dismissed? Then, she noticed something alarming. Her personal diary was missing. Looking up, she saw Killian, carefully reading its pages. Edith lunged forward, snatched the diary from her husband's hands, and scolded him for his lack of manners. Strangely enough, the Duke's demeanor shifted. Instead of getting angry, he decided to let it slide, saying there was no need to blame his daughter-in-law. In fact, he even canceled her probation. Edith bolted out of the office, only to be followed by Killian. Killian, ever the skeptic, told Edith that he couldn't trust her. She merely sighed. This was nothing new. After all, she was from the Reigelhoff family, and people already had a bad impression of her. Killian tried to console her, saying she shouldn't take offense since her terrible reputation was already well known, but Edith had had enough. Furious, she shouted that she was tired of proving herself to him. She had changed. She wasn't involved in any of the Count's shady dealings anymore. Killian, unimpressed, reminded her of her past deeds. Suddenly, flashes of her old self hit her like a storm, crashing parties, ruining fancy dinners, seducing noblemen, and even meddling in arranged marriages. It was a brutal wake-up call. She lowered her head in shame, realizing just how awful she had once been. Killian then offered to escort her to her chambers, but she refused. As Killian stood outside her door, a familiar blonde beauty, Ree, appeared in the hallway. She sweetly asked what had happened. Killian explained that the Duke had suspected Edith of stealing some important documents. Inside the room, Edith was eavesdropping. Her heart sank as she listened to their conversation. When Ree expressed shock that Edith was under suspicion, Killian admitted that the evidence was questionable. Edith couldn't bear to listen anymore. She knew her husband already doubted her, so why torture herself? Meanwhile, Ree worried that her testimony during the interrogation might have harmed Edith's case. She insisted on explaining herself to the Duke, but Killian stopped her. He said it was unnecessary. The case was closed, and the Duke had already chosen to forgive Edith. As Killian walked down the hallway, Edith's diary entries flashed through his mind. He recalled how she had written about her admiration for his looks, how she had gushed over his handsomeness. The realization hit him. Her thoughts were pure. She wasn't scheming. Frustration bubbled inside him. She had been unfairly accused. His anger only grew as he stormed toward Cliff, who was casually flipping through some documents. Without a second thought, Killian harshly ordered Cliff to join him at the training grounds. The next morning, Edith nervously knocked on Duchess' chamber door. Upon entering, she was met with a warm smile. The Duchess gently sympathized with her, saying that mental burdens were far heavier than physical ones. Edith stiffened. Did her mother-in-law also think she was guilty? But to her surprise, the Duchess took Edith's hands and reassured her with sincerity. She believed in her innocence. Edith was shocked. The Duchess continued, saying she had noticed how hard Edith had been trying to adjust to life in the castle. She understood because she too had struggled when she first got married. Edith was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes. No one had ever believed in her before. But before she could properly respond, darkness clouded her vision. She collapsed. A servant rushed to the training grounds, frantically shouting for Cliff and Killian. Lady Edith had fainted. Killian immediately stopped training. His brother looked puzzled at his intense reaction, but before anyone could say another word, Killian sprinted off, barely dressed in a hastily thrown-on shirt. Next, the doctor examined Edith and concluded that she had simply overexerted herself due to stress. She would recover soon, but needed rest. Killian gazed at his wife's tear-streaked face, deep in thought. She had endured the interrogation without shedding a single tear, but now she had broken down completely. He couldn't understand. Was this really the same arrogant Edith Reigelhoff he had known? Wanting answers, he turned to his mother. The Duchess explained that Edith had sworn she hadn't forged any documents, and she believed her. Killian was stunned. The realization hit him. Edith had only burst into tears because someone finally believed in her. No one had ever done so before. His head throbbed as memories of his own distrust flooded back. His mother noticed his discomfort and offered to call the doctor, but he quickly dismissed her concern, claiming he just needed rest. As he turned to leave, he nearly collided with Ree. She had rushed over after hearing about Edith's collapse. However, her words trailed off as she noticed how pale Killian looked. She instinctively reached out to touch his face, but he quickly pulled away, muttering that he needed to rest. Meanwhile, inside her unconscious mind, Edith found herself drifting in a dark void. Panic set in. Had she died? But then, a giant glowing green sign appeared before her. It warned her that she couldn't reveal any secrets until she passed the 3rd stage. Wait, what 3rd stage? Before she could make sense of it, a strong gust of wind lifted her, and everything went black. When she finally woke up, she was back in her body. Her loyal maid, Anna, sat by her bedside, looking relieved. Apparently, Edith had been unconscious for 3 whole days. She tried to recall what she had wanted to say to the Duchess, but was interrupted by a coughing fit. Asking for water, she took a moment to gather her thoughts. For a second, she considered asking about Killian. But she shook her head, getting lost in her own memories. When she first arrived in this body, she had assumed she was the villainess of a novel. She had played nice, hoping to avoid her inevitable doom and befriend the main character. She had even foolishly tried to win over Killian. But it was all pointless. Reality had a way of forcing things back on track. No matter how hard she tried, events from the original story kept happening. It was as if something, some unseen force, was ensuring the plot stayed the same. She wasn't the protagonist, she was a side character, and in this story, the villainess was doomed. A terrifying thought struck her. Her fate was already sealed. Her own husband was destined to slit her throat. At night, Edith woke up in a cold sweat. She had only a limited amount of time left. Today marked the beginning of an important event. Without hesitation, she sneaked into Killian's bedroom. Standing beside his bed, she studied his face. Why did he hate her so much? Was it because he saw her as the villainess? Because their marriage was arranged? He could barely hide his contempt for her, even when he tried to be polite. Yet, looking at his peaceful, sleeping face, she realized something shocking. She had fallen in love with him. A book character. Yes, she had fallen in love with him. Biting her lip, she leaned over him. If she was doomed anyway, why not steal a kiss while she still could? Edith knew she had completely lost her mind. Sneaking into Killian's bedroom and kissing him while he slept? Absolutely insane. But oddly enough, accepting her doomed fate seemed a little easier now. She braced herself, expecting Killian to wake up in horror, maybe even throw her out. Instead, his eyes opened, and he grabbed her wrist. Then, he smiled. Well, looks like you're too eager to keep up your little innocent act. Before Edith could process his words, he flipped her onto the bed, calling her a cunning little temptress. He dared her to seduce him properly, challenged her to act on the desires she'd been hiding. Then, as if to test her, he began unbuttoning his shirt. Edith's heart nearly exploded. Wait, are you actually going through with this? Killian stopped for a moment, his gaze unreadable. A single thought crossed his mind. Edith would never replace Ree's in his heart. His feelings for his wife weren't the same. Still, he smirked and leaned in. Why ask now? You're the one who crept into my bed in the middle of the night. Before she could say anything else, his lips captured hers in a deep, teasing kiss. Then, in a husky whisper, he invited her to touch him, since she had been secretly watching him train. Edith's face burned with embarrassment. Wait, he knows? She stammered, trying to explain, but Killian pulled her even closer, guiding her trembling hand to his bare chest. You've dreamed of this moment, haven't you? He murmured against her ear. Are you happy now? His voice sent shivers down her spine, and before she could think, his hands brushed over her thigh. The next morning, Edith woke up in Killian's bed, her heart pounding as she realized last night wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Killian, noticing she was awake, casually scooped her into his arms and carried her straight to the bathroom, where a warm bath with flower petals awaited. She flailed. Put me down, I can walk. Killian only chuckled. Consider it a gift. After all, this is how a husband should treat his wife. As Edith sank into the warm water, her thoughts raced. Why was Killian acting like this? Last night he looked furious, yet now he was being gentle. The warmth of the bath did nothing to stop her growing confusion. In the novel, Killian's first kiss and innocence was supposed to belong to Ree's. But last night, something changed. Was it pity? Or was it because Ree's had started turning her attention toward Cliff? Before she could get too deep into her thoughts, Killian's voice snapped her out of it. Sorry for making you move around too much after you just recovered. His tone was softer than usual. You should take a few days to rest. Edith stared at him, stunned. Since the very first day of their marriage, Killian had been nothing but cold and distant. What exactly is going on? The next day, Edith still couldn't stop thinking about what happened. Her head felt like it would explode from all the overthinking, so she decided to clear her mind. When the night comes, she had another strange dream. Once again, she found herself in darkness. Suddenly, a glowing message appeared before her. Special condition of stage 1, complete. Edith's eyes widened. Wait, what? The message continued. Author's authority has been reduced. Edith's mind reeled. What does that even mean? Another message appeared. Special test. Follow the novel's character's actions. Her stomach dropped. The system knows I'm not the real Edith. Slowly, it clicked. Whoever controlled this world had a set path for its characters. The system assumed that, like any typical transmigrator, she would try to fix the original Edith's mistakes. Her mind raced. If the system expected her to act a certain way, then maybe she could outsmart it. But how much control did this author have? One thing was certain. The novel's events could be changed. Last night proved it. With newfound determination, Edith decided she wouldn't just accept her fate. She was going to fight back. Next day rolled in, and Edith visited Duchess Jessica's office. The moment she stepped inside, her mother-in-law beamed with relief. How are you feeling, dear? Edith gave a small smile. Much better. I'm sorry for worrying you. The Duchess sighed. You should apologize to the Duke instead. He was the most worried of all. Edith blinked in surprise. The Duke? Apparently, during the interrogation, the Duke realized he had been too harsh on her. He regretted his strict tone and now felt guilty. Jessica patted Edith's hand. Don't take it personally. He spent years on the battlefield, so he struggles to be gentle. She then offered Edith the chance to quit working with documents if she no longer felt comfortable. Edith nearly laughed at the irony. If she had stolen those papers, quitting would have been the best option. But since she was innocent, she wanted to continue. She also knew someone had framed her, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't try again. So she made a request. She would work, but under supervision. Jessica thought for a moment. Baron Linon Filch is looking for an assistant. Edith stiffened. Him. Linon was the Duke's trusted secretary. But Edith had a memory of him. During the interrogation, he had looked at her with a very strange expression. Still, she nodded. I accept. After leaving Jessica's office, Edith took a deep breath before heading to Linon's study. The moment she walked in, she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Linon glanced up, raising an eyebrow. So, Edith began hesitantly, I'll be working under you from now on. Is that so? Without another word, he handed her a massive box filled with 3 years' worth of dusty receipts. Edith blinked. Why, do they look like they've been through a storm? Linon sighed. My last assistant quit in a fit of rage and threw them all over the floor. Then his eyes narrowed. Listen well, Lady Edith. I won't go easy on you just because of your title. If you think you can slack off, you'll regret it. Edith gulped. Oh no, what have I signed up for? Still, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Hours passed in complete silence, the only sound being the scratching of pens and the rustling of paper. Before she knew it, the sun had set. Linon stood up. That's enough for today. Edith frowned. Can I have more time? I want to finish this section. Linon studied her for a moment before nodding. You did well today. His words caught her off guard. No one had ever praised her work before, not even in her past life. Grateful, she smiled. Then I have only 2 requests, Baron. Be honest and competent. Linon watched her leave, his expression unreadable. Later that night, he attended a private gathering with Cliff, Killian, and Rees. As they dined, Cliff casually asked about Edith's new role as Linon's assistant. Killian listened in silence, curious about what Linon would say. Linon responded. Surprisingly, she's good at the job, sharp, focused, hardworking. Killian's eyes darkened. He had always believed Edith to be nothing more than a spoiled villainess. But now, for the first time, he wasn't so sure. Killian was also caught off guard by the sheer confidence of the Duke's secretary, Linon, who effortlessly showered compliments on Edith. Cliff instructed Linon to keep a close watch on her, hinting that his master would soon call him back. Once Lenan left the room, Rees blinked in surprise. I've never heard Lenan give out so many compliments before. Cliff smirked. Maybe he's fallen for Lady Edith. Killian's expression darkened instantly. Seeing this, Cliff continued teasing. Think about it. Lenan is single, and if he were to marry Lady Edith, Count Reigelhoff would be the laughingstock of high society. Killian's frown deepened. That's none of my concern. Cliff chuckled. Sure, it wouldn't hurt our family, but losing a capable secretary like him, that'd be unfortunate. Then, eyeing his stiff-as-a-board brother, he grinned. Wait a minute. Are you actually worried about your wife? Killian scoffed and looked away, refusing to answer. Afterwards, Killian strolled down the corridor. Lost in thought, a servant approached him. Master, the carriage is ready. Killian waved him off. Wait. His mind was preoccupied, specifically with Edith. He realized that her beauty was nothing like Rees's. They were two completely different kinds of women. Before he knew it, he found himself in front of Edith's room. The door was slightly ajar. He knocked. No response. Curiosity got the better of him, and he stepped inside, immediately greeted by the scent of roses. His eyes landed on a small table where two delicate dolls were posed as if kissing. Raising an eyebrow, he leaned in for a closer look. At that exact moment, Edith burst into the room and hurriedly blocked his view. What are you doing? She scolded. Entering someone's room without permission is bad manners. They're just a hobby, Edith huffed, and I don't show them to strangers. Instead, he sat down on her bed, only to regret it immediately. I just wanted to talk, he said. You've been doing well. Edith smiled. That's thanks to Mother. She sent me to work under Linen Filch. The moment the words left her mouth, Edith stiffened, realizing her mistake. Linen was the Duke's personal secretary. Of course, Killian already knew who he was. Killian, to her relief, ignored her blunder and calmly explained, The Filch family has served our house for generations. Viscount Filch helped my father in all matters, and the Duke entrusted him with an estate. After business in the capital, the Viscount passed responsibility to his son, Linon, whom my brother and I have known since childhood. Killian smiled slightly. When we were younger, Cliff and I trained with swords while Linon sat under a tree, always reading a book. Edith listened curiously as he continued. One day, after Cliff won a sparring match and left feeling victorious, I went over to Linon and suggested we train together instead. In a way, I'd say he's a good comrade of mine. Edith was stunned. In the original novel, she barely paid attention to Linon, assuming he was just a minor character. But hearing Killian's story, she realized he was deeply connected to the Rudwicks. Thinking about him made Edith wonder. Perhaps in this world, characters weren't always identical to their novel counterparts. Then, another thought hit her. Killian hadn't visited her since their wedding night. So why had he come now? Sensing her silent question, Killian answered. I'll be inspecting the Risen estate soon. Edith tilted her head. There's an estate there, Killian continued, which will eventually belong to me since, as the Duke's second son, I won't inherit the title. It's a few days away by carriage. I came to inform you of my absence. Then out of nowhere he asked, Do you want to come with me? Edith was so taken aback that she just stared at him. Was this a joke? Killian's expression stiffened. Without waiting for an answer, he turned and left, feeling frustrated. He had asked sincerely, but Edith clearly hadn't taken him seriously. Foolish, he muttered to himself, irritated at his own behavior. The following day, Edith was in the office, working tirelessly through a mountain of documents. After finishing, she stretched in satisfaction, only to notice Linon staring at her. Is something wrong? She asked. He flustered, immediately looked away. No, it's nothing. Then, clearing his throat, he mumbled, The Duchess is expecting you. If you've finished your work, you may go. Relieved to have an excuse to escape, Edith eagerly went to see her mother-in-law, leaving Linon alone in the office. The moment she left, he walked over to her desk and glanced at the documents. His eyebrows lifted in surprise. How did she organize so much information so quickly? In the Duchess's study, Edith and Rees listened as the Duchess excitedly announced, "Bazaar is happening next month," she beamed. "To celebrate, we'll be holding an embroidery gathering at the castle. Would you two like to join?" Edith instantly recalled that, in the novel, noblewomen adored these bazaars, as they were charity events showcasing aristocratic embroidery skills. Rees hesitated. I don't think I'm very good at sewing." "Nonsense," the Duchess reassured her. "There's no need to worry." Unlike Rees, she had zero sewing skills. Trying to avoid embarrassing herself, she attempted to politely decline. Before she could, Rees grabbed her hands. "I'll feel less nervous if you're there." The Duchess clapped her hands. "Exactly. Don't worry, Edith. Just come and enjoy yourself." Edith sighed. The main character of the novel, Rees, would obviously excel at this event. But somehow, she had been roped into participating too. On the day of the embroidery gathering, Edith quickly realized she had made a mistake. All the noblewomen crowded around Rees, marveling at her beautifully embroidered scarf, while Edith observed from the sidelines, racking her brain. Did the novel ever mention Rees being an expert at embroidery? Before she could figure it out, Rees turned to her. "What will you be making, Edith?" Caught off guard, Edith blurted, "A handkerchief?" Internally, she panicked. She had no idea how to sew. After the gathering, Edith sat flipping through a catalog, trying to find the simplest design. Rees stayed behind to help, but Edith knew the blonde girl just felt sorry for her. The woman joined them, peering at the design Edith had chosen. "Oh, my niece made the same one last year." Edith stiffened. "How old is your niece?" 16. Edith felt like crying. Even a child could make this. And I'm struggling? Then, in a desperate attempt to sound confident, she said, "I'll use gray and blue threads. Those colors remind me of Killian's eyes." The Duchess lit up, placing a hand on Edith's shoulder. "Oh my, how sweet. You truly are a woman in love." At the Risen estate, Killian inspected the land alongside the Duke. "This place is far from the capital," the Duke noted, "but it has great potential." Killian nodded, impressed. The estate was in much better condition than he expected, thanks to the hard work of the caretakers. Yet, as he gazed around, he thought, would Edith find this place too dull? For the first time, he wondered. Would she truly be happy here? Killian knew that the manor's interior needed a makeover, but that wasn't his only concern. He asked about the winter temperatures there, and the Duke assured him that it wouldn't be much colder than in the capital. Just a lot of snow. That didn't scare Killian one bit. With a satisfied look, he admitted that he liked the estate. His father asked if he was truly pleased, and Killian imagined himself finally venting everything he had bottled up, asking if his father wanted him to demand more land or a higher title. He could have reminded the Duke how he had always obeyed, even agreeing to an arranged marriage. But instead, he simply replied that he was fine with everything. His father, however, wasn't convinced. Killian added that he would take full control as soon as he received the title, and before the Duke could say more, he walked away. A few days later, the charity bazaar was in full swing, buzzing with excitement. Edith and Rees were amazed at the vast selection of goods. Rees joyfully pointed out the embroidered handkerchiefs, including theirs. But as Edith examined hers, she realized Anna had lied. It was far from magnificent. Meanwhile, Rees's handkerchief sold quickly, thanks to a cute bow. Edith smirked, suspecting that Cliff had bought it. She decided to help him by secretly buying the rest of Rees's handiwork, partly to support him, and partly to hide her own amateur attempt among the masterpieces. As they walked, they overheard noble ladies gossiping. One sneered that the capital's standards had fallen. After all, an illegitimate daughter was walking around like she belonged. Another countered that while Rees was illegitimate, the Rudwick family had fully accepted and cherished her. Edith sighed. Some things never changed. In her past life, too, people would gossip just loudly enough for her to hear. Then, An aristocrat cruelly suggested that Ree's had been taken in like a pet. Shocked and hurt, Ree's squeezed Edith's hand, whispering that she didn't know how to respond. Edith assured her that these women were just trying to pick a fight. One particularly bold noblewoman turned to Edith, making snide remarks about her background. But Edith wasn't one to back down. With a sweet smile, she commented on how loud the gossip was. Was this noble lady from a faraway village? The woman, offended, introduced herself as Lady Brinch, to which Edith casually responded that after marriage, her surname had changed, implying that Brinch should have done her research before gossiping. Furious, Brinch lashed out, claiming that Edith had a terrible reputation. Edith playfully suggested that they ask Cliff what he thought about someone insulting the Rudwick family. That shut them up. The gossiping women quickly fled, though not before muttering that they pitied Killian for having such a wife. Afterward, Rees apologized, feeling guilty that Edith had been dragged into the insults, but Edith assured her it was nothing, flashing a confident smile. Soon, Rees was surrounded by noble ladies showering her with compliments about her embroidery. Edith, sitting off to the side, reflected that they were now about a quarter into the original novel. Rees shyly downplayed her beauty, but a noblewoman reassured her that even the Duchess saw her as a future daughter-in-law. Edith listened in silence, realizing the ladies were deliberately ignoring her, the actual daughter-in-law. Lost in thought, she didn't notice Killian approaching Rees. Edith snapped out of it when she finally spotted her husband. She hesitated. Should she greet him? Would it look bad if she didn't? Deciding to play it safe, she approached and casually asked how his trip went, though she wanted to say she had missed him. Killian, happy to see her, answered that the journey was fine and asked if she missed him. Teasingly, she replied that he thought too highly of himself. The two sat together, chatting, until Edith suddenly stood up, excusing herself to powder her nose. On her way back from the restroom, she was grabbed by the arm. A blond man in a purple suit stepped from the shadows. Confused, she had no idea who he was, until he dramatically huffed, asking if she really didn't recognize her own brother. It was Shane Reigelhoff. Edith hadn't expected to see her brother, though it made sense. All noble families were invited to the bazaar. Shane immediately started interrogating her. What had happened since she left? What was her relationship with the Rudwicks now? And most importantly, had she lost her mind when she sent that bizarre letter about stopping attacks on the Duke? He had assumed it was just a trick to fool potential spies, especially when she later sent fake documents. But now he wasn't so sure. Edith pulled her hand away, firmly stating that the letter was real. She had never sent any fake documents. On the other hand, Killian was growing impatient. Edith had promised to return quickly, yet she was still gone. He assumed she had been caught up in the usual noble gossip, probably about their arranged marriage, his supposed indifference, and all the other usual nonsense. Concerned, under the guise that he accidentally spilled his drink, he goes to the restroom and decided to check on her. As he made his way, noble women fluttered around, attempting to grab his attention with compliments. He politely excused himself. He was in a hurry. Near his destination, he finally spotted Edith, arguing with Shane. He couldn't hear much, but it was clear they weren't getting along. As Shane left, Killian stepped forward, asking why Edith had taken so long. Caught off guard, Edith quickly came up with an excuse. She had just been admiring the restroom's elegant decor. Without questioning further, he simply escorted her back to the bazaar. Smiling, Edith asked if he had been looking for her. Killian, without hesitation, replied that he was. As the couple strolled into the bustling market square, they were met by the bazaar's organizer, who excitedly announced that all the goods had been sold, with the earnings going to orphanages. Edith clapped her hands in delight. This meant her embroidery had also found a buyer. Killian instinctively reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the handkerchief he had purchased. His mother had mentioned the day before that the embroidery on Edith's handkerchief featured a bird the same color as Killian's eyes. To his surprise, the Duchess then revealed that Edith had confessed to stitching the design while thinking about her husband, This revelation left Killian stunned. However, he quickly convinced himself that Edith had simply chosen the bird design to impress his mother, and he had only bought the handkerchiefs to avoid any gossip about it being left unsold. Back at Regelhof Castle, a loud, frantic voice called for Edith. As she stepped onto the porch, she was met with an unexpected scene. Her brother, Shane, standing near the entrance. She had thought their conversation was over, but clearly he had other plans. Apologizing for the commotion, Shane gestured to a distressed maid clinging to him and calling for Edith. He explained that Sophia, Edith's servant since she was a child, had nearly lost her mind without her mistress. Shane had also heard troubling rumors that Edith was being closely watched within the duchy, preventing her from attending her friends' tea parties. Edith, however, had deliberately ignored the invitations. The Duchess seemed confused about the proposal Shane was referring to, but her brother's expression gave nothing away. Yet, Edith felt his gaze held an ominous message, as if he were silently telling her that hiding in Rudwick Mansion was useless, because she was doomed regardless. Suddenly Killian's voice rang out. He declared that Edith's maid should stay at the castle, as she had cared for Edith since childhood. His words were carefully chosen. Letting Count Regelhof's household keep a watchful eye would put their minds at ease. However, before Edith tried to protest, stating that arrangement had never happened. But mid-outburst, she suddenly clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Overcome with dizziness, Edith bowed deeply in a desperate attempt to steady herself, only to be caught by a newly arrived servant, Sophia. With a whispered, "It's been a long time, my lady." Sophia discreetly guided Edith back to her chambers. Once inside, the servant wasted no time in bringing up Shane's concerns. According to Sophia, the red-haired lady had comfortably settled into her new life, but now the real trouble was about to begin. Investigations and poisonings were next in the plot. Sophia then asked if Edith had sent any documents lately. Edith confirmed she had not, which only confirmed Sophia's suspicions. Forged papers had been sent to Regelhof Mansion under Edith's name. Rather than dwelling on the grim implications, Sophia smirked and suggested Edith must be reminded to her rightful place. Before Edith could react, Sophia's demeanor changed. The maid ruthlessly struck her in places where bruises wouldn't show, forcing Edith to her knees. "I never expected such betrayal from you," Sophia hissed. Edith, despite her pain, firmly denied any treachery, insisting that she had only written a letter of warning because she knew Archduke Lanston's supporters couldn't be trusted. She reminded Sophia that her father was notorious for discarding his allies once they were no longer useful. This response enraged Sophia. "You've lost your fear, haven't you?" she sneered. "If the Regelhof family has no use for you, I'll kill you myself and pin the blame on the Rudwick family." When morning comes, Edith sat at her desk, trying to focus on her paperwork, but unable to forget the previous night's cruelty. Not only had Sophia beaten her, but she had also deprived her of food, saying that meals must be earned. Even an animal would understand what's expected in this situation, the maid had taunted her. Edith, however, had fired back. Funny hearing that from the Count's loyal dog. Sophia had frozen, fork halfway to her mouth. The tension snapped a moment later when she lunged at Edith, fists flying. "I'll shut that mouth of yours for good." Edith knew all too well that Sophia's treatment of her wasn't random. It had been foreshadowed in the story she had once read. Now she was living through it firsthand. Later that day, Edith found herself standing beside Baron Linnen's desk, nibbling absent-mindedly. She suddenly realized she had nearly finished an entire plate of cookies. Embarrassed, she tried to justify herself. "The pastries are just unusually delicious today." She even offered Linnen the last one, but he declined. "I don't like sweets," he stated plainly. As Edith studied him, she realized he truly did seem like someone who preferred bitter and bland food. Yet, she also couldn't help but notice that Linnen looked particularly handsome today. She considered taking the last cookie herself, but Linnen offered to call for another plate. She declined, only to regret it deeply later. By the evening, she learned that the Duke's secretary would be leaving on a business trip for a week. This meant she'd be left alone with Sophia, and the mere thought of enduring the maid's bullying without reprieve made her stomach churn. During her probationary period under house arrest, Edith had developed a habit of eating in her room, alone. The castle staff had grown accustomed to it, and now nobody thought twice about leaving her to dine in solitude. Not even Killian came to share a meal with her. As she brooded, Edith realized all her suffering could be traced back to one terrible day, the day Killian brought Sophia into Rudwick's mansion from the Rigelhoff estate. He should have listened to me instead of trusting Shane, she thought bitterly. Her stomach growled. She groaned, realizing she was hungry, but too lost in gloomy thoughts to do anything about it. Determined to clear her mind, she got out of bed, deciding to take a walk in the fresh air before Sophia arrived to start another round of torment. At the same time, in the corridors, Sophia rolled a cart down the hall, deep in thought. Edith had changed. She had once been so easy to control, fearful of even a simple slap. But now, she didn't flinch. She looked her tormentor straight in the eye without wavering. Sophia smirked darkly. Well then, she thought, I'll just have to erase that defiant look from her face. Just then, a sweet, feminine voice called out, inviting Lady Edith to tea. Sophia instantly recognized it. It was Lady Ree's. Memories resurfaced. Before she had left for the Duke's castle, Shane Rigelhoff had asked her to keep an eye on Rees Sinclair, a woman he had long admired. He had instructed Sophia to secretly gather information about her and report back in personal letters. Though Sophia had been puzzled by the request, she had agreed. Now, gripping the handle of the cart tightly, Sophia seethed. She knew she could never become Shane's wife, but she had at least hoped to be by his side, supporting him. And yet, here was Rees Sinclair, the illegitimate daughter of a noble, winning his attention with nothing but a pretty face. A few hours later, Edith sat alone in her room, hunger gnawing at her insides. She was growing desperate. She knew that if she tried eating outside her quarters, Sophia would force her to vomit. She recalled the way she had stared longingly at the food during tea with Rees and Killian. She must have looked pitiful. Tears welled in her eyes at the thought. Just then the door creaked open. A maid entered carrying a tray. Edith's heart skipped. Food? Sophia set down a plate of cake. Lady Rees sent this, she said casually. I figured I'd give it to you so the Rudwick family doesn't get suspicious. Edith stared at the tray, torn between gratitude and the bitter realization that even this kindness had ulterior motives. Edith never expected kindness from Sophia, so when the maid offered her food, she didn't hesitate to dig in, only to end up coughing up blood. Panic set in as she realized the food was poisoned. As she struggled to breathe, a memory from the novel surfaced. This was the infamous poisoning scene. But wait, she never put poison in the food. So who did? Next, Sophia kept up her act, pretending to be a concerned maid. When she interrogated Rees, the lady swore she had only wanted to share a pie with Edith. But Sophia wasn't letting go so easily. Edith, now barely able to think straight from the poison, recalled that in the novel, she was the one who tried to frame Rees for poisoning. Yet, in reality, someone was using this moment to make her look guilty. The commotion attracted Killian and Cliff, who stormed into Edith's room, only to find Sophia dramatically playing the part of a worried maid. Edith, still woozy, tried to speak, but Sophia quickly hushed her. Edith caught on. Sophia wasn't helping. She was making sure she couldn't talk. Determined to regain control, Edith brushed off the incident, claiming she must have a peach allergy. Cliff wasn't buying it and ordered a room search. Edith panicked. What if they found something incriminating? And sure enough, acting like a detective on a mission, pulled out a jar with a skull sticker from Edith's closet. What? That's not mine, Edith protested, but Cliff pressed her. Was she saying someone else had sneaked in? If the poison was found so easily, either Sophia was incredibly sloppy, or this was a setup. Rees, sensing Edith's distress, intervened. "Enough, Cliff. She's sick. Leave her alone." After that, Edith was left alone with Sophia, who casually remarked that Cliff had really lost his mind to search the room so suddenly. Edith shot back. "For someone who acts so smart, you sure can't make your own decisions." Sophia grinned but didn't expect what Edith thought next. If she really wanted to die, at least it would save her from this awful stomach pain. Meanwhile, Cliff asked the doctor about the poison. She confirmed it wasn't very strong, just caused stomach pain and bleeding. Killian, overhearing, was furious. "Then give her something for the pain." But the doctor shook her head. Medicine wouldn't help because Edith had been starving for days. Killian was stunned. Starving? But Edith eats everything. Why would she suddenly stop? Then it hit him. Was she really so desperate for attention that she poisoned herself? He remembered how Edith used to thrive on public recognition before their marriage. Did she feel so forgotten now that she had to resort to such lengths? That night, Killian visited Edith's room, thinking she was asleep. He whispered, "Why did you poison yourself?" Edith, weak but awake, barely managed. "So, you really think I did it, huh?" Killian was relieved she was conscious, but Edith, hurt by his lack of faith, turned away from him. As she lay there, she realized something. It no longer hurt as much that he didn't trust her, but somehow, it still stung. Later, the entire Reigelhoff family gathered in the Duke's study. Rees was arguing in Edith's defense. If Edith wanted to frame me, why would she immediately claim she was sick? The others were skeptical, but Rees was hurt. She had genuinely thought she and Edith could be friends. She had been so excited for Edith to come to the estate. Following a couple of days, Edith finally recovered. Wanting to thank Rees for her kindness, she gifted her fine silk embroidery threads. Just when Edith was ready to move on, Killian burst into her chambers, furious. "Edith, what did you do this time?" Edith blinked. What?" Killian fumed. "Rees was using the threads you gave her, and she collapsed. The doctor says she was poisoned." Edith was stunned. "That's impossible. The threads were sealed when I bought them." Then she remembered. This was just like the novel's scene where Sophia poisoned Rees's embroidery needle. She had given Rees the threads specifically to prevent that, yet the plot twisted back. As Edith tried to explain, Killian hesitated. Her argument made sense. Why would she poison Rees after all the suspicion surrounding her? But too many things about her were suspicious. Edith suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Then assign me a maid to monitor me. If I'm constantly watched, I can't possibly be the culprit, right?" Sophia, eavesdropping, was not happy with this plan. "You're treating this like some kind of game," Edith responded. "Not at all. If I'm innocent, I have nothing to worry about." Killian sighed, but agreed. Moments later, he was ordering the castle steward to assign Anna as Edith's personal maid. Edith was pleased. If she played her cards right, she'd finally get rid of Sophia. Back to the investigation. Killian and Edith discussed possible suspects. Who had access to Rees's gift after she received it? Killian listed only her maids, himself, and Cliff. Edith considered. Someone was clearly trying to frame her. Was it Count Sinclair? His children had tried harming his illegitimate daughter before. Or was Count Reigelhoff behind this? Killian was shocked by her reasoning. "You really think someone is targeting Rees and using you as the scapegoat?" "Isn't it obvious?" Edith replied. "They're trying to take down two people at once." Killian was quiet for a moment. "I believe you, but my family won't." Edith snorted. "As if I care what they think. The only person I want to believe me is Rees." Killian stared. "Wait, don't you hate her?" Edith burst out laughing. "Jealous of her? Killian, I'm Edith Rudwick. I have no reason to envy anyone." Something about her confidence made Killian's heart race. He reached out, running a hand through her ruby-red hair. Edith barely had time to react before, bam! His lips crashed onto hers. Edith's brain short-circuited. 100 questions filled her head, but none made it past her lips. When the kiss finally ended, Killian looked horrified. I'm sorry, Edith, dazed, mumbled. It's fine. But later she couldn't stop wondering, why did he do that? Days later, Anna reported that the investigation had been inconclusive. There wasn't enough proof to accuse anyone. Edith imagined Ree's forgiving her, but knew Cliff wouldn't forget this so easily. At the Imperial Palace, Princess Catherine Iberia was fuming. "What do you mean Edith's probation is over?" Cliff, who had personally broken the news to her, was just as baffled. "Apparently my father agreed with Killian's judgment." Catherine clenched her fists in frustration. She hadn't been able to contact Rees and was desperate to check on her, but her brother had forbidden her from leaving the palace. Cliff recalled the heated discussion in the Duke's office regarding the poisoning. Killian had argued that Edith couldn't be the culprit. After all, no one had even entered Rees's room. Cliff, however, wasn't convinced. "It's obvious," he had insisted. "The poison was placed on something Rees was bound to touch." Killian wasn't having it. "You're jumping to conclusions. Edith couldn't have slipped past the palace guards. They're too well trained for that." The Duke, listening to the debate, finally put an end to it. "There's truth in what you're both saying," he admitted. Then, rising from his seat, he declared, "Regardless, this discussion is over. After the cake incident, Edith and her maid were thoroughly searched." Back in the present, Cliff turned to Princess Catherine with another bombshell. "The Duke is planning to visit the Imperial Palace soon." The princess's expression darkened. Little did Cliff know, the Duke wouldn't be coming alone. Back at the Duke's estate, Edith's mother-in-law asked how she was holding up. Edith smiled. "Honestly, I feel fantastic." And mentally, she thanked Anna for finally bringing her decent food again. The Duchess mentioned that Lennon had inquired about Edith's well-being and even offered her a job back in his office. However, before she could return to work, the Duchess insisted she visit the Imperial Palace. Apparently, Princess Catherine wanted to see her. Edith found herself in a carriage alone with the Duke, and she could hardly believe her luck. In the original novel, not only did Edith never ride in the same carriage as her father-in-law, but she was also never allowed into the Imperial Palace. However, as they neared their destination, her excitement turned into anxiety. Why had Princess Catherine summoned her? The Duchess had assured Edith that the royal family had always treated the Rudwicks well, and now they were simply interested in her. While her mother-in-law saw this as a good thing, Edith had a gut feeling that trouble was brewing. After all, the Emperor's sister was notorious for disregarding etiquette and doing whatever she pleased. The princess was known for her short hair, her refusal to wear dresses, and her free-spirited nature. She only ever listened to one person, Rees. Edith had actually liked Catherine's rebellious nature, but meeting her in person? That was a different story. Edith glanced out the carriage window, hoping that the princess's straightforward personality would work in her favor. She remembered that Catherine had fallen for Rees despite once being jealous of her relationship with Cliff. If Catherine could grow to cherish Rees more than Cliff, maybe Edith had a chance of winning her favor too. Unfortunately, as soon as she arrived at the Imperial Palace, her hopes crumbled. The tension in the air was thick. Edith couldn't even greet the princess properly until Catherine acknowledged her first. Finally, the princess spoke. "You're the daughter of the Reigelhoff family, aren't you?" Edith corrected her. "My name is Edith Rudwick." Catherine shrugged. "Not important. And just so you know, we're not having tea at this meeting. I hear you have a habit of poisoning people." "Oh, great." Cliff had already spilled everything to the princess. Edith quickly denied ever using poison, but also admitted that she had no way to prove her innocence. "I don't understand why your highness believes in rumors," she added cautiously. Catherine smirked. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Your marriage to Killian was a business deal, and the Duke would never give up the chance to be connected to the Count of Reigelhoff." Edith calmly replied that she understood, but the princess didn't buy it. With a teasing smile, she accused Edith of being a power-hungry schemer who dreamed of taking the throne. Edith firmly denied it, insisting that she respected the princess. At that moment, she recalled a key scene from the second part of the novel. After suppressing a rebellion, Catherine had disguised herself and walked around the city with Rees. It was the first time Catherine ever wore a wig and tried on a dress, and from that moment on, she started taking her imperial responsibilities seriously. Edith had once admired Catherine's fearless nature, her ability to ignore what others thought and live freely. So she gathered her courage and told the princess, "I only ask that your highness judge me fairly and not let the noble's bias cloud your opinion." Later, back at the ducal castle, Edith couldn't stop worrying about how she had presented herself to the princess. Did she completely embarrass herself? She decided it was time to stop getting flustered by pretty people and focus on thinking clearly in critical moments. Determined, she headed to the Duke's office to resume work, only to be grabbed by someone. "Sophia." The maid clutched Edith's throat, her voice low and threatening. "This is your last chance," she hissed. "Steal the Duke's tax records or die." Edith's mind raced. Was this some kind of sick joke? Sophia sneered. "I thought you finally came to your senses when you accepted those embroidery supplies. But no. You tricked me, and the poisoned thread had nothing to do with you, did it?" Edith realized that Sophia had nothing to do with the poisoning incident either, but that didn't make her any less dangerous. The maid leaned in. "If you refuse, I'll make your life a nightmare. And don't even think about exposing me, because once Killian finds out what kind of person you really are, he'll leave you and run straight back to Rees." Edith clenched her jaw. "You think you can manipulate me, but I can predict your future, Sophia. The Rigelhoff family is doomed no matter how hard you try. Even Shane Rigelhoff, your beloved master, won't escape his fate." A while later, Edith arrived at Linnon's office, apologizing for her tardiness due to the trip to the palace. Linnon assured her that everything was fine and suggested they get to work since the documents had piled up in her absence. As she dove into her work, Edith once again found solace in the rustling of papers and the smooth glide of her pen. It was a comforting, familiar place, the safest she had ever felt, both in this life and her past one. When Linon complimented her on her organization skills, she blushed, pleased by the praise. But as she flipped through a stack of papers, she noticed a small ink stain on one of them. For some reason, that tiny imperfection made her eyes well up with tears. Linon noticed immediately. He stood up, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped away her tears. "You don't always have to be so strong," he said. Outside the office, Killian happened to walk by. The door was slightly ajar, and he caught a glimpse of Linon dabbing away Edith's tears. Later that evening, Killian showed up unannounced in Edith's chambers. He sat on the bed, eyeing her curiously. "Why haven't you come to my room after work?" Edith blinked. "What?" Killian leaned in. "Didn't you enjoy our last night together?" Edith's face turned bright red. "What?" Unbothered, Killian smirked. "Usually you seduce me to prove your innocence." Edith was beyond mortified. I did no such thing." Killian raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you call sneaking into my room and kissing me?" Edith's brain short-circuited. "That was a misunderstanding." Killian wasn't convinced. "So you weren't satisfied and went looking for another man?" Edith finally realized. Her husband was drunk. Then his gaze darkened. He reached out, tracing a mark on her neck. "What's this?" But before Edith could answer, Killian turned her around, pulling her nightgown down slightly. His jaw clenched at the sight of multiple bruises on her back. "Who did this?" he demanded. Edith remained silent. The next morning, Edith was still deep in thought when Anna, her maid, asked why she looked sad. Edith sighed. "I actually slept too well last night." The reason? After Killian discovered the bruises. He had apologized for losing his temper. But Edith said that everything was fine, because it was the wife's responsibility. She suggested that her husband stay and spend the night together. Killian replied that he was not an animal to pounce on a wounded woman, then immediately left. That night, while Edith was sound asleep, someone gently applied medicine to her bruised back. Only 2 people knew about those bruises, Sophia and Killian. Which meant Killian had secretly come back to treat her wounds. When Edith woke up and realized she had missed the moment, she was completely distraught. How could she sleep through something so important? But before she could dwell on it, the door to her chambers suddenly burst open. Killian stormed in, bringing an assistant with him. His expression was unreadable as he declared, "Urgent business." Then, just as dramatically, he ordered someone to be brought in. Moments later, Sophia was shoved inside. The maid gasped in outrage. "This is unacceptable. I am a servant of Count. I was sent here to look after the mistress." Killian, unfazed, tilted his head. "A maid who can't do her job properly is of no use to my wife." Sophia clutched her chest as if she had been personally attacked. "I have served Lady Edith since childhood. I was trained to be her personal maid from a young age. God himself has blessed me with this role." Killian gave her a sharp look. A good maid would have reported her mistress's injuries. A great maid would have treated them. His gaze darkened. Yet the only person who knew about those bruises was you. Edith stared in shock. Killian had figured it out just by looking at her wounds. He took a step closer to Sophia. "Did you really think the bruises on my wife's body would go unnoticed? Just because they were hidden under her clothes?" His voice was low, cold, and lethal. Then he turned to Edith. "I'll personally see to it that the maid is removed from this castle. Besides, the Count's family has already asked for her return." Edith blinked. Wait. It was still early morning, and Killian had already managed to catch Sophia, investigate the matter, and contact her father. For the first time, she felt like her husband was truly on her side. He was protecting her, worrying about her. As Sophia was dragged away, Edith couldn't help but find the whole situation absurd. The Rigelhoff family was supposedly afraid of rumors, yet they valued their loyal hound so much that they immediately sent a carriage to fetch her. Just then, Killian turned to Edith with his usual unreadable expression. "I'm going to visit Ree's." And just like that, Edith's short-lived victory was crushed. Later, as Edith prepared to change clothes, Anna helped undo the corset of her dress. That's when the maid froze in shock. "Milady, what happened? Why didn't you say anything?" Anna's voice trembled as she took in the sight of countless bruises on Edith's back. Edith quickly assured her that she was fine, but Anna wasn't convinced. "Wait here. I'll go get some medicine." She was touched by her maid's kindness. At that moment, she truly appreciated Anna's loyalty and care. Somewhere in a dark void, an unknown figure in a hood stood in front of a glowing green sign. Condition for the second stage, complete or face a penalty. The hooded figure scoffed. Seriously? The first stage was completed perfectly, but now the requirements are getting weirder and weirder. As she read the message, a thought crossed his mind. The villainess of this novel had been acting far too naive. Like a sheltered noble girl who had lived a privileged life. Her biggest mistake? Trying to fix relationships with the main characters instead of coldly proving her innocence when accused. Shaking her head, the hooded figure muttered, "But Edith 13 is different among other Ediths. This one instead acted calmly and rationally pleaded for her innocence. Although I made her give up successfully at first. She even used that desperation to fulfill the exception of first stage in an unexpected way. Still, I can't understand why Killian have to do that. I only have control over the main characters. The side characters are a different story." Her lips curled into a smirk. Things were about to get interesting. In Lady Ree's chambers, Cliff frowned at his brother and asked, "Have you completely lost your mind? Why would you just let that maid go? She could be connected to the poisoning." Killian, unfazed, leaned back. "An accusation without solid proof isn't enough. Just because she was sent by Count Rigelhoff doesn't mean we can pin anything on her." Cliff's frustration grew. "So you're just letting her walk free?" "Of course not. I found the perfect excuse to kick her out of the castle without causing a scene. That girl was nothing but trouble for the Rudwick family." Cliff and Lady Rees exchanged surprised glances. They both recalled how Killian had personally brought Sophia into the castle. His sudden change of heart made no sense. Sensing their confusion, Killian added, "My decision was approved by the Duke." Lady Ree nodded. I agree with him. Cliff groaned in frustration. Why? What's your reasoning? Ree tucked a blonde strand behind her ear. Because we need to focus on the real issue. The poisoning. Finding the culprit is more important than debating about one dismissed maid. She sighed. It doesn't matter whether the poisoner is from the Sinclair family or the Rigelhoff family. What matters is that someone hates me enough to want me dead. She smiled bitterly. It'll hurt more when I finally find out who it is. Killian observed her quietly before saying, At least you spoke to the Duke about it. As he said this, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If his father got too involved, he might start looking into Edith's situation. If he realized that she was of no real value to Count Rigelhoff, their marriage, built purely on political interests, could be at risk. Killian clenched his jaw. Was that why Edith had never spoken up about the abuse she endured? Then, a memory resurfaced. Edith had once asked for Anna to be assigned as her maid. On the surface, it seemed like an innocent request, but was she trying to prevent suspicion? A realization hit him. Edith wasn't just suffering in silence. She was using him for her own survival. His thoughts were interrupted by Cliff's voice. What's with that look? What are you thinking about? Killian blinked. Nothing. Just, I've got a lot on my plate. Lady Ree gave him a knowing look. You mean because of Edith? Killian sighed. Mostly, yes. Ree smiled gently, brushing away tears. Then you should pay more attention to her. Take care of her. Killian was taken aback. Why? Ree's voice softened. While I was recovering, I kept thinking about Edith. She suffered through the poisoning just like I did. And unlike me, she's been alone this whole time. She glanced at Cliff. You and Killian have been visiting me frequently, but Edith? She must have been sitting alone, feeling abandoned. Why don't you do something nice for her? Maybe take her on a walk or have a conversation. Meanwhile, as twilight stretched into the late hours, Edith lay awake in bed. Sleep refused to come as thoughts of Killian and recent events filled her mind. She was certain now. Killian had figured everything out. The pieces were too obvious to ignore. 1. Edith had suffered constant abuse from her governess. 2. As soon as Sophia was exposed, a Rigelhoff carriage conveniently arrived to fetch her. Killian must have understood the whole picture by now. Yet instead of throwing her out, he had sent Sophia away. Was this sympathy? Edith sighed. She wasn't afraid of being cast out of the estate. After all, according to the original storyline, she played a far more important role than a mere maid. But something still nagged at her. Sophia wasn't supposed to leave just yet. She had a part to play in several upcoming events. How would her early departure affect her fate? Edith leaned against the table, her thoughts racing. No, she couldn't rely on Killian's sympathy. She still didn't know how much he valued her. If she wanted to keep things peaceful within the Rudwick family, she had to continue proving she was harmless. She had to change Killian's opinion of her, no matter what. Right now, he probably believed she had seduced him out of desperation. She had to correct that. Killian's persistence versus Edith's rejections. The next morning, Killian approached Edith with an unexpected suggestion. Would you like to have a small tea party with me? Edith blinked. Then to his surprise, she refused. Killian frowned. Did I catch you off guard? The next day he tried again. I know you've been eating alone in your room, he said. Join the family dinner tonight. Once again, Edith shook her head. I don't want to cause unnecessary conflicts. Killian sighed. He had to admit she had a point. His father was already wary of her because of the poisoning incident. The following afternoon, he made another attempt. The weather's great today, he said. Let's take a walk. Edith glanced up from her book. I appreciate the invitation, but I'd rather stay in my room. The sun's too strong. Killian closed the door behind him, feeling frustrated. Did she not want to be around him? Was he doing something wrong? Or, his mind took a darker turn. Was Edith still the manipulative and treacherous woman everyone believed her to be? Then again, she was also different from the awful rumors society spread about her. He had once decided to judge her based on his own experiences with her. But nothing was as simple as he expected. He should try again later. Just as he was lost in thought, the door to Edith's chambers swung open. She stepped into the corridor and stared at him in confusion. "Weren't you supposed to be on a walk?" she asked. Killian, caught off guard, blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Do you want to eat strawberry pie?" Edith blinked. Wait, was he talking about that famous pie? The one Anna had told her about? She could already imagine the sweet, flaky crust and the rich strawberry filling, but she quickly shook her head. "I've already gained a bit of weight lately," she said. "Enjoy it without me." Then, before he could argue, she turned and hurried down the corridor. As she walked, she scolded herself. She couldn't afford to get too comfortable. She had to keep playing the role of the quiet, sensible wife who wanted to be left alone. 3 days later, a shocking conversation. Edith found herself in Lady Ree's chambers. Rees took one look at her and asked, "Are you sad because of Killian?" Edith was stunned. "What? No." Rees smiled knowingly. "You don't have to hide it. The maids have been whispering. They say Killian keeps trying to talk to you, but you keep turning him down." Edith sighed. Servants do love to gossip. Marriage is their favorite topic. She hesitated before adding, "I think I may have given the wrong impression before. I'm actually grateful to my husband, not upset with him." Rees tilted her head. "Then why are you pushing him away?" Edith took a deep breath and tried to explain gently. Killian wasn't just any nobleman. He had given up so much for the sake of the duchy. But Rees had a different opinion. She believed that while arranged marriages weren't necessarily bad, they were a disaster when the two families were at odds. Edith smiled, insisting she didn't want her husband to pay attention to her just out of obligation. But was Killian actually testing her? The blonde girl strongly disagreed. Still, Edith stood her ground. In fact, Killian had been constantly showing up with different proposals. Just recently, he suggested she improve her health through exercise. When he asked if she could ride a horse and she said no, he immediately offered to teach her. Edith, however, refused, barely managing to escape from her annoyingly persistent husband. Edith then whispered to Rees that Killian had been sneaking into Lennon's office for 2 days straight, watching her work. Rees was shocked at Killian's strange behavior and begged Edith to be more understanding toward him. Then one day, Killian confidently approached Edith, declaring that he knew she had free time and should spend it with him. Edith thought about it. Her entire day consisted of helping Lennon with work and eating. That was all. So why did Killian keep seeking her out? Killian suggested going to the opera, but once again, Edith refused. Instead, she suggested he spend time with Rees, since she was feeling better. That response completely stunned Killian. But Edith was unfazed. After all, everyone knew how close he and Rees were. It didn't bother her in the slightest. Yet that made Killian angry. He demanded to know what she really thought of him. At first, Edith replied simply, he was her husband. But then she paused. If Killian was truly testing her, she needed to respond differently. She finally clarified, yes, he was her husband, but only on paper. Killian was clearly not happy with that answer. The ruby-haired girl looked down and admitted she understood. They had a marriage of convenience, after all. Edith continued, saying that she knew this marriage was like a chain around Killian's neck, preventing him from being with the woman he truly loved. In her mind, Edith wondered if Killian saw her as nothing more than a jealous, spiteful woman who had latched onto him like some scheming villainess. But Killian wasn't done. He was furious at the idea that she only saw him as her husband on paper. He bluntly asked if she simply didn't want to spend time with him. Or, could it be, was there another man? Killian suddenly accused her of having feelings for Lennon Filch. Edith was absolutely speechless. What was he even saying? Killian turned to leave, thinking he was the only one in this room who actually cared, the only one who was feeling jealous. He realized he didn't like this at all. Edith, meanwhile, looked at her husband's troubled expression and realized this wasn't just a test anymore. Reaching out, she placed her hand on his. Killian touched her hand, and with an intense gaze, asked, Even if I'm just your husband on paper, can I at least hold you in bed?" Edith gasped, yanking her hand back in shock. But Killian wouldn't let go. He leaned in, whispered an apology for his behavior, and kissed her. Edith didn't resist, but deep down, she knew this was dangerous. If things continued like this, misunderstandings would follow. Then, Killian kissed her neck, sending shivers down her spine. She mentally scolded herself. How could she let this happen? Because if she did, he'd just turn around and say she seduced him again. Suddenly everything went dark. A glowing green message appeared before her eyes. The system had updated. The second stage conditions had been met. The message changed again. Exclusive rights obtained. Author's control weakened. Edith's eyes widened. "Wait, I think I finally understand how this works," she shouted. If sleeping with her husband made things easier, then another message appeared. 10 of Killian's proposals rejected. Edith froze. Wait, was someone messing with her? Was the system forcing her to toy with her husband's feelings? She laughed to herself. Well, at least she had completed the second stage. Now she was just curious. Was Killian upset about it? Far away, a hooded figure was fuming. How did she pass the second stage so quickly? She muttered in frustration. Rejection. 10 times. To someone you love? Impossible. He thought of Reese and Cliff. A true lover would do anything for their beloved, even accept ridiculous demands, just for the chance to be close to them. The mysterious figure had never seen a version of Edith who could pass the second stage. That meant something had changed, and worse, her influence over the story was slipping. What if Edith reached the third stage? If that happened, the story would lose its pre-written path, and the characters would take control of their own fates. That meant the blonde beauty everyone adored would grow old and die like a normal person. The system demanded a new condition for the third stage. The hooded figure tried again and again, but every attempt was rejected. She was running out of options. And then it hit her. If Edith was going to break the system, then she had to be eliminated. Not by her hands, of course. Back in reality, Killian gazed at Edith in bed and asked if she was feeling all right. Edith, still processing everything, simply nodded. I wasn't expecting much, she admitted. Killian smirked. Muscles grow through training, he whispered in her ear, and your body is even more amazing than mine. He kissed her forehead, leaving Edith completely stunned. Had the story changed? She smiled slightly and teased. Are you planning to crush me with how tight you're hugging me? Killian suddenly looked at her seriously. Tell me something, he asked. When you said I was your husband only on paper, did you mean that? Edith blinked. Why was he asking as if he actually cared? Yes, she confirmed. But that response made her wonder. Was this just pity? If so, why was he going this far? In the novel, Killian had always lived in his older brother Cliff's shadow. Cliff was the stronger swordsman, the heir, and the one who had the love of the woman Killian wanted. Maybe Killian saw Edith as someone who understood loneliness, just like he did. She gently touched his cheek. What do I have to do? She asked softly. To make you believe me. Following that, Killian invited Edith to the theater. She was amazed by its beauty and grandeur. From the balcony, she could see the entire audience, but she wondered, could they even hear the performance in such a massive hall? Killian was surprised. This is your first time at the Capitol's theater. Edith thought about the original Edith's past and felt a pang of sympathy. Her father had restricted her from books and music, afraid she'd grow too independent. She changed the subject, asking about the play. Killian explained the tragic story of Odalit, a noble girl who fell in love with a wounded runaway prince named Laszlo. But when her father arranged for her to marry the rich Baron Hubert, she chose family duty over love. The performance was deeply moving. Edith even shed tears. Afterward, Killian asked, if you were in Odalit's place, what would you have done? Easy, Edith said. I'd marry the rich Baron. Killian was taken aback. She explained that Laszlo was no hero. He had hidden his identity and manipulated Odalit into a cruel test of loyalty. The conversation took a turn. Edith compared the story to Killian's life. Maybe the author had made Cliff the ideal hero, but in reality, time changed people. Even hardened hearts could soften. Killian stared at her, wondering, was she just saying sweet words again? But as he gazed into her sincere eyes, he realized she truly believed it. For the first time, he took her hand and led her on a walk through the glowing evening streets. And just for that moment, Edith thought, maybe, just maybe, she could break free from this story's fate. As the evening sun bathed the city in golden light, Edith strolled alongside her husband, Killian. A thought crept into her mind. He seemed too familiar with the streets, walking as if he'd been here before with someone else. The idea left her feeling uneasy, even a little sad. Just then, she noticed a young flower seller and paused. She couldn't resist asking about the price of a bouquet. Before she could react, Killian stepped in, handed the girl a few bills, and assured her it was enough. Both Edith and the flower seller were stunned by his unexpected generosity. To her surprise, he handed the bouquet to her, remarking that she must be the only noble woman in the empire who would try to buy flowers herself while her husband stood right beside her. Blushing with happiness, Edith thanked him and admitted it was the first time she had ever received such a bouquet. Killian, a little flustered, assumed she simply meant it was the first time she got an evening bouquet and suggested she should have gotten a fresh one in the morning. But Edith quickly clarified. This was truly the first time in her life that someone had gifted her flowers. Her mind wandered back to her past life. Her parents never wasted money on impractical things like flowers. Her only lover back then couldn't even keep their relationship from falling apart, let alone buy her a simple bouquet. Even the book version of Edith, as a noblewoman, probably had flowers sent her way, though she doubted she ever saw them, since Shane Reigelhoff likely had them removed. She gazed at the bouquet, inhaling its soft fragrance. Receiving flowers felt strangely thrilling. Killian noticed how mesmerized she was, but before he could say anything, Edith snapped back to reality. She quickly suggested they continue their walk, and when Killian agreed, she took his hand without hesitation. Like carefree children, they wandered through the lively streets, stopping at various shops, laughing and joking along the way. Killian, clearly enjoying her happiness, offered to buy her a treat, delicious popsicles on a stick. As they walked, they came across a street performer, a clown entertaining a small crowd with tricks. Edith, intrigued, stepped closer. The clown noticed her and playfully tried to pull her into the act. But she hadn't accounted for one thing. Clowns were terrifying. Her face twisted in horror, and Killian, unable to hold back his laughter, reached out a hand and calmly asked the clown to return his wife to him. Edith's heart skipped a beat. He had called her his wife, so naturally, in front of everyone. In that moment, she looked around and truly saw the city, the cozy streets, charming buildings, and bustling shops. These were things meant for the main characters of the story, yet now she was the one experiencing them. Had she reached the second stage? A thought struck her. If she was right, then fulfilling the third condition might truly free her from the original plot. Watching the ordinary townsfolk go about their lives, she wondered, could she and Killian really make their own choices? To decide when to be happy or sad, whom to love and whom to fight? Maybe they can start to have a normal couple relationship and be happy together. Following his first date with his wife, Killian was lost in his own thoughts. When he invited her to the opera and suggested a walk afterward, he had worried she might find it boring. But she loved art, so he took the risk. He assumed she had visited the theater many times before, with other men, perhaps. But her pure, unguarded reaction surprised him. Her joy during the performance, her astonishment at the bouquet. It was as if she had never experienced these things before. He recalls when their wonderful time came to an end, Edith turned to him with a warm smile. "Thank you," she said. "Tonight, I discovered so many new things." Killian paused. A realization settled in his heart. He was glad that so many things in Edith's life were happening, for the first time, but only with him. What's this unknown feeling? Am I going crazy? Still, I couldn't help but like it. Late at night, a soft, hesitant voice called out to Killian. It was Ree's. She figured he was exhausted from working too much, but in reality, Killian had been so caught up with Edith that he hadn't given Rees a second of his attention. Feeling guilty, he immediately asked what was wrong. With a nervous expression, Rees finally spoke. A maid had seen Lady Edith tampering with a needle and thread, smearing it with poison. Killian froze. Poison? Edith? That was already shocking. But then Rees dropped another bomb. The information had come from a maid who mysteriously disappeared, and Cliff was making his every effort to find her. Killian's temper flared. How did Cliff even know about this? And why had the maid stayed silent until now? Unfortunately, Rees had no answers. She explained that Cliff had simply told her he would handle it himself, but keeping quiet about something this serious didn't sit right with her, so she came straight to Killian. After a moment of silence, Rees hesitantly asked if this was all just a misunderstanding, because Edith would never do something like this, right? Killian, of course, immediately defended his wife. But there is a voice in his head, as if telling him that he couldn't help but suspect that this was another one of Edith's infamous tricks. Just then, a strange noise echoed through the corridor. Killian's sharp instincts kicked in, and he turned to Rees. "Did you hear that?" he asked. But when they looked around, there was no one else in sight. Shrugging it off, he returned to the conversation. Thinking aloud, Killian reasoned that Count Reigelhoff wouldn't have ordered his own daughter to harm Lady Rees, considering how little influence she had in the Duke's household. Jealousy could be a motive. But Edith wasn't the type to act out of petty spite. No, something didn't add up. Sighing, Killian turned back to Rees and reassured her. The maid was probably forced into silence, which meant their enemy had access to the duchy's servants. That was a serious problem. He announced his plan to interrogate the manor staff. But before he could take action, Rees quickly protested. Causing a commotion over this wouldn't be good. Killian merely smiled and draped his coat over her shoulders, remarking that it was getting colder in the mansion. Then, with a charming smile, he asked if she would let him know if Cliff ever decided to investigate Edith on his own again. "But don't tell my brother I asked," he added playfully, "or he'll keep everything a secret from you." Rees hesitated, but eventually agreed. Killian nodded, stating that it was late, and he was exhausted. He was heading to bed. As he turned to leave, Rees suddenly called out to him. Killian glanced back. "What is it?" he asked. She opened her mouth, but in the end, all she could say was, "Good night." 3 days later over breakfast, Killian sat at the table in Edith's chambers, enjoying a peaceful breakfast with his wife. Peaceful for him, at least. Edith, on the other hand, was far from pleased. He had been eating with her for several days in a row now. Something was definitely up. Forcing a pleasant smile, she gently reminded him, "Didn't you say you had a lot of work to do?" Killian simply smiled back, called Intense my wife in the sweetest voice imaginable, and casually replied, "Oh, I finished all my work ages ago." "Excuse me, sir? Since when did you act like this?" Her face burned with embarrassment. How was it even legal for someone to look that attractive while casually dropping such lines? Taking a deep breath, she gathered her thoughts and spoke seriously. "No, really. What's going on? You've been acting strange lately." Killian blinked in confusion. Strange? Isn't it normal for a married couple to have meals together? At that moment, something clicked in Killian's mind. Was this how Edith had felt all along, constantly being ignored by her own husband? A wave of guilt washed over him. "I've been in the wrong for a long time," he admitted, "but I want to make things right." He met her gaze, sincerity clear in his expression. "Can we start over? I'd like to get to know you better." Edith's heart skipped a beat. She barely recognized the man sitting before her. Was this really the same person who, at their wedding, wouldn't even let her touch him? Who had coldly slipped on his own wedding ring as if she wasn't even there? Still, she was grateful for his words. Maybe, just maybe, he really had changed. But then Killian said, "Oh, and just to be clear, you're still the prime suspect in all this." Killian quickly clarified, "Don't get me wrong. Every day, it's becoming clearer that you're innocent." Edith thanked Killian for believing her. What a roller coaster of emotions for me, though. Then, as if he hadn't just toyed with her sanity, Killian reached across the table, took her hand in his, and said smoothly, "I want to know everything about you. What you love, what you hate, what makes you happy." Edith squinted. Was he flirting? That's when it hit her. This felt just like a novel where the main character was surrounded by obsessive male leads. Before she could respond, Killian gently lifted her hand. "I don't want to miss anything when it comes to you." His words sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. She suddenly felt overwhelmed. Sensing her discomfort, Killian immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Edith internally groaned, but still continued her meal like usual. "Oh my, please continue, 'cause I don't mind at all." Thus began the observation phase. Killian stuck to Edith like glue. At first, she thought she'd be incredibly uncomfortable under his constant attention. But oddly enough, it felt natural, comfortable even. They spent more time together, talked more openly, and for the first time, Edith felt like she was truly part of a married couple. One day, the two were enjoying tea on the terrace with Cliff and Ree. Killian, ever the doting husband, told Edith she should take a coat with her. It was getting chilly. Edith waved him off. "Summer isn't over yet. If I catch a cold, no one will even notice," she added nonchalantly. Killian gasped in outrage. "Don't say nonsense. If you ever hide your pain or any sickness again, I won't leave you alone, so you better not be saying that in vain." He even apologized afterwards when he noticed Edith's reaction. Before Edith could respond, Ree suddenly blurted, "Wow, you two really act like a married couple." Edith instantly expected unfavorably response from her husband. Killian, however, smiled brightly. "Do we?" he asked, clearly enjoying himself. Edith is so surprised. In a desperate attempt to change the subject, Ree announced that today's tea was strawberry-flavored from a famous shop in the capital. Edith perked up. "I can already smell the strawberries." Killian chuckled. "You really like strawberries, don't you? You even enjoyed the strawberry pie yesterday." Edith nodded, explaining that strawberries had a nice balance of sweetness and tartness. Then out of nowhere, Killian tilted his head. "Then why do you use rose perfume?" Edith blinked. "Because I like strawberries as food, not as a scent." And just like that, she realized Killian was making Ree jealous. Deciding to play along, she coyly asked, "Do you prefer floral scents then?" For once, it seemed like Killian was the one flustered. And honestly, Edith looks like she's starting to enjoy this little game. Caught off guard, Killian faltered, but before he could answer, Cliff suddenly interrupted the newlyweds' conversation with a smirk. "I see your honeymoon is going strong, but Ree is struggling to get a word in." Killian looked at the blonde girl with a guilty expression. "Ah, I'm sorry. I've been neglecting you lately." Edith found this odd. In the novel, Cliff always kept his brother, the second male lead, under control. But now, he was practically encouraging him to spend time with Ree. Ree, however, waved off the apology. "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to let you know that the shoes I ordered from the boutique are ready." Cliff's expression shifted as he remembered something. "Right. My brother mentioned he wanted to go with you since there's a place nearby that he likes." Killian, without hesitation, responded, "I'll go, if my wife doesn't mind." At that moment, all eyes turned sharply to Edith. Cliff called her name, snapping her out of her thoughts. She had completely zoned out. "Huh? Sorry, I was thinking. Can you repeat that?" Ree frowned slightly. "It's no big deal. Cliff can just accompany me instead. Before that idea could settle, Killian cut in swiftly. I have time for you, Rees. And besides, there are plenty of boutiques Edith might like too. Hearing her name again, Edith finally came back to reality. Wait, what were they talking about again? Then Cliff said another unexpected thing. On the same day, he, their father, and Edith were required to attend an important meeting at the Imperial Palace. That meant the three of them couldn't go shopping, leaving Killian and Rees to go together instead. Now that was weird. Cliff, the guy who usually never let his brother and Rees spend time alone, was suddenly fine with it. As Edith mulled over this change, another detail nagged at her. The shoes. Killian and Rees had picked them out together before Cliff even became the main male lead. If he was jealous, wouldn't he want to erase any trace of Killian's gift to Rees? Something didn't add up. Her thoughts were interrupted when Killian suddenly tensed. "What is he doing here?" he asked, voice laced with irritation. Edith followed his gaze to see Damien Sinclair standing with the Duke. As they approached, Damien smiled. "It's been a while, young Master Killian and Lady Edith Reigelhoff," he said smoothly. Killian asked Edith to go inside first. Then, with a cold voice, Killian added, "By the way, call my wife Edith Rudwick now." With that, he turned back to his business discussion, leaving Edith momentarily stunned. Over their meal, Killian shared the latest troubling news. The Earl of Sinclair wants the rights to the southern iron mines. Edith's mind raced. Those mines originally belonged to Count Reigelhoff, and they were the reason for her marriage of convenience. If the Duke lost ownership, the political value of keeping the Count's daughter in the family would disappear entirely. Killian, clearly frustrated, sighed. If Damien came all the way here to negotiate with my father, then he's already made up his mind. He prepared to leave for work, but just as he was about to step out, he approached Edith. Gently, he ran his fingers through her ruby-red hair and leaned in. "Nothing bad will happen. I value you. You are my dear wife," he murmured, his voice unusually soft, almost purring. The next moment, he was gone, leaving Edith frozen in place, her heart inexplicably racing. A few hours later, hoping to clear her head, Edith slipped away to the famous Darcis Street, stopping at a small cafe to relax. While she joyfully eating her favorite cake, her maid, Anna, blindsided her with a completely unexpected question. "Lady Edith, do you love your husband?" Edith nearly choked, but Anna immediately apologizes for being presumptuous. Edith awkwardly smiled and said, "No, you're not forcing me to say anything. I just didn't expect that question from you, Anna." And just like that, her peaceful outing was crushed. Just kidding. Anna, ever the observant maid, explained her reasoning. She knew that Killian and Rees had a specific reason for visiting the boutique, but she also knew something else. The street where the shoe store was located was a well-known date spot. That's why she had stepped in to warn her mistress. Edith felt a small warmth in her chest. Anna's concern for her marriage wasn't just out of duty. It meant the maid had chosen her side. Unlike some other servants, Anna had always been loyal and responsible. But now she was genuinely worried for Edith. Touched, Edith smiled. "Thank you, Anna. I appreciate your concern, but Killian and I are doing well." She said it with honesty because, at that moment, it felt true. She wanted days like this to continue. Edith's thoughts wandered back to that morning. She had sold a dress she had never worn, thinking it was too revealing for a noblewoman of the duchy. The woman, however, had looked puzzled. "There's nothing wrong with dresses like these. It wouldn't ruin the duchy reputation if you wear something at this level of exposure in these days," she had said. "You'd look stunning in it." For a split second, Edith had considered keeping it since she knows that it will really suit her well. Maybe the saleswoman was right, but practicality won out, and she sold not just the dress but also her old jewelry. Diamond earrings, necklaces, all remnants of her life before marriage. Even so, the money wasn't enough, not for what she really needed. She absent-mindedly poked at her strawberry pie with her fork. No matter how kind Killian seemed now, she couldn't fully rely on him. A bitter memory surfaced. Lying in a hospital bed, she had once heard her brother screaming, refusing to help her. She had heard her father on the phone, complaining that she had fallen ill at the worst possible time because they had no money. Her mother had tried to bribe her brother with promises of something valuable if he would just cooperate. That was the day Edith learned a painful lesson. If you rely on others, you'll only be disappointed. If she had survived, it was only because she had learned to fend for herself. If she fell ill again, people would call her attention-seeking. If she asked for help, they would expect repayment. Anna, sitting across from her, had her own thoughts. For over 10 years, she had served the Rudwick family, learning the most important rule of a noble household. A perfect servant must neither see nor hear. No matter what drama unfolded, she had trained herself to be silent, invisible, unquestioning. She remembered the day Duke Rudwick summoned her and gave her a direct order to watch over Edith Reigelhoff and report anything suspicious. At the time, Anna had known Edith only by reputation, the villainess who had made Lady Ree suffer. When Ree had first arrived at the duchy, the other maids had gossiped endlessly about how pitiful she was. Anna, however, felt no sympathy. She had started working as a maid at 12. She knew what bad luck truly was. But Edith had turned out to be different. On their very first day together, Edith had invited Anna to dine with her. She didn't see servants as beneath her. She asked for Anna's opinions. She listened. She treated Anna like an equal, like a friend. Now, sitting in the cafe, Anna found herself wanting to make her mistress happy. And Edith, seeing the warmth in her maid's eyes, simply smiled. "I wish that too, Anna," she said, smiling. The two continued chatting like friends as they returned to the mansion. As soon as they arrived, Killian was waiting. "Edith," he said sharply, "what's this about you selling all your dresses and jewelry?" She blinked, startled. How did he find out so quickly? "That's nonsense," she said quickly. "I didn't sell everything. Just a few things I didn't need." Killian frowned. "You do realize that when high society hears about this, there will be rumors, right? A noblewoman suddenly selling her belongings? It's going to look bad for the duchy." Edith's stomach twisted. He was right. As the Duke's daughter-in-law, her actions wouldn't go unnoticed. She sighed. "I didn't think it would be such a big deal." Killian asked, "And why exactly do you need the money?" Edith hesitated. "I don't have any personal funds. The only money I had was from my dowry." At that, Killian's expression darkened. "What are you talking about? You receive a monthly allowance." Edith stared at him, completely lost. "I do?" His jaw clenched. "Edith, why didn't you say anything? You always do this. You never tell me what's wrong, just like before, when you were covered in bruises, when you were poisoned, when you starved. Do you really think I can't protect you?" The sudden intensity of his words caught her off guard. He reached out, his fingertips brushing her cheek gently. For a moment, Sophia's cruel words echoed in her mind. "Killian will kick you out the moment he learns about your secrets." Edith swallowed hard. She gently held his hand but didn't meet his eyes. "There are things I can't tell you, Killian," she admitted. "And you'll have to accept that." He exhaled sharply, but didn't argue. Instead, he muttered something about getting Linon to handle her finances and promised to buy back her dresses. "Killian, that's not necessary. If all of it came with you to this house means it all matters to you," he said firmly. Edith sighed in defeat. An hour later, as the carriage rolled toward the palace, Edith found herself lost in thought. The conversation with Killian left her unsettled. But right now, she had a bigger concern. Cliff. Next to her, Cliff finally broke the silence. "If you keep staring at me like that, I might start to think I've done something wrong," he teased. She blinked. "Oh, sorry, I was just thinking and didn't want to make you uncomfortable." Cliff smiled. "You've been spending more time with Killian lately." Edith sighed. "It's too soon to say anything. Just because things are peaceful now doesn't mean they'll stay that way." Cliff chuckled. "You know, there's no point in comparing your marriage to Killian's past with Ree's." She tensed. "Is that what you wanted to talk about?" "Not exactly." He leaned in slightly. Killian needs you, and I need Ree's. Edith frowned. What are you getting at? We both have a common goal, Cliff said smoothly. It would be in our best interest to keep an eye on things. Edith immediately shook her head. I have no interest in tying anyone to me. Cliff raised an eyebrow. Not even your own husband. Her lips parted, but she hesitated. He smirked. See? You're not very convincing. Changing the subject, Cliff started telling her about Killian's childhood, his love for sailing, his passion for art, his complicated relationship with Cliff, stating that Killian has an inferiority complex because Cliff always wins against Killian. Edith listened, intrigued. The novel had mentioned the brothers' rivalry, but not like this. She had never truly understood why they were at odds. As the carriage pulled up to the Imperial Palace, Cliff gave her a parting thought. Use what I told you, he said as he stepped out. Trust me, you have nothing to lose. Then, just as he was about to leave, he casually asked, By the way, do you know a maid named Sabina? Edith blinked. No? Ah, too bad. He smiled cryptically and walked away. Before she could question him further, a palace maid approached. Lady Edith, she said politely. I'll take you to Her Highness, but first you must change your clothes. Edith straightened, her mind shifting to the new challenge ahead. Whatever the palace had in store for her, she would face it head-on. Deep in the royal stables, Princess Catherine was gently stroking her horse when she suddenly froze. Why? Because she finally noticed Edith, the girl with striking ruby-red hair, standing nearby. Edith, still adjusting to the whirlwind of events since her arrival, introduced herself and naturally asked what was going on. She had barely stepped in before being handed a new outfit to change into. Princess Catherine raised an eyebrow and commented that she had heard Edith couldn't ride a horse. Yet, here she was, standing there, looking way too comfortable in riding gear. Uh-oh. Edith had completely forgotten to fake her awkwardness. After all, these were pants she had worn often in her previous life. Thinking quickly, she joked, Oh, my body's totally fine with it, but my soul, not so much. Catherine chuckled before motioning for Edith to follow her. Apparently, the princess had decided to personally teach her how to ride. Oh dear, what a privilege. Or is it a punishment? Once on horseback, Edith did her best to follow Catherine's instructions. Chin up, shoulders back, sit straight. The princess, however, was not one to go easy on her students. A horse's skill depends on its rider. Fear is the fastest way to get yourself thrown off, she snapped. Edith couldn't help but wonder. Was Catherine just getting revenge for their not-so-great first meeting? But as she caught sight of the serious look on the princess's face, a realization struck her. No, this wasn't about their previous clash. This was because of him. Killian had personally asked Catherine to teach her. Wait, Killian asked for this? Since when did he care? Catherine, clearly still wrapping her head around it, admitted that she too had thought it was some kind of joke. But nope, Killian was dead serious. She remembered the moment well, when the young master had boldly approached her, asking to speak privately, away from the Duke and her brother. At first, Catherine had been annoyed by his persistence, but then he made his request. Teach my wife how to ride a horse. Killian explained that the estate he would soon take over wasn't as civilized as the bustling capital. If Edith relied only on carriages, she'd be completely stranded once the heavy snow came. He had considered teaching her himself, but figured she'd feel uncomfortable learning from him. Instead, he turned to Catherine, the only person he trusted for the job. Now this was where things got interesting. Catherine had always assumed Killian's marriage was nothing but a political arrangement, temporary, just until things stabilized. She had thought he'd simply tolerate Edith for a while, and then get rid of her. But now, here he was, showing genuine concern for her well-being. Curious, Catherine had pressed Killian for answers. Do you really care about her that much? At that, Killian's expression darkened. He demanded to know where she had even heard such nonsense about him wanting to get rid of his wife. He was disappointed in Catherine for believing the empty gossip of high society. Catherine, clearly unimpressed, fired back. Oh, I'm the one believing rumors? Well then, can you honestly say Lady Edith has nothing to do with the Reigelhoff family? Killian hesitated for a moment before replying. She may be from that family, but she is nothing like them. He admitted that he couldn't fully explain things yet, but he asked Catherine to meet Edith first before making any judgments. Now, after witnessing Edith's respectful and polite behavior firsthand, Catherine realized something. High society was ridiculous. It had painted a modest, well-mannered girl as some sort of cunning villainess, and Catherine had blindly trusted that image without even meeting her. Feeling guilty, the princess turned to Edith and, in an unusually sincere tone, asked if she would accept her apology. The ruby-haired girl, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. Catherine, however, only smiled. Killian totally called this. He had warned her that Edith was overly sensitive. On the flip side, Rees and Killian were strolling down a busy street, headed toward a well-known boutique. Lady Rees had been excited to visit a particular shoe store, but to her horror, it was closed. Confused, she checked the time. That didn't make sense. Had she messed up the store's opening hours? Killian knew they had left according to schedule, despite being delayed in Lennon's office. Turning to Rees, he asked sternly, "Were you hoping to buy something specific here?" Rees quickly shook her head. "No, there's another store with similar shoes. Let's go there instead." Once inside, Killian carefully selected a pair of powder-colored shoes, decorated with a white ribbon and bow. He then knelt down, gently slid them onto Rees's feet, and fastened the golden clasps. As he admired the way they looked on her, a memory surfaced, one from his childhood. It was a warm summer day, and little Rees had gotten her shiny blonde hair tangled in a tree branch. He had thought, "This girl is the kindest, most radiant person I have ever met." Back then, he had believed that was love, but now he wasn't so sure. A phrase from his wife echoed in his mind. "There comes a time when wounds heal and things change." And the catch? It was Edith's voice in his head, not Rees's. Shaking off the thought, Killian finalized his purchase and asked the shopkeeper how long it would take to make 4 pairs of winter shoes. When the seller estimated 2 months, Killian frowned. That was too long. He explained that he would soon receive his title and leave for his domain. Rees hesitated before asking, "Will Lady Edith be going with you?" Killian, caught off guard, didn't know how to respond. Why was she asking? Seeing his hesitation, Rees quickly added, "It's just surprising. After all, she's my friend." Killian mentally kicked himself. Of course. Rees barely had any friends her age. Ever since childhood, thanks to Count Sinclair's strictness, she had rarely interacted with people. Even after moving into the duchy, she had been under constant supervision, leaving little chance to form close bonds. As they continued down the street, Killian noticed something else. This walk felt different. It wasn't like the simple, carefree strolls he had shared with Edith, filled with laughter and cheap street treats. His thoughts were interrupted when Rees squeezed his hand. She confessed that she was worried about his upcoming departure. Killian, surprised by her concern, didn't know what to say. To lighten the mood, Rees suggested they visit another shop. The boutique she chose was filled with elegant accessories. Trying on a floral hairpin, she turned to him with a hopeful smile. "What do you think?" Killian, ever composed, nodded. "It suits you." Then, without hesitation, he asked the shopkeeper to pack everything Rees had tried on and send it to the duchy. Rees gasped. "Killian, that's too much." But he simply reassured her. "It's fine. We don't get out often anyway." However, when they entered his chosen boutique, Rees noticed something. This store had a completely different atmosphere. Killian confirmed it. He was here to buy something for Edith. And for reasons she couldn't quite explain, that stung. Later that evening, Cliff was passing by Edith's room when he heard a woman's delighted gasp. Curious, he peeked through the slightly open door. Inside, Edith was admiring the beautiful gifts Killian had picked for her. When he offered to exchange them if she didn't like them, she protested, saying they were perfect. Smiling, Killian carefully tied a floral ribbon with pearls into her braid. When she shyly asked, "How do I look?" he froze. For a moment he was utterly speechless. "Beautiful, isn't she, Killian?" Then, regaining his composure, he murmured, "It suits you very well." Watching this tender moment, Cliff smirked to himself and walked away, shaking his head. As for me, just keep going, guys, 'cause I want more. Stepping inside the room, he was met with a sight, boxes upon boxes scattered around. He immediately assumed that Killian had showered Rees with gifts, making her day. But oh, how wrong he was. Rees sat there, her usual grace shadowed by gloom. Her voice, thin and trembling, barely carried as she muttered how terribly single-minded Killian was. On the verge of tears, she confessed that she shouldn't have asked Killian to accompany her earlier. Now, Cliff wasn't one to watch a lady in distress without acting. So, he did the most logical thing to do, comfort her, quite no accidentally, knocked over some of the gift boxes. With his striking golden eyes, he reassured her, "You don't need to worry about Killian." But Rees's sharp gaze questioned him. "I always worry about you and Killian," she admitted. That was just her nature after all. Cliff, however, had a different concern. With a serious expression, he asked, "Can I be the only person you trust and lean on?" He noted how troubled she seemed over Killian, but Lady Ree brushed it off, claiming she was just tired from an unexpectedly long shopping trip. Then, shifting the topic, she inquired about Cliff's day. Well, that certainly caught him off guard. She had thought about him during her walk. He took the chance to mention that during his carriage ride today, he had discussed with his sister-in-law how Killian had not set foot on his yacht this summer. Rees tilted her head. "Why bring that up?" she asked. Before she could get another word out, Cliff suddenly closed the distance between them. His voice dropped, filled with intensity. "I exist for you, Rees. Whatever you desire, I'll give it to you." He held her hand, his gaze unwavering, and softly pleaded, "My beautiful goddess of spring." She hesitated. "Cliff, look only me and don't ever look on anyone else but me." Cliff replied with a very strange smile. "Or more than I do? Then things are going to be more dangerous from now on." Oh no, this is bad news for Edith. Few days later, over breakfast, Edith was savoring a slice of strawberry pie when her thoughts drifted to her husband. She realized Killian had yet to visit the lake this summer, despite the perfect weather. Curious, she turned to him and casually brought it up. Killian, momentarily stunned, asked, "You really enjoy boat rides?" "Well, that was an interesting question." Edith, deep in thought, recalled how in her previous life, she hadn't even been on a regular boat, let alone a luxurious yacht. That memory alone was reason enough for her to bring up the topic now. Cliff had previously mentioned in the carriage that Killian hadn't used his yacht since his wedding. That small detail gnawed at her, pushing her to discuss it with her husband. Killian, much to her surprise, was pleased she brought it up. "Small boats can be dangerous," he explained, "but no need to worry. I have a yacht, and we can ride it together." Edith smiled, satisfied, but then a thought struck her. What if she hadn't mentioned it at all? Would they have missed out on this moment? Killian, completely unaware of her inner thought, casually mentioned, "I hope the weather is good tomorrow." Then, without hesitation, he called Anna and instructed her to tell Samuel to get the yacht ready. The next morning, in the estate courtyard, Lady Ree and Edith crossed paths. The blonde beauty, as always, took a moment to praise Edith's appearance before curiously asking where she was headed. "Killian invited me to the yacht," Edith replied. Lady Ree gasped, her eyes twinkling with excitement. "Oh, Killian and I used to sail every year." She then paused, thinking back. "He always fished when we went. Will he fish this time?" Edith blinked. I don't think so," Ree sighed. "Fishing is fun. What a shame if he doesn't do it this time. That's when something clicked in Edith's mind. Ree seemed awfully interested in a certain someone. Still, the conversation didn't last long. Killian arrived, calling for his wife, announcing that everything was ready. Ree's, as graceful as ever, bid them farewell. I was just taking a walk when I ran into Edith, so we started talking, she said sweetly before excusing herself. As they boarded, Edith found herself marveling at the clear water, the boats gliding past, and the sheer beauty of it all. Killian, ever the practical one, noted, "The boats are all out now because it's not too hot in the afternoon." Edith, however, was too busy running up and down the deck like an excited child. Everything was new, fresh, and dazzling. Killian, meanwhile, was begging her to stop before she tripped overboard. She suddenly felt the warmth of his coat around her shoulders. That's when it hit her. His attitude, his gaze, the way he spoke to her, everything had changed. As the atmosphere wrapped around them, Edith instinctively leaned in, lips slightly parted. It felt like even the wind was conspiring to bring them together. Killian, however, was completely clueless. "What?" Edith groaned internally. "Don't ruin the moment. Just guess." A beat of silence. Then at last, realization dawned, and Killian kissed her. It was one of those perfect days, but fate had other plans. As they prepared for the yacht trip, Edith debated what to wear and whether a parasol was necessary. Killian assured her a hat would do just fine. Killian, however, had his own thoughts. He had hesitated to invite her on a yacht trip, assuming she had already been on such excursions with other men. But her earlier words assured him otherwise. Meanwhile, he made his own preparations, instructing Samuel to double-check the yacht. Samuel assured him that everything was in perfect condition. When the time came, Edith stood by the lake, taking in the breathtaking scenery. The yacht gleamed in the sunlight, the water sparkled, and the boats drifted lazily. She thought to herself, if only things could stay this peaceful forever. But of course, the moment such a thought entered her mind, something had to go wrong. Just after another sweet kiss, Edith noted how romantic the boat ride was. Still caught in the moment, he ran his thumb over her lips and whispered, "We'll continue this at home." Edith grinned, eager to start their meal. Killian turned to stop the yacht, but then, a sudden gust of wind, the yacht jerked violently. The carefully arranged table flipped. Dishes, food, and chairs went flying. And then, a loud splash. Killian whirled around. Edith was gone. His heart clenched. He rushed to the edge, just in time to see his wife sinking, her dress dragging her down like an anchor. In the icy depths, Edith struggled, realizing this wasn't in the novel's original plot. Then, glowing signs appeared before her. 3 minutes until death. Another notification followed. If she died as a villain, the story would reset to its original course. That meant her relationship with Killian would go back to square one. Then everything went black. "No! Edith, wake up, please!" The next time she woke up, it was to the sound of Anna's tearful prayers. Everything from the beginning felt like the author's interference. But one thing was clear. This wasn't just about Killian or Samuel. Someone, or something, wanted her dead. At the same time, in the basement, Killian interrogated Samuel. His mind replayed the horrifying moment when he pulled Edith's almost like a lifeless body from the water. He had never felt such terror before. Killian called out Edith's name, his voice filled with desperation. But her eyes remained shut. He hugged her body, begging her to wake up. He still had so much left to say. As he held her, memories flooded his mind, taking him back to the day he had gone on a shopping spree for her. He had picked out some accessories, thinking about what would suit her best. When Edith saw his efforts, she had smiled so brightly and told him how happy she was that he had thought of her even when he was outside. That smile, it was beautiful. And now, here she was, lying unconscious before him. Fate really had the worst timing. Killian recalled how flustered he had been by Edith's words that day, and had awkwardly suggested they go shopping together next time. He had even informed the shoemaker in advance that they'd be ordering boots and shoes before they left. What he hadn't admitted back then was how often he thought of her. Every little thing he saw made him wonder, would Edith like this? But before that sweet moment, he had treated her terribly. He remembered how they had once walked down the corridor, arguing. In his anger, he had yelled that he couldn't trust her. Edith, unfazed, had simply replied that she wasn't surprised. After all, it had always been that way. He had repeatedly blamed her for the dark history of the Reigelhoff family. At one point, he had even asked if she was truly human, or a snake. Yet now, none of that mattered. What mattered was figuring out who was responsible for this. And why did it feel like there was something far bigger at play? Shoving aside his thoughts, Killian turned his focus back to the interrogation. He reminded Samuel that he had served the duchy for 10 years, and hinted that the man must have valued Duke Rudwick's opinion of his work, especially since he had never made a mistake before. But then, Killian's patience snapped. His voice rose in anger as he demanded to know who was behind this, and whose orders Samuel had followed. Just then, a frantic knock came from outside. Killian turned to see a terrified Anna, who gasped out, "The mistress. She's awake." Killian wasted no time. He rushed to Edith's chambers, nearly throwing the door open in his haste. Edith, lying in bed, hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. Before she could say anything, he pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her for a long moment as if making sure she was really there. Feeling the warmth of her husband's arms, Edith couldn't help but smile. When he finally let go, she noticed how pale he looked. Concerned, she asked why. Killian immediately tells her it was hardly surprising. She had nearly died. "Tell me what really happened," she said. Killian's expression darkened as he explained that the yacht's sailing equipment had been tampered with. The ropes had been tied in a way that caused the vessel to lose balance. If everything had been properly maintained, the accident never would have happened. He then assured her that he was interrogating Samuel and would tell her as soon as he learned anything. But Edith, ever sharp, immediately protested. Samuel wouldn't do this. He knows he'd be the first suspect. And just like that, realization dawned upon her. Someone was trying to eliminate her. And worse, this wasn't even part of the original storyline. The ruby-haired Villainess quickly pieced things together. An unknown force, an author, was interfering with the events of this world. The system had even restricted her meddling, calling it excessive. So how exactly had this so-called author tried to get rid of her? Edith knew that minor characters were less bound by the main plot. Take Lennon and Anna, for example. Since she interacted with them often, the author couldn't simply erase her through them. Instead, she had to create new, unnatural events, almost as if she was bound by the novel's rules. Which meant the culprit had to be someone who had despised her for a long time. There were two possibilities. Sophia, the servant with a grudge, or someone with high status who still saw Edith as a villainess. Cliff Rudwick was a prime candidate for that role. As for Samuel, he didn't fit either category. He wasn't even mentioned in the original story. Regret filled Edith. She couldn't explain any of this to Killian. All she could do was hope that he would trust her judgment. And trust me, Edith, because Killian did. When Edith insisted Samuel had been framed, Killian returned to the interrogation room and ordered the guards to release the man. Samuel, still shaken, hesitated. "Does this mean you're firing me?" To his surprise, Killian shook his head. "There's no evidence against you. I won't punish an innocent man." The older man was stunned. Killian added that Samuel could take the day off, but Samuel only bowed deeply and insisted that he wanted to catch the real culprit. He couldn't just stay silent after everything the mistress had done for him. Edith's kindness is truly amazing, because this man, once a suspect, was now willing to help them. Left alone in his office, Killian found himself staring at the haunting image burned into his mind. Edith's almost lifeless body in the water. He clenched his fists in frustration, slamming them against the desk. Someone had tried to take his wife away from him. That person would pay. But he had to control his rage. This wasn't just an attack against him. It was a crime against Edith. At first, his suspicions landed on the Rigelhoff family. Was this their way of getting revenge for the Duke sending their maid back to the county? Or was it the Sinclair family? They had been involved in multiple shady incidents before. Something was missing, a key detail he had overlooked. Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts. A servant entered, announcing that Samuel had arrived. Killian gestured for him to come in. Samuel hesitated before speaking. He firmly denied having any part in the incident. He had personally checked the yacht, and it had been in perfect condition. But then, he mentioned something interesting. That morning, he had parked the yacht by the lake when young Master Cliff approached him. Cliff had been searching for something that belonged to Lady Ree and had asked for help. The distraction had been brief, but if something had happened to the yacht in that time, then it was his fault. Killian narrowed his eyes. Why would Samuel admit this now, especially after being freed? Samuel's answer was simple. Because I want to catch the person who tried to hurt the mistress. Killian studied him. The man was furious that someone had dared to harm Edith. Again, the power of her kindness never ceased to amaze him. Samuel even bowed his head, prepared to be punished for his mistake. But Killian told him to stand tall. Edith never wanted to punish anyone. That hasn't changed. After Samuel left, Killian sat in deep thought. Cliff had been at the lake early that morning, searching for something of Reese's. It was a small detail, but it gnawed at him. He remembered how, before the yacht trip, he and Edith had met Reese. Was she waiting for Cliff? Killian's mind began connecting dots. During the poison thread incident and the data leak, Cliff and Reese had been nearby. Too nearby. He had promised Edith he would conduct a fair investigation back then. Yet, despite all the evidence proving Edith's innocence, everyone had believed Reese's words instead. Now it was clear. Cliff and Reese weren't just bystanders. They needed to be investigated. And Killian had every intention of doing just that. Keep it up, Killian. From now on, shield your beloved wife from harm. Oh, and exercise caution when dealing with snakes. Okay? Caring means loving, right? Of course. Killian, now the picture of a devoted husband, make sure Edith is well fed with her favorite cake. What a heartwarming sight. Who knew this man had such a soft side? Killian then shared. Samuel stopped by my office recently to apologize for what happened. He wanted to make sure you knew how sorry he was about the accident. But that wasn't all. Killian admitted that thanks to Samuel, he had gained even more insight into the accident's circumstances. And to think, it was all because of Edith's kindness. Edith blushed and thanked him, but Killian was quick to protest. No, I should be the one thanking you, he insisted, offering her another bite of cake like the true gentleman he was. Just as things were getting all warm and cozy, in walked the last two people they wanted to see, Cliff and Reese. Excuse me, Cliff started, handing Edith a bouquet. I feel bad. I think you got hurt because of me. Oh, really now? This guy sure knows how to play innocent. Killian, not missing a beat, asked him what he meant. But Cliff brushed it off, saying he was just being nosy and that he had been the one to suggest she go boating with Killian. Edith, always quick on the uptake, realized something important. Authors tend to have key characters stir up situations that weren't even in the original novel. The bigger the role, the more influence they have over the plot. If the author's power still followed the original story, then the culprit had to be one of the major characters. Could it be Reese, Cliff, the Duke, or Killian? The mere thought shook her to her core, making it hard to focus on anything else. Edith, are you all right? Reese's voice jolted her back to reality. Reese expressed guilt about not following the doctor's orders, and honestly, she had a point. Even the doctor had stressed that Edith needed rest and should avoid crowded places. Killian chimed in, admitting they hadn't done a great job enforcing that rule, so he took matters into his own hands. And this was coming from the same guy who stayed with her until late every single night. If that's not devotion, what is? Killian then suggested that they all leave so Edith could finally get some proper rest, promising he would return once she was awake. But before stepping out, he shot a suspicious glance at the first two to leave. Honestly, Who wouldn't? Edith, seeing his worried face, quickly reassured him that she was fine. Killian's frustration boiled over. How can you say you're fine? The culprit is still out there. Before he could go on, Edith gently placed her hand on his face, cutting him off. Have you been sleeping well? She asked softly. I appreciate how much you worry about me, but I've been thinking. If something like this ever happens again, you can't just throw yourself into danger for me. It's too risky. Killian looked utterly betrayed. So you expect me to just stand there and watch you drown? To his utter shock, Edith replied, That's exactly what you should do. Or, do you want to die with me? Killian was stunned into silence. And in that moment, Edith took the opportunity to explain. She wasn't saying this to push him away. She just wanted to take care of him too. Because as much as she appreciated his heroics, things could have ended very differently that day. Days passed, and at last, Edith was well enough to take a stroll outside. But it wasn't just her health that had improved. There was a noticeable change in the atmosphere around the mansion. Every servant she passed greeted her warmly, their smiles so bright that one might think she was the most revered figure in the entire Rudwick estate. Perplexed by this sudden shift, Edith turned to Anna. Why is everyone acting like this? She asked, genuinely curious. Anna smiled for a moment before explaining. Well, it's probably because you helped Samuel avoid punishment. He's been working here for years and has always been kind to others. To be honest, before this, Sabina disappeared for a while. Sabina, the source of past drama, Anna continued, lowering her voice slightly. Before she vanished, she was spreading nasty rumors about you. Because of that, some people thought you were the reason she was gone. But when you saved Samuel, even after nearly dying in that accident, those rumors completely faded. What a plot twist. One moment, she's the supposed villain. The next, she's the mansion's most admired lady. Life sure has its way of keeping things interesting. At the same time, in a luxurious parlor where noble ladies gathered to sip tea and stir up trouble, a juicy topic was making waves. Did you hear? Lady Edith Reigelhoff nearly died in a boating accident, one woman exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Some murmured that it had been just an unfortunate mishap, while others weren't so convinced. Perhaps someone had tampered with the yacht's rope on purpose. At the mention of Edith's near-death experience, Layla's lips curled into a sinister smile. Oh, what delightful news. But her glee was short-lived. The moment someone added, and you know what? Killian jumped into that freezing lake without a second thought to save her. Layla's expression twisted into sheer disbelief. Hold on. Killian? Her Killian? Jumping into the icy water for Edith like some devoted love-struck hero? The reality of it hit her like a ton of bricks. Layla's frustration flared, but she forced herself to stay composed. That is, until she heard another unsettling detail. The culprit was still roaming free. Even the person in charge of the yacht had been released without punishment. How was that possible? It didn't add up. With wicked eyes, she leaned in and shared her own theory. Maybe the Rudwicks planned this, she speculated dramatically. Think about it. Lady Edith, the Duke's only daughter-in-law, almost drowned, yet no one has been held accountable. Doesn't that seem suspicious? Oh, Layla, always finding a way to twist the narrative to fit her wishes. And just like that, her earlier frustration vanished. A wicked sense of satisfaction took over. She might not know who was behind the attempt on Edith's life, but to her, it didn't matter anymore. She was now convinced that the Duke's family simply didn't want Edith around. In her mind, it was only a matter of time before Edith was gone for good, and when that moment came, well, Layla would be right there, ready to claim Killian's heart. Someone, please hand her a reality check. The Rudwick mansion was unusually lively, with servants bustling about in a flurry of activity. Curious about the commotion, Edith turned to Anna, who quickly filled her in. The young masters have been called to the dressing room. Anna explained. "They're getting fitted for their royal robes, special attire for important events." Then with a smile, she added, "You'll also be getting a matching dress with Lady Ree's. What kind of style would you like?" Edith blinked. Right, fancy outfits. With everything that had happened recently, she hadn't given much thought to this upcoming event. But now that she thought about it, the Duke had already informed them a week ago. Empire Foundation Day was just 1 month away. Meanwhile, Cliff had been keeping an eye on things and reported some troubling news. "Archduke Lanston has been acting suspiciously again," he said, his tone serious. "I'm sure he'll use the event to flaunt his power." Killian, however, was unimpressed. "If he does, he'll just end up looking like a fool in front of everyone," he remarked dryly. That said, the Duke still urged caution. They had to remain vigilant in case the Archduke made any unexpected moves. He even asked Killian for his thoughts on the matter. Killian, ever the strategist, admitted that the Crown Prince would likely ignore the Archduke's threats, at least for now. As for Edith, she reflected on the original storyline. The Empire's foundation was too crucial to the plot, meaning neither the author nor anyone else could significantly change what must happen. Still, Edith had a mission to fulfill, one given to her by Sophia in the novel. The problem? Since Rees was the main focus of the story, even Edith had no idea what actually happened to villainous Edith in the original version of this scene. Lost in thought, she barely noticed when Anna called her name. Quickly snapping out of it, she apologized. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something," she said before adding, "I don't really mind what kind of dress I wear." After all, she had plenty of options. Killian had already brought back all her dresses. Technically, the original Edith was supposed to be the type who never repeated outfits, but to her, every single one of those dresses still felt brand new. Yup, thrifty mode activated once again. Before Edith could get on with her day, she found Killian waiting for her, inside Lenon's office. His reason for being there? Simple. He will take her to shop for new clothes. Of course, it wasn't just about the outfits. No, this was Killian's way of making a statement. He planned to attend the event with Edith, dressed in coordinating outfits, to both show her off and put an end to any lingering rumors. Edith tried to protest, but, as expected, Killian won. His argument? This would be their first official outing as a married couple. Apparently, their little theater date didn't count in his mind. But honestly, not a single complaint here. As the couple left, Lennon returned his focus to the book in his hands. The title: A Study on Curses, Manipulation and Control. Oh, so now he was researching brainwashing and mind control? Could it be that this was under Killian's orders? Things were getting more and more interesting now. When Edith entered the boutique, she expected a standard shopping trip. What she didn't expect was the extravagantly dressed Moffat Dahlia, the shop owner, personally greeting them. The enthusiasm was one thing, but the way he carried himself. Calling him humble would be quite the understatement. As she flipped through the catalog, her eyes widened at the sheer grandeur of the designs. Were they dressing for a royal ball, or preparing to outshine the entire noble class? Turning to Killian, she couldn't help but ask, "I thought you weren't into these flashy styles." Killian, ever composed, replied, "It's not my preference, but for a royal ceremony it's appropriate." Ah, formality strikes again. Edith had actually tried to escape this whole dress-up ordeal by appealing to her mother-in-law, but that plan backfired. Apparently, representing the honor of the Rudwick family meant wearing only the finest. So much for a simple, elegant gown. As for Killian, he had gone so far as to consult the royal seamstress about high fashion, all while maintaining his usual unreadable expression. It was oddly amusing to think of him, a man feared for his cold demeanor, seriously discussing lace and embroidery choices. Killian had an eye for quality, and his selection for Edith was no exception. The shop owner himself seemed particularly pleased. Many nobles have wanted this dress, but somehow it never suited them, Moffat explained with an excited gleam in his eyes. But now, it feels like it has finally found the right person. That was a nice sentiment. But Edith was more concerned about Killian's reaction. She stepped out, nervous, half expecting a neutral or dismissive response. Instead, Killian's cheeks reddened slightly as he said, "You look beautiful." "Oh, that was unexpected." And then, as if that wasn't enough, he added, "It suits you even more than I thought." Wait, did he just smile? Edith wasn't sure if she was hallucinating, but it was there. A genuine beaming smile. Well, there was no turning back now. Since Killian insisted on matching outfits, Edith decided they might as well go all in. As they walked through the streets, Killian casually remarked, "We should have tried more dresses before deciding." "So what he really wanted was an entire fashion show," Edith replied. "I didn't realize you were so sharp when it came to these things." Killian, looking slightly embarrassed, admitted, "People have told me that before." Then, as if recovering his usual demeanor, he quickly suggested, "We should get matching shoes too." Arriving at the shoemaker's shop, Killian was immediately recognized. "Are you here to proceed with your order?" the owner asked. Killian nodded. "Yes, 2 pairs of boots and 2 pairs of shoes for myself and my wife." Edith, intrigued, asked about the boots. "Risen is much colder than the capital," Killian explained. "You'll need something waterproof and warm." Practical as always. As Edith's foot was measured, her thoughts drifted to Risen, their future home. The novel never went into much detail about its economy or culture, so she had no idea what to expect. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something peculiar. Killian was staring at her, intently. The second she turned to meet his gaze, though, he immediately looked away. "Oh? How suspicious." Smirking, Edith teased, "Why are you avoiding my eyes?" Killian, flustered, muttered, "It's nothing." And then, as if scrambling for a distraction, he suddenly suggested, "Let's look at more shoe designs." Right, nothing suspicious at all. No shopping trip was complete without dessert, and Edith happily enjoyed a slice of strawberry cake while sitting with Killian. She remembered how Cliff once suggested that seduction was the key to winning over her husband. Looking at Killian now, though, she found that completely unnecessary. Unlike Cliff's schemes, Killian was already sweet to her in his own way. "I noticed last time that you like strawberry tea," Killian suddenly said, "so I thought of bringing you here someday." Edith's face lit up. "I love it." Seeing her so happy, Killian looked just as pleased. However, their peaceful moment was soon interrupted by hushed voices. A group of noble women at a nearby table was engaged in their favorite pastime, gossiping. "So who's going to marry Cliff Rudwick?" one of them whispered. Another added, "I heard Reese Sinclair is the reason both brothers avoid other women." Then, their conversation took a turn for the worse. "About the newlywed second son," one woman said. "I feel sorry for his wife." Laughter followed. Edith looked at Killian and noticed he was not amused. If this continued, things could get out of hand. So she decided to take matters into her own hands. Gracefully rising from her seat, Edith strode toward the group. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. The gossipers froze as Edith fixed her gaze on one particularly bold woman, the one who had just called her Edith Reigelhoff. "It's Rudwick." Her voice was calm, but her tone was sharp. "If you're going to gossip about me, at least say my name correctly. Since you seem so informed about my family, that shouldn't be too difficult." The women stiffened. Edith calmly poured some tea before adding, "Also, you might want to lower your voices. Someone like me could overhear." Then, with an icy smile, she delivered the real blow. "Tell me, how do you expect me to react after hearing you talk about a woman who lives under the same roof as my husband and me?" One of them stammered, insisting they were merely repeating rumors. "Oh, that only made things worse." Edith's gaze sharpened. "If you can't handle the consequences of spreading false stories, then perhaps you shouldn't gossip in the first place." The silence that followed was deafening. Then, with a final, chilling glance, she delivered her last warning. "I hope you'll all be more careful from now on." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away, leaving them speechless. As soon as Edith sat back down, Killian burst into laughter, loud, heartfelt laughter that didn't stop for a while. His poor wife, now thoroughly embarrassed, stared at him in disbelief. but when he finally calmed down, he looked at her with admiration and said, "You know, the more I see you, the more incredible I think you are." Killian explained that it wasn't just because she shut down those gossiping noblewomen so effortlessly. It was the fact that, instead of being angry at him for causing the rumors, she had directed all her frustration at the gossipers. Of course, Edith had a point. It was their fault for spreading nonsense. However, Killian admitted that he wasn't completely innocent. His actions, whether careless or not, had fueled those rumors in the first place. Then, just like that, his mood took a sudden nosedive. He sighed and muttered, "I know. You don't love me, so I guess it doesn't really matter to you." And before Edith could even react, he apologized and told her to forget what he had said. Edith froze. If only he knew. The truth was, she loved him so much that no amount of gossip could shake her feelings. But just as she was about to say something, she reminded herself. Killian was still the second male lead in Reese's story. She needed to keep her emotions in check. So, the two of them returned home with an awkward tension lingering between them. And just when Edith thought the day had been eventful enough, Linon and Anna greeted them with unexpected news. The Duke and Duchess had taken out the Light of Lorraine. This was no ordinary piece of jewelry. The Light of Lorraine was a Rudwick family heirloom, carrying deep historical significance. In the original story, Rees wore it publicly, marking her as someone closely tied to the Duchy of Rudwick in the eyes of the Empire. Edith wasn't particularly surprised by this development, but Killian, he was fuming. Without wasting a second, he grabbed Edith's hand and stormed toward the Duke and Duchess. The moment he barged in, his father scolded him for his lack of manners, but Killian didn't back down. "I apologize for my rudeness," he said stiffly. "But while Edith and I were out getting fitted for our National Day outfits, you brought out the Light of Lorraine. That means it's for Edith to wear, isn't it?" Edith's heart nearly stopped. Oh no, she knew very well that necklace wasn't meant for her. It was for Rees. But technically, Killian had a point. That heirloom was supposed to be worn by the Lady of Rudwick at her first public appearance after marriage. As the tension in the room thickened, Killian took things even further. He offered the pair of matching earrings, ones that complemented the necklace, them to Edith in front of everyone. Panic set in. How was she supposed to reject this without embarrassing him? Thinking fast, she blurted out, "I don't like it. It's not my style." Silence. Absolute silence. Everyone was stunned. Well, technically she wasn't lying. Her dress was gold. Her hair was ruby red. Pairing it with a blue necklace would be a fashion disaster. That was a valid excuse, right? I'll let it slide this time. With Killian forced to apologize on her behalf, Edith quickly dragged him out of the room under the excuse of needing rest. Crisis averted. Once the couple left, Rees immediately apologized. However, the Duchess reassured her that the decision was entirely theirs, so it wasn't her fault. Then she suggested that Rees and Cliff get some rest as well. After the room had cleared, the Duke turned to his wife and admitted, "I never knew our son could be like that." The Duchess, on the other hand, was lost in thought. It was obvious that if Rees wore the necklace at the National Day event, it would create a tricky situation for Edith. But what troubled her even more was something else entirely. How did I not think of Edith at all while preparing for this? She murmured to herself. Back in Edith and Killian, she was busy scolding her husband for barging into rooms without knocking. Eventually, she asked him, "Why were you so upset earlier?" Killian's response was unexpected. "Why aren't you angry, Edith? If Rees wore that heirloom necklace, even though she doesn't even have the Rudwick name, can you imagine the kind of rumors that would spread about you?" That's when Edith noticed. Killian's hands were trembling. His voice, though controlled, carried an underlying frustration. "Do you have any idea what people say about you? What they'll say at the National Day event?" Brushing it off, Edith replied, "I've heard plenty already. Like what happened at the cafe today. How much worse could it be? I'm used to it." Killian explains. It's not about them calling you snake or villainess, he said. The rumors now are different. People are saying our marriage is falling apart. That if we were to divorce, no one would be surprised. And worse, they think you're so cruel to Rees that even the servants despise you. Edith's reaction? A simple shrug. Let them talk. I'll handle it just like I did back at the cafe. That seemed to lift Killian's mood. He smiled and teased. So, you'll put on a show again at the National Day banquet? Honestly, Edith's reputation was already at rock bottom. What was one more scandal? But Killian wasn't as indifferent. He reached out, cupping her cheek as he softly admitted, "When everyone told me my future wife had a terrible personality, I thought my life was doomed. But, thanks to you, I've been happier than I ever expected." And then, in the sweetest voice, he added, "I think this is that mood you mentioned before. If I close my eyes, will you kiss me?" Edith would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous about the National Day banquet. She knew the things she'd hear wouldn't be pleasant. But before she even had time to feel hurt, Killian would already be there, angry on her behalf, shielding her from the pain. So in the face of his unwavering kindness, what did it matter? Their passionate kiss deepened, until Killian suddenly pulled away, remembering her health. Ever since the yacht incident, he had been extra cautious about not tiring her out. But Edith wasn't about to let him off the hook. With a playful glint in her eyes, she teased, "Oh my, are you pretending to be innocent? I'm fully recovered, and even attended my writing lessons today, you know. And I'm still waiting on that promise you made back then." And with that, another fiery moment unfolded behind closed doors. Whoa, is it just me? Or is it getting hot in here? Just kidding. Maybe. The long-awaited National Day celebration has finally arrived. Killian eyes at the ruby necklace and asks, "Are you sure you're fine with just this?" Edith, unfazed, reassures him that she prefers to wear her usual ruby necklace. No need for anything extravagant. Looking back on their conversation the previous night, Killian had been concerned and suggested she wear a different necklace. After all, the Rudwick family possessed many jewels besides the Light of Lorraine. He even mentioned that if he asked his mother, she'd happily lend Edith one of her prized pieces. But Edith had her own thoughts on the matter. "You know what will happen, Killian. If I show up flaunting some extravagant jewelry, it'll seem like I'm trying too hard. If anyone comments on my necklace, I'll just say I carry a piece of my husband's heart around my neck." Oh, Edith, that's just the right amount of sweet and clever. And honestly, what could be more valuable than the first gift Killian ever gave her? It wasn't just a necklace. It was the first act of kindness he'd shown her, back when he was still a 100% puppet of the original story's plot. With no other option, Killian gives in and fastens the necklace around her neck. Still, he can't help but comment, "It suits you well, but I can't believe my wife is this humble." Edith, ever the playful one, fires back with a grin. "How can you call me humble when I managed to marry Killian Rudwick? You're being too generous with your praise." That line catches him completely off guard. Killian turns red, coughs awkwardly, and mutters, "You really say the most ridiculous things." Oh dear, the cold and aloof husband is blushing again. Keep up the good work, Edith. But of course, all eyes eventually turn to the main character of the day, just not in the way you'd expect. Amidst the noble's whispers and judgmental stares, Rees makes her grand entrance alongside Cliff, proudly wearing that necklace. The message is clear. Cliff and the Rudwick family openly acknowledge Rees as one of their own. Or rather, Rees is making a bold declaration. Her silent claim as the future Duchess of Rudwick. Edith, standing off to the side, hides a sly smile. She knew the gossip would spread like wildfire. That's just how things work in this world, right? Meanwhile, Killian watches her curiously, clearly wondering what kind of drama is unfolding inside her head. Despite all the spectacle, Edith's personal choice for best dressed at the event goes to none other than her mother-in-law. The Duchess of Rudwick looks absolutely stunning in the dress Edith had picked for her. And let's not forget, both the Duke and Duchess are wearing matching outfits, just like Killian and Edith. Now here's the twist. When the dresses from Ree arrived, the Duchess frequently wore the ones Ree chose for her. But the dress Edith had suggested, not once had she worn it, until now. So naturally, Edith is taken aback to see her mother-in-law debut it at such an important event. And the surprises don't stop there. The Duchess's elegant gown draws admiration from noblewomen left and right, and then, plot twist, she casually reveals that it was Edith who personally picked it for her. If that wasn't enough, she proudly takes the opportunity to introduce Edith to the noblewomen, acting like a doting mother. For a moment, Edith is completely stunned. This was not in the original story. What is happening? As she processes the unexpected turn of events, Killian leans in and whispers, "Go on." Taking her cue, Edith gracefully steps forward and introduces herself, while Killian watches with unmistakable pride in his eyes. Now, what's a noble banquet without a dance? As Killian and Edith twirl across the ballroom, he asks her how it feels to be back in noble society. Edith's only response? "I can barely remember any of the people I met earlier." Honestly, relatable. Those long, complicated Western names in fantasy novels. Impossible to keep track of, Killian assures her. You don't have to remember them all. Just focus on your steps for now. Seizing the opportunity, Edith teases him. "Oh, Killian, are you afraid I'll step on your feet? You do realize you're dancing with Edith Rudwick, right?" She playfully touches his face as she speaks. The truth is, even if Edith struggles with names, her body remembers all the dance lessons from the original Edith's childhood. So, all she has to do is let muscle memory take over. And sure enough, after executing a graceful turn, she smirks and asks, "Still worried about your feet?" Killian, blushing yet again, mutters, "Pardon me, you must have danced with many other men to be this good." Amused, Edith smiles. "I'm not into overly jealous guys." What a perfect couple. But where there's a sweet moment, there's also someone burning with jealousy. Watching from a distance, Layla seethes with rage. Her brother Damien, clearly watching the scene, nudges her and smirks. "Didn't you say Killian Rudwick tried to kill his wife?" he taunts. Layla, doing her best to keep her temper in check, grits her teeth in frustration. As if things couldn't get worse, she also notices Ree standing proudly beside Cliff, adorned with the Rudwick family jewels. Even Damien finds something off about the whole situation. Something about Edith is different. Sure, she was always beautiful, but before, she carried an air of gloom. Now, she actually seems happy. And yet, she's married into a family that once feuded with hers. None of this adds up. Can these two please just exit the stage already? Back to our lovely couple. As their dance comes to an end, Edith continues teasing her blushing husband. But just as the light-hearted moment carries on, her expression suddenly shifts, nervous, tense, as if she's sensing something ominous. And for bad reason, the worst father ever has just arrived to ruin the moment. Like the snake he is, Count Reigelhoff approaches them with a sickly sweet smile, greeting the couple as if he's the most doting father in the world. Under the guise of a heartfelt father-daughter chat, he requests to speak with Edith alone. But thankfully, Killian is right there to shield her. Holding Edith's trembling hand, Killian cuts straight to the point. "What do you want to discuss with her apart from me? How suspicious. Is there something you don't want me to hear?" The Count's fake smile falters for a split second, before he dramatically raises his voice, insisting that he simply wants to reconnect with his beloved daughter. Sure. Killian doesn't buy it. "And how is that maid doing these days?" he asks coldly. "I assume you remember the maid you cared about more than your own daughter." Oof. Direct hit. The Count scrambles for an excuse, claiming that Sophia was merely a strict governess and only tried to correct Edith's behavior. Meanwhile, Edith isn't sure if Killian is truly defending her, or if he just doesn't want her to have any secret conversations with her father. Either way, she musters the courage to speak up. "I'm doing well," she tells her father. so you don't need to worry about me. Count Reigelhoff hesitates under Killian's sharp glare, but eventually backs off. Of course, the moment he turns around, his true nature resurfaces. His face twists with resentment. How dare Edith be so ungrateful? Expecting an interrogation from Killian, Edith braces herself. But instead, he simply reminds her that the Emperor will be arriving soon, and they must prepare to greet him as a family. He extends his hand. Shall we? As the Rudwicks wait for their turn to greet the Emperor, Edith's mind is elsewhere, specifically stuck on the original story. According to the book, this is the moment when the entire high society finds out about Reese's close friendship with Princess Catherine. This should be a grand moment for Reese. Not only does she finally get the recognition she deserves at the National Day Festival, but she's also dazzling while wearing the Light of Lorraine. Everything should be going exactly as the book described. And yet, why is the princess looking at her instead? Uh-oh. Edith has a bad feeling about this. There can only be one reason for this unexpected attention, and she mentally braces herself for whatever disaster is about to unfold. Amidst the dazzling lights and noble chatter, Catherine finally speaks. The only good thing about these grand events, she muses, is that I get to see everyone I cherish in one place. The Duke and Duchess Rudwick and their children. My dear friend Reese is positively glowing today. And, Edith Rudwick, did you just coordinate your outfit with Killian's? A hush falls over the nobles. Matching outfits? The rumors surrounding Edith and Killian have been all over high society, yet the Rudwicks continue to present themselves as a loving family. If Catherine's words weren't enough to shock them, what she says next certainly does. Now that I think about it, Catherine continues with a pleasant smile, I've always invited Edith and Reese separately. Maybe next time I should have you both visit together. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The Duchess, of course, is beyond pleased. The princess treating her children with such kindness, after all. But for the nobles, oh, the whispers are running wild. Edith and Reese, friends with the princess. That's not something everyone is happy about. Speaking of not happy, Killian's sharp eyes catch something odd. For a brief moment, Reese's expression isn't one of joy, but something less pleasant. It vanishes the second Cliff checks in on her. But that flicker of an expression? Suspicious. Could it be? Is she a White Lotus? A few moments later, Killian approached Edith with a concerned expression, offering her a glass of wine. How are you? He asked. Edith, keeping it casual, simply smiled and replied that her feet hurt a little, but it was nothing serious. Of course, that was only half the truth. Deep down, Edith was completely baffled by everything happening around her. The National Day celebration was supposed to be a fixed event in the original story, something that shouldn't change no matter what. And yet, here they were. Could it be because she had fully completed the second stage? But she didn't even know what the conditions for the third stage were. So why were the major plot points already shifting? Before she could dwell on it further, a familiar voice caught her attention. Considering you share royal blood, Grand Duke Lanston, it's no surprise you're one of His Majesty's most loyal supporters. I heard you were close to the late Emperor as well. Oh, the audacity. He was blatantly siding with the Grand Duke in front of everyone. And he wasn't alone. Several nobles eagerly chimed in, reminiscing about the late Emperor's reign, describing it as the Golden Age, the most glorious time. Now, it didn't take a genius to see where this was going. Praising the previous emperor was a not-so-subtle way of implying that the current one wasn't up to par. However, even the royal supporters weren't having it. Let's not taint this joyous occasion with such discussions, Grand Duke Lanston cut in smoothly. His Majesty is still young, but he is making every effort to rule wisely. I've known him and Her Highness since childhood. To me, they've always been pure and fragile, which makes my heart go out to them, too. His words might have been meant to diffuse tension, but Princess Catherine clearly wasn't happy. Frustrated, she turned on her heel and left the banquet hall. Killian, ever the caring friend, immediately stood up. Turning to Edith, He asked for permission to follow the princess. Edith nodded in understanding. But before leaving, he whispered, "If your father comes to bother you again, just cause a scene. I'll handle the consequences." Oh, what a protective husband. However, it wasn't her father who came to stir trouble. Instead, a group of noble ladies nearby suddenly launched into a very loud and very pointed conversation, one that was clearly meant for Edith's ears. Topics included her excuse about her feet hurting earlier, her status as a hostage in this marriage of convenience, Count Reigelhoff openly supporting the Grand Duke. Most people would have been annoyed, but Edith, she was actually impressed. These ladies were surprisingly well informed. Amused, she continued listening until they started tarnishing the Rudwick name with their gossip. That was her cue to step in. Layla and her little minions were gleefully discussing the possibility of Edith getting divorced at such a young age. Oh, how tragic it would be. If that happens, I'll be a woman who was once married to the great Killian Rudwick. With the alimony I'd receive, I could settle in a small but cozy mansion and enjoy my days. She paused, then added with an exaggerated sigh. With all that money, my beauty, and my figure, I could even take a few lovers on the side if I wanted to. And who knows? If the mood strikes, I might remarry. The sheer confidence. The noble ladies were stunned speechless. Layla, flustered, snapped, "You're nothing but a parasite living off the Rudwicks." Oh, the irony. Edith tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Oh? But I'm simply playing by the rules of your own game. After all, don't you ladies rely on your fathers before getting married off to your husbands? That hit a nerve. Layla immediately retorted that she and her group were nothing like Edith. Edith simply chuckled. Oh, we are nothing alike, that's true. After all, I achieved something you never will. I married the great Killian Rudwick. And right on cue, the man himself entered the scene. Without missing a beat, Edith turned to her husband and asked, "Killian, have I ever acted fake around you? Because someone here seems to think I've been pretending to be all delicate and lovely just to deceive you." Killian raised an eyebrow. "I wish you would. Unless you're flirting with other men." Well, that was unexpected. Before he could react further, Edith leans on him like a slight hug, completely ignoring their audience. "Of course not. You're the only one for me." Killian, caught off guard, blushed. It took him a moment to recover. Layla, clearly defeated, took this as her cue to leave. Edith 1, noble ladies 0. Still a bit flustered, Killian suddenly spoke. "Just so you know, Princess Catherine is nothing more than my childhood friend. I've never seen her in a romantic light. She's more like family to me, even more than Cliff is." Edith reassured him immediately. "Don't worry, I never doubted you for a second." Killian, however, was a little disappointed. He thought maybe she just didn't care. But in reality, Edith already knew the truth. The Killian in the original story was a devoted romantic. Once he loved someone, it was with all his heart. There was no need to question him. On a more serious note, Edith took a moment to reflect. At the beginning, she had felt nothing but despair. The strict rules about the original plot governing her life had been suffocating. She had even thought about running away, not caring where she went, as long as she could find some peace. But now, there were people who genuinely cared for her, people who had faith in her. The Duchess, her work buddy Linon, her friend Anna, and even Princess Catherine. They had all shown her kindness in different ways. And then there was Killian. Could she really stay? Could she live her life with the man she loves? The night ended with Edith and Killian dancing together at the banquet. Sweet moments continue at last. Meanwhile, somewhere else, amid shattered glass and broken objects, Layla is still fuming. She still couldn't believe what had happened. Then, out of nowhere, a letter appeared before her. Its message was simple. An invitation to conspire in a great plan to get rid of Edith, once and for all. With a letter guiding her way, Layla found herself standing in front of a suspicious-looking house, in an even more suspicious part of town. It wasn't exactly the kind of place you'd expect a noblewoman to visit, but hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. As if things couldn't get any weirder, A knight adorned with the Rudwick family emblem appeared, basically confirming what Layla had already suspected. Whoever sent her here clearly had business with Edith. Without a hint of hesitation, Layla curved her lips into a wicked smile and followed the knight inside, ready to set her grand scheme into motion. Back at Rudwick's mansion, in Lennon's office, Edith greeted him with a casual good morning before spotting a book sitting on his desk. Naturally curious, she reached for it, assuming it was work-related. That single movement was enough to send Lennon into full panic mode. His eyes widened, and without missing a beat, he lunged forward to slam the book shut with the urgency of someone hiding a deep, dark secret. The two of them instinctively sprang apart, as if repelled by an invisible force field. Awkward much. He, scrambling to explain himself, blurted out that it belonged to Killian, but Edith quickly interrupted, assuring him she hadn't meant to pry. No need for a cover-up, she was just curious. Hoping to shift the conversation elsewhere, Lennon asked about the last banquet. Edith admitted she had a great time, so much so that she needed an entire day to recover. Of course, that wasn't entirely by choice. Killian had kept her from leaving under the excuse that she had to take responsibility for tempting him during their dance. The memory made her a little guilty, so she tried to apologize to Lennon for taking time off, but Lennon, ever the logical one, dismissed it as part of her noble wife duties. He was technically right, just not in the way he expected, making her turn red from embarrassment. Starting today, please review these documents for the Ryzen territory, Lennon instructed, pointing a thick stack of papers in front of her. He explained that once Killian received his title, the two of them would be moving there. While Ryzen was far from the capital, it had a lot of potential for growth. I've gathered tax records and production data from the past 10 years. Since you'll be managing the land alongside the young master, it's important for you to get familiar with this information now, Lennon added. In the original storyline, after the rebellion arc, Killian would receive his title, leave the ducal estate, and settle in Ryzen. As the perpetual second male lead, he was doomed to a lonely existence. But Edith wasn't about to let that happen. If she could survive the rebellion, she and Killian could build a new life together, far away from the capital and its endless drama. Even if he didn't love her in some grand, passionate way, they could still be happy. That thought alone filled Edith with determination. Then, out of nowhere, Lennon hit her with a question. Lady Edith, doesn't Lady Ree make you uncomfortable? Edith blinked. Not really. Things have just been chaotic lately, but there's no real reason for us to be uncomfortable with each other. Oh, how naive she was, because the next day, Edith found herself in a very uncomfortable situation with Ree. Why? Ree had invited her on a little trip to La Belle Marie Street. A casual shopping trip, she said. An opportunity to see the beautiful year-end decorations, she insisted. A chance to buy gifts and do some sightseeing before Edith and Killian left for their territory. Ree listed every possible reason to convince her, and Edith had to admit, her persistence was impressive. Still, Edith couldn't help but wonder, why was Ree suddenly clinging to her instead of sticking to Cliff, as she usually did? Trying to politely decline, Edith reasoned that she had a lot of work to do, and simply didn't have time for an outing. Now, considering the original novel's events, this was definitely strange. The heroine and the villainess, hanging out, that never happened. But Edith had a theory. Ree, despite being surrounded by admirers like Cliff and Killian, had never really formed friendships with other noble ladies, except for the princess. In the book, there was an event where Ree visited La Belle Marie Street with Princess. It was part of her growth arc. But with recent changes, like the unexpected announcement during the National Day celebration, Edith had a sneaking suspicion that some plot points had shifted, meaning the event that originally involved the princess had now fallen onto her instead. If she refused Ree's invitation, the story would likely revert to its original course. And Edith wasn't about to let that happen. She wanted to help the princess, so in the end, she accepted Ree's offer. The moment Killian heard about this plan, his reaction was, well, predictable. You and Rees are going somewhere? By yourselves? His worry was practically radiating off him. La Belle Marie Street. We're just going to do some shopping and look around, Edith explained. Killian immediately offered to go with them, but Edith reminded him that he had an important meeting at the palace that day. Besides, it wasn't like they were sneaking off into danger. It was a public street, in broad daylight. Especially after what Her Highness said at the banquet, I thought it'd be good for Rees and me to show others that we're friends, she added. Despite her reassurances, Killian didn't seem convinced. Edith misunderstood his reaction and assumed he was still worried she might try to harm Rees. In reality, Killian's concern ran much deeper. He had a gut feeling something was off, but no matter how much he investigated, he couldn't find any solid proof against Cliff and Rees. All evidence related to Edith's case had been secured by the Duke himself, and gathering new testimonies from the household staff was too risky. The only thing Killian had was a book about witchcraft and curses, but that wasn't exactly something he could present as evidence. Lennon, always the voice of reason, pointed out that if the Duke discovered they were investigating Cliff behind his back, it would only seem like Killian was jealous of his older brother and trying to frame him. Lennon also understood that Killian had no feelings for Rees, but without proof, there was nothing they could do. Worse yet, when Killian asked if Lennon had ever heard a strange voice in his head, criticized Edith just like he always had, Lennon's answer was a firm no. That shook Killian more than he cared to admit. If no one else could hear it, was it just in his imagination? Was he simply making up excuses to justify his guilt? In the end, he had no choice but to let Edith go with Rees. At the very least, he could assign a knight to protect her. And just in case, Killian warned her, narrowing his eyes, don't try anything funny tomorrow. My dear Edith, please don't misunderstand your hubby intentions, okay? The day of Edith's outing with Rees arrived in the blink of an eye. Rees, practically bouncing with excitement, eagerly led Edith through the bustling streets, pointing out all the must-visit shops. From the famed Moonlight bookstore, brimming with the latest swoon-worthy romance novels, to the Fiancé boutique, a treasure trove of bonnets, parasols, and elegant accessories. Rees had recommendations for everything. But just as she was about to gush about another spot, she noticed Edith looking a bit drained. Concerned, she stopped in her tracks. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment, Edith admitted before flashing a curious smile. You seem to know this street like the back of your hand. Do you come here often with Cliff? Rees quickly dismissed the idea. Not at all. I just read about it in the magazines that La Belle Marie Street publishes every 3 months. They introduce the best shops, and I love flipping through them, she explained, a wistful look crossing her face. I always thought, if I ever had a friend, I'd love to stroll around here with them. Edith paused, reflecting on Rees's words. It hit her. Rees, like the other characters, wasn't intentionally acting against her. She was just playing her part in the story, guided by the author's pen. In the novel, Rees, as the heroine, had been an unavoidable thorn in Edith's side, a constant reminder of her villainous fate. That's why Edith had kept her distance. But now? Things were different. Edith had broken through the second-level confines of the plot. She had even managed to win over the princess, a crucial character in the novel. If such an unexpected friendship was possible, maybe, just maybe, she could befriend Rees too. Determined, Edith decided she wouldn't turn a blind eye to Rees's loneliness any longer. The duo spent the day shopping like best friends, trying on hats, walking arm in arm, and diving into the shelves of a bookstore in search of the perfect romance novel. Naturally, Edith couldn't resist teasing Rees a little, casually picking up a book with some spicier content. The moment Rees realized what kind of story it was, her face turned as red as a rose. But then, plot twist. Turns out Rees wasn't as innocent as she seemed. With a knowing look, she mentioned a certain title, Madame Graham's Intimate Seduction. That name alone spoke volumes. Edith is shocked. Wait, what? Have I been living under a rock? She thought. Utterly floored by this revelation, curiosity piqued, Edith leaned in. "Is that book available here?" Ree shook her head. "No, not in this store, but there's another place. Cliff doesn't know about it, though." Oh, this was getting interesting. Without wasting time, Edith sought out Anna and made a sneaky request. She needed Anna to cover for them. The excuse? Anna had an errand to run, and Isabel, Ree's maid, was just tagging along. Anna looked skeptical, but the moment Edith whispered that they were going to buy one of those novels, and more importantly, that Rees didn't want Cliff finding out, Anna had no choice but to agree, albeit reluctantly. After some time, the two book-shopping rebels agreed to meet up later once they had chosen their purchases. As Edith browsed through the titles, she realized she had underestimated Rees. Who knew the seemingly pure-hearted heroine had a hidden knowledge of those kinds of books? Truly, there was more to people than what was written on the pages. Flipping through the books, Edith forced herself to exercise restraint. 3 books should be enough for today. After all, she could always return with Anna another time. But just as she finalized her choices, she realized something alarming. Rees was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Edith peeked behind a nearby door, only to find herself staring at a deserted alleyway. Strange. She turned back, intending to return to the shop and pay for her books when... "Oh my God, it's really Edith Reigelhoff!" A man's voice rang out behind her. Before she could react, everything went black. Now, who was that mysterious man, and what in the world just happened? To uncover the answer, let's rewind the clock to 3 days prior, on the night of the Grand National Festival. Layla stood in a dingy, dimly lit house, her guard standing alert beside her. She wasn't one for small talk. She got straight to the point. "Who sent that letter?" she demanded, her sharp eyes locking onto the hooded woman before her. The woman spoke but didn't give a direct answer. Instead, she showed something from her cloak, the emblem of the Rudwick family. Layla's mind raced, and then it clicked. Of course. It had to be the Duke Rudwick's doing. Who else would be orchestrating this secretive scheme to eliminate Edith? Her lips curled into a satisfied smirk. She didn't need to ask further. The plan was simple. Layla would attend Viscount Cecily's tea party the next day, where she would discreetly pass on the crucial information handed to her. And what was that information? A note detailing the exact date and time of Edith's upcoming visit to a certain bookstore during lunchtime. Back in the present, Anna stood outside impatiently. Something felt off. Rees's knight had excused himself to visit the bathroom quite a while ago, but he hadn't returned. Sensing the trouble, Anna asks Isabel, but she simply smiled and shrugged. Well, how should I know? That's it. Something was definitely wrong. The moment Edith's eyes flutter open, she finds herself in an unfamiliar, run-down house, both hands tightly bound with rope. Ah, the classic signs of a kidnapping. But before she can fully process the situation, an unsettling scent of blood lingers in the air, coming from the man standing before her. "Who are you?" she asks, trying to mask her unease. The man scoffs, as if personally offended. "Huh, you really don't remember? I'm one of the many men who once knelt at your feet. Because I gave you information about the railway branch in Armagh, I lost everything, my wealth, my reputation, even my claim to my father's title. And now you don't even remember the name Fred Cecily." Ah, that explains a lot. Edith is well aware that the original Edith, before she possessed this body, was infamous for seducing and manipulating high-status men to extract information. So many victims, so little time. Unfortunately, the original story barely scratched the surface of just how many people she had used. Tracking them all down is practically impossible at this point. So it's entirely believable that Fred Cecily had been one of those unfortunate souls. However, Edith is certain of one thing. This whole revenge kidnapping episode was never in the original story. It reeks of a fabricated event, much like the infamous yacht incident before. A custom-made death trap just for her, courtesy of the author. And if that wasn't bad enough, the dreaded green death countdown screen appears before her once again. Just great. But Edith knows better than to panic, She recalls from her past experiences that just because the timer starts doesn't mean her death is inevitable. After all, it stopped the moment Killian saved her last time. The best approach? Talk her way out of this mess. First strategy: appeal to the kind Fred, hiding somewhere inside this lunatic. She gently reminds him that kidnapping and wielding a knife aren't exactly the best life choices. To her surprise, it works. Well, sort of. Fred starts apologizing, claiming he never meant to scare her. Unfortunately, this moment of remorse quickly spirals into something far worse. While Edith is discreetly working on loosening her restraints, Fred launches into a dramatic monologue about his undying love, or more accurately, his full-blown obsession. "Since meeting you, I've realized I'm quite the romantic," he declares. "I've thought of nothing but you ever since I returned to my rural estate. When I heard about your marriage, I nearly lost my mind. A man like me could never compete with Duke Rudwick. So, I came to a conclusion. If I can't have you in this life, why not just die together and start over?" Ah, yes. Nothing says healthy love like a murder-suicide pact. With eerie enthusiasm, Fred points the knife at her and explains how he read a book from a fortune teller once informed him that if two people die together in the same place, they'll be reborn together in their next life. "As if that nonsense could be true," Edith snaps, horrified. Fred simply shrugs. If it's a bluff, so be it. But the idea of falling asleep forever in each other's arms is romantic enough. There is absolutely no reasoning with a lunatic. Time for a new strategy. Edith puts on her most regretful expression and says, "I'm sorry. Truly. I took advantage of your feelings. It's not just a lie." She knows firsthand what it feels like to be used and discarded by someone she once loved in her first life. Back then, all she had wanted was a sincere apology. But Fred isn't buying it. His face twists in disbelief. "You? Apologizing? That's impossible. You're Edith Reigelhoff, the woman who looks down on everyone. A demon in human form. You'd never lower yourself to apologize to me." "Oh? Interesting." Edith decides to roll with it. "You don't know anything about me," she sighs. "That whole flower snake of Reigelhoff? It's just that, a rumor. The men who chased after me only did so because of those false stories. And once they met the real me, they left disappointed. Did you know I actually despise parties? I've rejected every single invitation since my marriage." Fred's brain practically short-circuits. "What are you—" "I only attended in the last national banquet because I had no choice," Edith interjects. As she speaks, she discreetly notes that her death countdown has increased. 3 hours left. No, now it's over 4. That means she's on the right track. "I prefer quiet reading places over noisy parties," she continues. "Think about it. Where did you run into me? A bookstore, right?" "Stop!" Fred yells as if she's destroying his entire worldview. "Don't say another word! Don't ruin my image of you!" Almost there. Edith's hands are nearly free from the rope. Just one last push. "Fred, I'm not the woman you dreamed of," she says softly. "Wouldn't it be meaningless to die for a fake like me?" Silence, it's working. Then suddenly, Fred's expression shifts. He narrows his eyes. "Edith, tell me, is there something very important behind me? Because as we talked, you kept glancing at that direction, as if waiting to be saved." "Oh no," Fred smirks. "You almost had me fooled, until I saw this." He lifts up The Countess's Pet, an adult novel Edith had grabbed from the bookstore earlier. He smiles. "So you still don't trust me? But that's fine. If you won't come willingly, then I'll be your loyal pet dog instead." With a crazed glint in his eyes, Fred lunges at her with his knife. But Edith has already freed her hands. She barely dodges the attack. Forget the countdown. Her only priority now is escaping. She quickly scans the room. There, a window. Without hesitation, she hurls a shoe at Fred's face for distraction, then grabs the nearest chair and smashes it against the glass. Freedom is within reach. But just as she's about to leap out, Fred yanks her back by the hair. The knife is coming. She closes her eyes, bracing for impact. Then, blood drops across her face. Edith's eyes fly open. Standing before her, gripping Fred's blade with his bare hand, is none other than her husband. "I'm sorry for being late," Killian says, his voice steady despite the crimson dripping from his palm. Edith has never been more relieved to see him in her entire life. Somewhere in the mysterious void, a hooded figure, or should I say the author, is absolutely seething. Why? Because Edith has once again dodged death like an expert escape artist. But her survival comes at a cost. Her constant meddling has begun to mess with the original storyline. The carefully crafted plot? Now riddled with unintended disruptions, thanks to her interference. Edith's earlier suspicions were spot on. That whole kidnapping incident? Yeah, that wasn't just bad luck. The author had set it up as a grand stage to get rid of her, even going the extra mile to create new locations that never even existed in the original work. Talk about dedication to a villain's downfall. Sure, she managed to deal with Anna, but simply removing her wasn't enough. Because Anna was the key person who tipped off Killian about the situation, despite the heavy consequences of disobeying her master's direct orders. And speaking of Killian, he was supposed to be at the Imperial Palace, far away from all this. So why was he already so close? A single maid's intel, the desperate actions of a second male lead to find the Villainess. All these elements had fallen into place, forming the perfect rescue scene. A miracle in a world that should only bend reality to favor the female lead. Yet, the author remains confident. In her eyes, Edith's good luck has limits. She might have survived a few life-threatening scenarios, but there's no way she can surpass the final hurdle. Eventually, things will return to their rightful order, and the story will reach its proper conclusion. Even with her lack of information, all Edith can do is hold on for as long as possible, the author mutters to herself. On the flip side, Edith is greeted with yet another system notification. The author's control is significantly weakened. But instead of feeling relief, she's fuming. Playing with people's lives like this? Unforgivable. And yet, despite her anger, the only response she gets from the system is silence. The realization is chilling. If things continue this way, she might never reach the third stage condition to confront the author. Worse, she's constantly at risk of new, unpredictable dangers that weren't even part of the original story. The fear creeps in, making her tremble. Just as she considers abandoning everything and running far, far away, creak, a door unexpectedly swings open behind her. She steps inside and finds herself in a strange space filled with doors. A possible escape route? Maybe. Desperate, she pushes one open. But instead of freedom, she's hit with a gut-wrenching scene. Edith's childhood, where she was beaten mercilessly. Her stomach drops. It doesn't take long to realize that every door here holds a different piece of the original Edith painful past. The punishments from Sophia, the nobles who only lust after her, the constant cruelty she endured, all of it preserved in this eerie archive of suffering. Then she reaches the final door. What she sees sends a shiver down her spine. Edith is holding a letter from Count Reigelhoff, its contents more dangerous than anything she's encountered so far. A declaration of territorial war against the Rudwick estate. Her father's plan? Lure the Duke and his forces into a trap before launching a full-scale attack. As soon as I give the signal, plant a device at the back door of the mansion and draw their attention toward your side. The Count's words resound ominously in her mind. The vision shifts again, to the moment Shane successfully drags Reese away while Edith remains inside the mansion. She reaches out, her fingers brushing against Killian's baby portrait, cradled in the Duchess's arms. It finally hits her. Even though this world follows the framework of the original novel, the people in it aren't just characters following a script. They're living beings with their own will. She had ignored this truth for too long, focusing only on her survival. But now she can't turn away from it any longer. And then comes the real question. Where is the original Edith? The traces of the original Edith's existence are embedded deep within this space, as if urging her forward, calling her to seek out the truth. If she wants to reach the third stage condition, she has no choice but to keep going. Because deep down, she knows this is something she can no longer ignore. Morning arrives, and the first thing Killian feels is Edith's touch. Without hesitation, he pulls her into a tight embrace, his relief washing over him now that she's safe and sound. Of course, he holds on to her for a long time. Who wouldn't after nearly losing a wife? Once he finally lets go, just a little, he starts explaining everything that happened while she was unconscious. Killian had a bad feeling, and his instincts were spot on. He wrapped up his palace duties as fast as he could and rushed to La Belle Marie Street, where he encountered a knight searching for him. Using the information Anna provided, he and his knights combed the area thoroughly, and thanks to Edith's very dramatic window-smashing moment, he was able to find her just in time. This whole situation is suspicious. There's no way Fred Cecily acted alone. Killian then continues. This was a well-planned crime. He went through a lot of trouble to kidnap you and take you to that abandoned house. He went on to explain that Fred had to have known Edith's exact whereabouts in advance, meaning someone must have tipped him off. But before they could get any answers, Fred conveniently took his own life on the way to the mansion. A frustrating turn of events, since now Killian couldn't extract any more information from him. And just like that, guilt crept up on Killian. He blamed himself for failing to prevent Fred's suicide, because, clearly, handling a desperate criminal all alone wasn't stressful enough. But thankfully, Edith was right there to reassure him. It wasn't his fault, she said. Some things just couldn't be helped. Now, deep down, Edith had some mixed feelings. Watching her husband stress over an incident that technically wasn't even his fault, but rather the author's doing, felt a bit pointless. Since this event wasn't in the original novel, there was a high chance the story was simply rushed to a conclusion before things spiraled further. But of course, she couldn't exactly explain that to Killian. Not yet, anyway. Moving on to another matter, Killian updated Edith on Ree's. Apparently, Ree's left the bookstore in a hurry without buying a single book. Why? Because Cliff, ever the protective man, had sent her escort knight to tail her. At first, Killian hesitated, but then he finally asked, "What do you think about Ree's?" Ah, Ree's Sinclair, the heroine of this novel. Since more important characters are heavily influenced by the novel's plot, Ree's would be affected even more than Killian or Cliff. If this world naturally pushes people into their destined roles, then Ree's is, by default, Edith's enemy. Not because Edith did anything wrong, nor because Ree's wanted it that way, but simply because the story dictated it. And as long as the original story maintained its grip, a friendship between Edith and Ree's was pretty much impossible. So, rather than blaming anyone, Edith just accepted it for what it was. The funny thing was, Edith still didn't realize how much Killian actually cared for her. She assumed that the only reason he was asking about Ree's was because she was still his number one priority. And honestly, she had a reason to think that. Since the very beginning, Killian himself had declared that Ree's was more important to him than Edith. So how was she supposed to know he had developed feelings for her if he never outright said it? Actions may speak louder than words. But come on, sometimes you just have to say, "I love you too." "What do I think of her?" Edith repeated. "If I didn't trust her, I wouldn't have agreed to go out with her in the first place. I trust Ree's." She then explained that there was no way Ree's could have known something bad would happen just because they got separated. It was just an unfortunate coincidence. In the end, Killian had no choice but to accept her reasoning. "In that case, I have something to tell you," Killian continued. "Ree's is worried sick about you. She blames herself for what happened and has been crying nonstop. She hasn't eaten since she heard the news. Cliff hopes you'll reassure her." Just as Killian was about to add that he would tell them Edith was still unwell, she cut him off. "No, just wait," she said. And once again, despite his concern, Killian had no choice but to listen to his wife. The atmosphere in the Duke's office had completely shifted. Before, Edith was the one being questioned. But now, the spotlight had turned to Ree's. "How are you feeling, Edith?" the Duke asked, his tone surprisingly gentle. Edith simply replied, "I'm fine," and thanked him for his concern. As soon as Ree spotted Edith and Killian, she rushed toward her, holding Edith's hands. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? Wait, are you even supposed to be up already? You look so... Oh, I'm sorry. I never imagined things would turn out like this. If I had known, No, this is all my fault." Ree's voice cracked as she struggled to hold back her sobs. Edith could understand why Rees felt guilty, but for some reason, having her cling to her like this didn't feel right. So, ever so slightly, she pulled her hand away and reassured her. "It's really not like that, so please don't blame yourself too much." Shifting her attention back to the Duke, Edith asked if the investigation into the kidnapping was still ongoing. The Duke nodded in confirmation. That's when Edith shared the key details that Killian had uncovered earlier. This wasn't just an isolated incident. Fred Cecily hadn't acted alone. There had been a greater plan at play. With that in mind, Edith turned to Rees. "Rees, did you tell anyone that we were heading to La Belle Marie Street that day?" she asked. Before Rees could even respond, someone else did. "You're suspecting Rees now?" Cliff's voice rose in anger. Edith tried to explain, but Cliff wasn't having it. "She hasn't been eating. She's trembling from guilt, even though none of this was her fault. And you, of all people, never even comforted her. Instead, you say things like that?" Cliff continued his rant, his frustration spilling over. Then, as if he hadn't said enough, he added, "You make it sound like Rees deliberately leaked the information." Killian, of course, was ready to jump in, but Edith stopped him. No, this was something she needed to say herself. "Cliff, is that really the only way you know how to speak?" Edith asked, her voice steady. "So, what? You expect me to act like almost dying was no big deal? When did I ever blame Rees? But if you want someone to take the blame, fine. I'll blame you instead. I heard Rees ran out of the bookstore because of you. So tell me, why is it that Rees is the one drowning in guilt and not you?" Silence. But Cliff had the audacity to try and fire back. He even brought up the ridiculous rumor about Edith's bad karma for supposedly playing around with multiple men. Before he could say anything too outrageous, the Duke slammed the brakes on his son's outburst. "Enough," the Duke said, his patience running thin. He sided with Edith without hesitation, scolding Cliff for his behavior and promptly kicking both Cliff and Rees out of the office. If they weren't going to cooperate with the investigation, then there was no reason for them to stay. With that settled, Edith and Killian remained behind to discuss the case further with the Duke. But in the end, just like the previous incidents, the investigation went nowhere. Since Fred Cecily had committed suicide, whatever crucial information he had died with him. The case was buried, deemed pointless to make public. As a form of apology, Viscount Cecily's family issued a formal statement and paid a hefty compensation. Not wanting to stir up more gossip, especially after the whole yacht fiasco, Edith decided to just let it go. A week later, Killian casually asked, "Would you like to visit the palace this Friday?" Edith tilted her head. "But I was told to avoid any strenuous activities for 2 weeks," she reminded him. Killian response. "Of course horseback riding is out of the question, but there are plenty of other ways to enjoy yourself." Hearing that, Edith was instantly reminded of the picnics she had with the princess after their riding lessons. But just as she was getting lost in the memory, she noticed something odd. Killian's expression had turned unreadable. It turned out that the Sinclair family would also be visiting the palace on Friday. Even Killian didn't know why they will come, but he has a couple of theories. It could be related to the iron ore distribution rights, or perhaps it had something to do with Rees, who had gained quite a bit of attention during the last national founding celebration. Either way, Killian suggested, rather than staying at the mansion that day, Why don't you just spend time with the princess instead? Edith starts to think. If she recalled correctly, there was a scene in the novel where the Sinclair family regretted not able to be in-laws with the Rudwick couple and tried to win their favor instead. But for some reason, she couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up on her. The day of the Sinclair family's visit arrives, but Duke Rudwick still seems as distant as ever around Layla. She notices this right away and wonders what's up with him. Meanwhile, Damien has his own theory. He's convinced that Duke Rudwick himself was the one who sent that mysterious letter to Layla. Flashback to when Damien first uncovered Layla's involvement in a secretive scheme, thanks to some unknown informant. Upon hearing the news, he immediately scolded Layla for being reckless, warning her about how dangerous it was to trust the letter's contents so easily. She tried to defend herself, pointing out that the hooded woman she met was wearing the Rudwick family emblem, just like the knight who escorted her to that eerie abandoned house. But Damien wasn't buying it. That was until Layla dropped a crucial piece of information. About the spread news that Killian and the Rudwick Knights were searching for Edith on the same day, written on the note that Layla received from her unknown intel, although there was no news about her being kidnapped. The real kicker? Following that day, Viscount Cecily announced that his son had died in a tragic accident. No one outside the involved families should have known about what had really happened in that incident, especially since the Rudwick household was keeping it a secret and trying to bury any news about it to stop the rumors. Putting the pieces together, Damien reached a bold conclusion. If there was someone in the Rudwick family could have orchestrated an assassination attempt on Edith, then the mastermind had to be none other than Duke Rudwick himself. And why would the Duke do such a thing? Damien had a theory for that too. Count Reigelhoff had openly declared support for the Grand Duke at the last banquet, meaning Edith, who was once valuable as a political pawn, had now outlived her usefulness. Perhaps the Duke had never intended for Killian and Edith's marriage to last in the first place. This was the real reason why Damien insisted on bringing Layla along for their visit to the Rudwicks. Back to the present, Damien doesn't waste any time getting to the point. Casually, he brings up Layla's unmarried status and suggests that she should marry Killian instead. His reasoning? The marriage between the Rudwick and Reigelhoff families is now meaningless, given that the Reigelhoffs have switched allegiances to the Grand Duke. To further drive his point home, he even brings up Edith's comment at the last banquet, where she jokingly points out about her supposed alimony spending plans if she divorced Killian. The audacity, using a joke as solid proof. This guy is truly something else. On the other side, Edith, completely unaware of the heated discussions happening elsewhere, suddenly shivers while having tea with her mother-in-law and, unfortunately, Layla. Under the pretense of needing to wash her hands, Layla asks Edith to accompany her to the washroom, but of course she has an ulterior motive. The moment they are alone in the hallway, Layla drops her sweet and innocent act and reveals her true colors. Her first move? Calling Edith a fake, in front of the Duchess earlier. Oh, the irony, says the girl who just moments ago was acting all helpless to get Edith to walk with her. But Edith doesn't let it slide so easily. With just a little provocation, she gets Layla to spill the truth herself. You could be kicked out of this house as soon as tomorrow, you know. Your family's iron ore distribution rights. That's the only reason you were able to marry Killian. But guess what? My father and brother are talking to the Duke right now to secure that position for me instead, Layla boasts. Edith tries to counter with the fact that Killian is currently at the Imperial Palace. But Layla rudely cuts her off. Ha! Why are you even bringing up Killian? You, of all people, should know that he has no choice but to obey the Emperor. Do you really think you can hold on to your position as his wife by making backdoor deals like this? For a brief moment, Edith understands how Killian must have felt when he was forced into their marriage. But she quickly composes herself, refusing to let Layla see even a hint of weakness. After showing her the washroom, Edith turns to leave, but Layla keeps babbling nonsense, claiming that Killian will gladly divorce her, or, even more absurdly, that he might fall for Layla instead. And with that, Edith delivers the final blow. Someone like you could never win his heart. Without another word, she walks away, leaving Layla. A few moments later. Edith had spoken confidently to Layla earlier, but now? That certainty was nowhere to be found. An uneasy feeling gnawed at her, making it impossible to focus on work. Looking back, she regretted not choosing to visit the princess instead. If this marriage is really coming to an end, then what's the point of all this? She muttered under her breath. But before she could dwell too much on that, another thought popped into her mind. The strange incident from earlier. In the original storyline, the Sinclair family was supposed to be the main villain, the ones who relentlessly tormented Rees. Yet, something was off. Nowhere in the original plot did it mention Damien having any particular interest in her. But judging from his expression earlier, Edith could tell that his smile carried a deeper meaning. Even though Rees wasn't present, their visit had felt deliberately targeted at her. Come to think of it, this actually made sense. Why would the Sinclairs pick a fight with Rees, who was adored by the ducal family? It would be much easier to set their sights on Edith, the woman who had lost all value in the eyes of both her own family and her in-laws. So this meant the original plot had completely lost its grip on reality. Events were no longer unfolding according to a pre-written script. They were being shaped by the thoughts, desires, and decisions of each individual character. And that realization gave Edith a headache. Avoiding the original tragic ending wasn't enough anymore. Now even the characters themselves could turn into unexpected obstacles. "You don't look well, my lady. Are you all right?" Lennon suddenly asked, snapping Edith out of her thoughts. "If you're tired from entertaining guests, you should rest." His words reminded her of something important. Sure, there were people who disliked her without being influenced by the plot. But there were also people, like Lennon, who genuinely liked her. So let's not be too afraid, Edith reassured herself. Instead of worrying about the characters that followed the script, she would focus on the ones who thought and acted freely. Later that day, Killian finally returned. Without wasting time, he immediately reported to the Duke about the noble families supporting the Grand Duke, even bringing along some additional documents to back up his findings. At that moment, the Duke recalled a yesterday conversation with Cliff. "I can't believe you left tomorrow's Imperial Palace visit to Killian," the Duke had said, his tone heavy with disbelief. "What's the meaning of this?" Cliff's response? He casually explained that since Rees didn't seem interested in going to the palace, he thought it would be nice to take her to a park on the outskirts of the city instead. And, of course, there was nothing to worry about, since Killian could handle the palace matters in his place. In other words, he prioritized spending time with Rees over his responsibilities, and conveniently dumped his work onto Killian. Back in the present, before the Duke could even comment on the situation, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Moments later, a knight rushed in, followed closely by Lennon. "Count Reigelhoff has declared war on our dukedom," the knight reported, his voice panicked. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. Oh dear. History is repeating itself. Just like in the original story, Edith's father has declared a territorial war. Now, she's stuck in a situation where chaos is about to unfold. Will she find a way to change her fate? Or is she doomed to follow the same tragic path? Either way, things are about to get messy. It's honestly not that difficult for Edith to stay informed. All she has to do is glance out her window, and boom, free drama. From her chambers, she can clearly hear and see Anna, her mother-in-law, deep in discussion with a man about the latest reason Count Reigelhoff decided to go full war mode. And the reason? Well, as ridiculous as it sounds, it's all over the price of iron ore. Seriously, a full-blown territorial war over metal? Edith, however, isn't laughing. Knowing the plot of the novel, she can't shake off her growing anxiety. This is a major turning point in the story, Count Reigelhoff's downfall. But it's happening way too soon. Way too soon. Could it be her fault? Did she trigger something? Instead of the slow-burning scheme where her father was supposed to infiltrate the Duke's affairs with sneaky tactics, he skipped straight to all-out war. That's like throwing the chessboard because you didn't like the opening move. And now, as the Count's daughter, where does that leave her? In the original storyline, Edith was already locked under house arrest when the war broke out, so the Rudwicks didn't even need to do anything about her. But now, things have taken a different turn. Before she can spiral too deep into her thoughts, she suddenly notices Killian standing at her door. Startled, she hesitates before blurting out, I heard the news. My father... No. The words get caught in her throat. She's terrified Killian will take her hesitation the wrong way, but instead of pressing her for answers, the first thing Killian does is reach for her hand. His voice is calm as he asks, Are you all right? His touch alone is enough to shake her out of her panic. Then, in his usual composed manner, he continues, Depending on the outcome of the war, Count Reigelhoff will likely... He stops mid-sentence. Edith knows exactly what he wants to say. To be honest, she also rather deserves whatever's coming to him. But she can't just say that outright. It would be far too out of character for her. Instead, she responds, I know. Of course, he must be tried and sentenced according to the law. After all, he has started a rebellion. There. That should be a safe, reasonable answer. Killian nods. That's how it appears for now. He may claim to be acting alone, but anyone with common sense can see he has little chance of winning on his own. And his excuse for going to war? Laughable. We have to assume Grand Duke Lanston is backing him. Ah, yes, the ever-so-innocent Grand Duke Lanston. He's currently playing the "oh, I'm not involved" card, but Edith and Killian both know better. Most likely, he's waiting for the Rudwick family to get tangled in the war so he can sneak his way to the throne. Sneaky. To counter this, Cliff will take charge of guarding the palace with his elite knights, while Killian and the Duke deal with Count Reigelhoff's rebellion. Once that's handled, they'll regroup to deal with the Grand Duke if necessary. I actually thought about switching roles with Cliff, Killian admits, but he has far more experience leading troops than I do. At that, Edith reaches out, gently cupping his face. You're my amazing husband. Could you stop comparing yourself to others? Don't you realize how impressive you are? Killian lets out a soft laugh. For a moment, the tension in the air lifts. Edith, never one to let things go unsaid, continues. All I ask is that you come back to me safely. Promise me that, Killian. Listen, Edith is worried about losing her husband, and frankly, I'm worried about losing this Manhwa's love story if he dies. So Killian, if you have any sense of duty, don't you dare die on us, okay? Killian, ever the smooth talker, picks up on Edith's little joke. Right. I hear men flock to young widows like bees to honey. I'll never let that happen. Oh? Is that the sound of a jealous husband I hear? With a smirk, he leans in, his voice lower now. As you said, let me take this chance to show you exactly how amazing your husband is. And just like that, these two lovebirds seal the moment with a passionate kiss. Late at night, inside the Duke's office, the Duke is deep in his thought, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly. I feel like I'm forgetting something important, he murmured to himself. Just then, a knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Assuming it was Killian, back after completing his earlier task, he barely glanced up, only to find Cliff standing there instead. Cliff wasted no time getting to the point. I heard the news on the way, so Reigelhoff actually went ahead and jumped straight into war. The Duke unfazed and says, It's a hassle, he admitted, but it works in our favor. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate the opposing nobles in one sweep. No sense wasting a crisis, after all. Cliff, however, had other concerns. Speaking of which, what about Edith? We can't just let the enemy's daughter roam freely in our house. Even if we don't have the best excuse, house arrest should be reasonable. He didn't get to finish. The Duke's voice, now as cold as a winter's night, cut through the air. Is that all you have to say? Cliff stiffened, realizing that maybe, just maybe, he had overstepped. He quickly apologized, fully aware that he had already tested his father's patience by taking an extended stroll with Ree earlier. Not his best decision. Without wasting another second, the Duke got straight to the point. "I'm leaving Edith be, but I'll keep a close watch on her." When Killian questioned her, she claimed she knew nothing of the Rigelhoff's plans, and even considered this war a clean break from her family. And honestly, it checks out. The Rigelhoffs haven't paid much attention to her for a while now. Back when they were so desperate to send that maid, they still had some interest. But now, they're declaring war while their own daughter is under my roof. It wouldn't be a stretch to assume they've completely abandoned her. Cliff wasn't convinced. Or, this is exactly what they want us to think. What if it's all part of her father's plan? Maybe they're just trying to lower our guard while Edith plays along. Once again, the Duke's icy voice shut him down. Enough! His tone left no room for debate. I've made my decision. Focus on your own duties before worrying about Edith. Then, his gaze sharpened as he gave his final orders. While Killian and I leave the city to handle this war, you must prepare for Grand Duke Lanston's potential rebellion. Do not disappoint me. Killian was deep in paperwork, reviewing documents that Edith had meticulously organized. Her method was so efficient that even he, who rarely handed out praise, had to admit she was absolutely brilliant. Then his mind wandered. He recalled her expression from earlier. She didn't look happy, he murmured to himself. And really, how could she be? Her father, without a second thought, had practically invited war with the Rudwicks. Not only that, but he also put Edith in a position where she could easily be used as a hostage. Even so, what concerned Edith the most wasn't her own safety. It was Killian's. She was too kind, too selfless. And because of that, Killian made up his mind. Once this war was over, he would take Edith to their new home, far away from everything. I want to leave my broken family behind. I want to escape the endless schemes and conflicts of high society. The two of us will build a new future together. Just as he settled on this decision, a knock echoed through the room. Assuming it was Edith, Killian got up to open the door. But instead of his wife, he was greeted by Ree, standing in the dimly lit hallway, dressed in a thin nightgown. Killian. Her voice was quiet, hesitant. Then she asked something completely unexpected. If I weren't born illegitimate, do you think things could have been different between us? No, Killian, walk away. Do not entertain this. Killian had been investigating Cliff and Ree for a while now. The latest incident only added to his suspicions. However, since Ree had little political influence, his focus remained on Cliff, especially considering how he treated Edith. And yet, a certain voice in his head never missed an opportunity to badmouth Edith. She's a snake. She's deceiving you. If you trust her, you'll regret it. Ugly whispers filled his mind, accusing Edith of being involved in Rigelhoff's schemes. But strangely enough, that same voice always spoke highly of Ree, never saying a single bad word about her. That's when Killian finally noticed the odd pattern. Why did that voice only praise Ree? Why was it so fixated on Edith being a villainess? And that faint scent of flowers? Then, Ree started reminiscing. She talked about their first meeting, about how her hair once got caught in a branch. But instead of getting lost in nostalgia, Killian had only one thought. When did I start hearing this voice? And just like that, the realization struck him. The love he had felt for Ree all these years had never been his in the first place. Oblivious to his inner turmoil, Ree continued, I know it's too late to say this, but when I heard you were going to war, I couldn't bear it. I was terrified of losing you forever. But Killian only felt distant. The woman standing before him felt unfamiliar. The Ree he had known. Had she ever really existed? Even so, he remained composed. Ree, both you and Edith are worrying too much. Rigelhoff's army isn't even close to matching ours. He took a slight step. Now it's late. Let me walk you back to your room. Yes, Killian, keep that distance. Also, shout out to the mysterious voice, that author, controlling his love life. Your scheme has officially been exposed. When Killian returned to his room, he found Edith fast asleep at the table. The moment she sensed him, however, her eyes fluttered open. "Why aren't you in bed?" he asked. "I wanted to greet you when you got back. But I guess I dozed off," she admitted with a sheepish smile. And just like that, Killian's lips curled into a rare smile, too. "Well, now I'm smiling as well. This is sweet." Without hesitation, he scooped her up into his arms. "Let's get some proper rest." As Edith slept in his embrace, Killian remained awake, deep in thought. "Once my father and I leave for battle, only my mother will be left to watch over Edith. For some reason, Edith trusts Reese completely. But what if..." His grip around Edith tightened slightly. "What can I do to protect you from Reese?" On the other hand, Cliff was having a terrible night. For the first time ever, his father had reprimanded him. Worse, the Duke had taken Edith's side over his. Cliff had never experienced such humiliation. Still seething, he stormed through the halls, eventually stopping at Reese's door. Maybe seeing her would make him feel better. And sure enough, the moment he laid eyes on Reese, all his anger faded away. As long as he had her, he didn't care what else changed. Approaching her slowly, he noticed her trembling. "Why are you shaking?" "I'm a little nervous," she admitted. Cliff smiled, brushing her concerns aside. "There's no need to be. We've already planned out our strategy for the war." Then he leaned in closer. "But here's the real plan. I'll pretend to leave with them, but I'll actually stay behind and patrol the nearby city." His voice dropped into a whisper. "Don't forget, Reese. I'd do anything for you." "Oh, they are definitely up to something shady. Somebody keep an eye on these two." The sunlights are visible, meaning the morning rolled in, just when it hit Edith, Killian. "The sun is rising," she said. But his response. "Ah." Edith is quite surprised, thinking that Killian would have said something different, like suggesting to have some more sleep instead. Seeing her reaction, Killian immediately asks Edith if he did strain her, but Edith quickly says, "No, I'm fine, but you're the one leaving from the battlefield soon." "I'll be fine," is a short response from Killian. Right. He has a bottomless stamina for being Mr. Second Male Lead. "It's illegal to have a bluff like that, sir." Killian let out a chuckle. "Are you worried about me?" he asked, amused. "How can I not be? Just don't let a stray arrow find you," Edith shot back with concern. Killian, however, countered with his own warning. "You should be careful too. The capital isn't always the safest place. Until things settle down, try not to go out too much. And don't write to anyone except me." In truth, Killian had thought things through carefully to ensure Edith's safety while he was away. He had already entrusted Lennon and Anna to look after her, but they lacked the authority to oppose Reese. The only person with enough influence in the house was his mother. But there was a problem. Since his mother was the one who had brought Reese into the family, she would never side with Edith if a conflict arose between the two. "Don't trust anyone at all," Killian told her, his voice firm. Edith, however, found herself questioning his words. Did that include him too? As she pondered, she absent-mindedly poked at his bare chest. Killian arched a brow and, with a slightly flushed face, asked, "Are you hinting that you want to go for another round right now?" The moment Edith realized what she was doing, she turned red and scrambled out of bed, quickly throwing on her robe. "We don't have time for this. You'll be late," she responds, desperate to change the subject. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Oh, I have something for you." She hesitated before handing over a knitted warmers. "I heard it gets colder there," she mumbled. Then, feeling embarrassed about her gift less than perfect appearance, she quickly added, They're arm warmers if you can believe it. You can throw them away when they get dirty. At least the yarn is good quality, so they should be warm." Killian glanced at the knitted warmers, then at Edith, before giving her a soft smile. "You really don't have a talent for crafts, do you? I noticed the same thing with the handkerchief you embroidered." Edith shyly admitted. Yeah, I was actually wondering who would ever pay money for my handiwork. Wait, were you the one who bought all of them? I was so worried no one would. Killian, who had indeed bought them all, simply smiled. Thank you for the gift. I'll think of you whenever I wear them. Edith appreciated his words, but her mind wandered elsewhere. She couldn't shake off thinking the storyline from the original novel. The war didn't last long. The Rudwicks, who had built their power through military strength, easily crushed the Riegelhoff family, who, in reality, were nothing but empty bravado. The Rudwicks then uncovered evidence of Riegelhoff's treason. The result? Every single member of the Riegelhoff family, including Grand Duke Lanston, was sentenced to death. And that meant Edith, too. As Killian finished putting on his armor, he leaned in and placed a kiss on Edith, then another, and another. Killian, Edith protested, but clearly enjoying it too. You're going to be late. Killian sighed dramatically before wrapping his arms around her, hugging her tightly. But I don't want to leave, he murmured. Edith clung to him, but her thoughts drifted once more. She remembered the last scene of the original Edith's life. Would history truly repeat itself? After the war, would Killian really kill her? Shortly after, Duke Rudwick officially handed over all family affairs to his wife. Of course, he also instructed Linen to assist with managing the household. He left orders with Sir Gordon, who oversaw security, along with Philip, Madame Louise, and even Rees. But notably, he hadn't left any specific instructions for Edith. Naturally, Edith's mother-in-law had her own thoughts about this, and tried to talk to her about it. However, Edith cut her off with a polite but firm response. Mother, I'm fine. I can't imagine how worried he must be to leave Count Riegelhoff's daughter behind in his house. But I'm not bothered at all. However, Killian's concerns didn't go unnoticed by Edith. When she reached his side, he gently reminded her, Never forget that you are now Edith Rudwick. Hearing that, Edith finally had a realization. The original plotline had already changed beyond recognition. The story had diverged, not just because of her actions, but also because of the author's adjustments. With things having already veered off course, expecting the exact same conclusion as before was a bit of a stretch. That's right, Edith. No need to worry about your husband cutting off your head. That's never happening. She held Killian's hand tightly and smiled sweetly. Take care of yourself, don't get hurt, and come home soon. Then, with glint in her eyes, she added, I'll keep your promise in mind. You said you'd impress me with your skills, remember? Killian smiled and brought her hand to his lips, placing a lingering kiss on it. Gladly. A week later. The newspapers were flooded with headlines. The Rudwick family's unfair manipulation of iron ore prices sparking war, feuding noble families on the brink of rebellion, reports from Trickia's citizens about the war's condition, and the public's growing discontent with the emperor, who remained suspiciously silent. Edith thinks for a moment, eyes scanning the latest updates. The palace still hadn't issued a single statement. Some might say this was a move to remain neutral and avoid siding with the Rudwicks. But to her, it felt more like they were waiting, watching from the sidelines to see which side nobles will support. Neither the Emperor nor Grand Duke Lanston had publicly spoken about the conflict, but everyone knew what this war was truly about. Her thoughts drifted to the princess. How had she reacted to all of this? Edith recalled how genuinely surprised the princess looked during the National Day celebrations when the Grand Duke made his move. The novel always portrayed the princess as uninterested in politics, someone who abandoned all royal responsibilities, leaving her brother to handle their uncle's rebellion. But the book never explained why the so-called rogue princess could possibly ignore a situation this serious. Yet, at the last banquet, she seemed not aware. Edith couldn't think of her reasons, and with the palace maintaining its so-called neutrality, it wasn't like she could just march in and ask the princess. Her train of thought was interrupted by the sudden bitter taste in her coffee. She coughed, nearly choking. Anna, ever the attentive maid, rushed over in concern. But Edith quickly waved her off, requesting water instead. Ever since the Samuel incident, Edith's reputation had improved within the Rudwick household. However, things had also become incredibly awkward. Her father had declared war to reclaim the mines that had been given as her dowry. And now, just a few months into her marriage, she was stuck in this strange limbo between two opposing families. The servants, completely unsure how to treat her now. Some trusted her, others, not so much. Still, she wasn't alone. The Duchess and Linon worked tirelessly in the Duke's absence, and Anna, somehow, had taken on even more responsibilities than before. Edith simply didn't want to burden them more. If someone thought lacing my coffee with rough grounds was a harmless prank, I guess I'll let it slide. Edith sighed internally, forcing herself to tolerate it. You can continue working on the paperwork for the Ricin territory today. Thanks to your efforts, we're almost done with this project. Lennon spoke smoothly, only to stop mid-sentence when he noticed something odd. Edith looked completely exhausted. It wasn't just a little fatigue. She was holding her quill in her left hand when she was clearly right-handed. Realizing this, Linon immediately suggested she take a day off. The project wasn't urgent anyway, and she clearly needed rest. But knowing Edith, he also knew she wouldn't listen. True to form, Edith admitted she hadn't slept well, but still insisted on working. Classic Edith. Like a hiring manager conducting an interview, Linon decided to switch gears. All right then, what's your vision for Ricin? He asked. Edith smiled as she answered, I'll discuss it with Killian first. But personally, I want Ricin to become a city of commerce and leisure. People assume it's too isolated because it's on the other side of the Filiac Mountains. But when I looked at the map, I noticed several areas with easier terrain. She continued, her enthusiasm growing. If the lords invest in building proper routes to connect the territory, open up passages through the mountains, and improve the roads for carriages, Ricin would become the closest forested region to the port city of Drevern. Linon listened attentively as Edith laid out her plans. Once the infrastructure was set, businesses would naturally follow, transforming Ricin into a thriving trade hub. But that wasn't all. Her next move was even more ambitious. She wanted to build luxurious resorts for the nobility, giving them a place to unwind while surrounded by nature. Hearing this, Linon was genuinely impressed. At this rate, Ricin will be an entirely new city in just a decade, he remarked, unable to hide his admiration. Edith, pleased with the compliment, added, I want to travel north and see everything with my own eyes. I plan to discuss these ideas with Killian, but with the war breaking out, I haven't found the right time. Linon, ever the reassuring presence, reminded her that the dukedom's forces vastly outnumbered the rebels. There was no real threat. Even so, Edith sighed. I just want all of this to be over soon. And honestly, who wouldn't? Deep within the enemy's stronghold, Count Reigelhoff is at his wit's end. No matter how much he strategizes, it's painfully clear. He and his son are completely outmatched. The Rudwick's military strength is on another level, and there's simply no way to overpower them. And to make matters worse, the biggest obstacle standing in their way isn't just the Rudwick army itself. It's Killian. That man practically bulldozes through the battlefield like a storm, wiping out enemies left and right. With their current forces, victory is nothing more than a dream. If they want to keep their word to the Grand Duke and tie the Rudwicks down, they need to think outside the box. Enter Sophia, and better ready to dodge some flying sandals right now. As expected, the Reigelhoffs have received a crucial piece of intelligence, the exact travel route of Duchess Rudwick. And who do they have to thank for this? Their ever so mysterious, anonymous helper. At first, Sophia was skeptical. Who wouldn't be? But considering how many noble families hold grudges against the Rudwicks, she figured their informant must be from one of those circles. They've already provided valuable intel, Sophia noted. We've received precise details on the servant entrances, when they're left open, the knight's daily schedules, and even a full staff assignment list. Everything matches what I observed during my short stay at Rudwick Manor. Knowing that the Grand Duke's entire plan hinges on their success, Count Reigelhoff doesn't waste a second. He orders Shade and Sophia to put Plan B into action, heading straight for the capital. And with a sinister smirk, he proclaims, "Even Axel, the great and mighty, will bow before me once his family is in my grasp." A glint of anticipation flickers in his eyes. I can't wait to see the look on his face. Despite the different takes from various newspapers, one thing was certain: the Rudwicks were winning the war. However, it didn't seem like they had the public's favor. Whispers were spreading that a previously neutral noble house had become the target of the Grand Duke's propaganda machine. That was precisely why Duchess Rudwick and Rees decided to attend tonight's ball, despite their jam-packed schedules. And right there with them was Edith Rudwick. The Duchess, ever the concerned mother-in-law, asked Edith if she was truly okay with going out with them to the event. Edith, however, was resolute. "If I hide away, people will gossip and make their own assumptions about where my loyalties lie. As Count Reigelhoff's daughter and Duke Rudwick's daughter-in-law, I need to face this situation head-on." "Well said, Edith. You go, girl. Just imagine your handsome hubby cheering you on if anyone tries to give you a hard time. You've got this." "Madam Wyndham, thank you for graciously accepting our last-minute invitation response," the Duchess said smoothly. The evening's hostess, Countess Wyndham, held an important position within the neutral faction. Her family's vast fortune, earned through international trade, granted her a powerful network that spanned across all sides: the neutrals, the Grand Duke's passionate supporters, and even the staunch loyalists. This made her ball the perfect stage for the Duchess to counter the rumors circulating in high society. When Countess Wyndham casually mentioned that the Duchess must be worried about her husband and 2 sons, the Duchess simply smiled. "Worried? Over a little skirmish like this? Not at all. If anything, it's a good chance for them to sharpen their battle skills." "Now that's confidence." Edith, knowing her mother-in-law well, was certain that just flashing her composed smile would be enough to make the noble crowd fall in line. Sure enough, Edith didn't have to wait long before someone approached her. "You've been avoiding parties for quite some time now. You've ignored all my invitations. One might think the Rudwicks have locked you away," Lady Clara remarked, her words dripping with fake concern. Edith, keeping her composure, dismissed the notion, explaining that she had simply been busy learning the responsibilities of her new household. "It's been ages. Won't you spend a few minutes with your old friends? Everyone is eager to see you again." Clara pressed, clearly trying to corner Edith into an uncomfortable situation. Edith, however, wasn't fooled. Even in the original Edith's memories, those so-called friends were nothing more than a group of people who banded together out of necessity. Hardly the warm, welcoming crowd Clara wanted to imply. Edith politely thanked Lady Clara for her interest, which made Clara think she had won. But just as Clara was about to pull her along, Edith expertly dodged the trap. Instead, she smoothly introduced Lady Clara Sheldon to her mother-in-law. Then, as if fate was smiling upon her, Edith spotted Viscountess Klaus, a noblewoman of impeccable reputation, who happened to be from a territory neighboring Clara's. Despite Clara's visible discomfort, Edith went ahead and introduced her to Viscountess Klaus, requesting that the Viscountess introduce Clara to some other distinguished noble ladies. The Viscountess, being a known loyalist, immediately turned her sharp gaze on Clara. Oh, this was going to be interesting. Edith knew very well that Clara wouldn't want to be seen mingling with the loyalist faction, and just like that, victory belonged to Edith. Madame Klaus whisked Clara away for introductions, leaving Edith free and unbothered. But just as she was about to relax, an unwelcome hand suddenly reached for hers. "I haven't seen you in so long. You must have had a rough time. You've grown so thin," a man remarked. It was Viscount Bartlett, a businessman who had dealings with Count Reigelhoff in the past. Edith instantly recoiled and pulled her hand away. "Viscount, I believe you've forgotten that I am another man's wife now. Please refrain from such gestures," she said firmly, but Bartlett wasn't deterred. "Oh, come now. We've known each other for years. I see you as a little sister." With that excuse, he reached out again, this time toward her waist. Big mistake. Without hesitation, Edith shoved his hand away. The audacity of this man. When he had the nerve to call her rude, Edith didn't hesitate to fire back. "You took the words right out of my mouth. I warned you once already, so you should know better. How dare you lay hands on a duke's daughter-in-law?" She then delivered the final blow. "Even my real brother wouldn't dare touch me like that." Just as things were about to escalate, the Duchess arrived, her presence alone commanding attention. "Viscount Bartlett," she said coolly, "do you truly expect me to believe such blatant lies?" Her tone was as sharp as a blade. "I know you serve as Marquis Boris's vassal, correct? If my family were to withdraw our investments from the Marquis's business because of your disrespect, I wonder how he would react." That was all it took. Bartlett immediately backed down, muttering apologies before scurrying away like a rat caught in the open. Turning to Edith, the Duchess sighed, clearly apologetic to Edith. "I should have been paying closer attention, but I was caught up in conversation with the other ladies. Shall we go greet the princess together, Edith?" Crisis averted, thankfully. At the Rudwick's military headquarters, Killian was polishing his blade, deep in thought, when his father, Duke Rudwick, entered the room, carrying 2 steaming cups of warm drinks. A rare sight indeed. Killian took a glance at his drink, and just like that, boom! His mind was filled with thoughts of Edith. This man is seriously head over heels for his wife. The Duke, ever the strategist, sighed and started discussing the war. The only real strength the Rigelhoffs have is their wealth, yet they keep throwing more and more resources into this fight. Feels like they've got some hidden support. If this keeps up, the war might drag on longer than expected. Killian, sharp as ever, asked, "Does this mean the Grand Duke will stir up trouble in the capital soon?" The Duke admitted the possibility was high, though not set in stone. Still, he wasn't too worried. After all, Cliff was stationed in the city, ready for anything. Then came the real bombshell. "Killian, have you given your heart to that woman, Edith?" Killian paused, his mind drifting to all the moments he had shared with his wife. His answer? Nothing short of poetic. "Edith isn't just bold enough to challenge my mistakes. She's also gentle enough to embrace my flaws. Her wisdom opened my eyes to my own foolishness. How could I not love her?" He smiled, then continued. "She makes her own choices and stands by them. But above all, she has a kind heart, and I regret every time I failed to see it. If I could turn back time, I would do anything to change my actions back then." The Duke, unimpressed by his son's response. "You've grown soft, but do you not realize this is your best opportunity?" He went on to explain his plan. Since they were at war, Killian had every excuse he needed to take advantage of the situation. His first marriage might not have worked out, but at least he got married before Cliff did. So why not use this moment to align himself with a powerful family, like the Sinclairs? If he played his cards right, he might even surpass Cliff one day. Killian's response was firm. "Your Grace, I gave up on such dreams a long time ago." At that moment, a childhood memory surfaced in his mind. A time when Cliff was studying chess with their father beside him, guiding him through every move. Little Killian, still calling the Duke father back then, had excitedly asked to join in. Cliff, being the older brother, agreed, thinking it might be a good learning experience. The Duke, though mildly annoyed by the interruption, allowed it. Fast forward to the end of the match. Killian lost, but he didn't mind. "I lost, but I had fun," he had thought. Full of determination, he had asked the Duke if he could learn more about chess. And the Duke's response? A crushing offhand remark. Was Cliff this bad at that age? That was probably the moment Killian's inferiority complex was born, along with the endless comparisons that followed between him and Cliff. Snapping back to the present, Killian spoke with unwavering resolve. There was a time I thought I could earn your favor. But now, I've found something better. When the war ends, I plan to move to Ryzen with Edith." The Duke tried to reason with him, saying the decision was too sudden, but Killian cut him off. "Life in the capital won't be easy for Edith. I trust you understand why I made this choice. And if, by any chance, I ever seek power again, it will be for Edith's sake alone." With that, he ended the conversation. "Your Grace, I bid you good night. I have to patrol the next barricade." And there he went, a devoted husband, an absolute green flag, and the kind of man who would move mountains for his wife. After two individuals slinked away from the ball in utter humiliation, the remaining supporters of the Grand Duke seemed to instinctively keep their distance from Edith and her two companions. Not that I am complaining. However, the real trouble came in the form of a certain notorious loyalist, Layla Sinclair. Layla's opening move? A dramatic performance, playing the role of a remorseful half-sister. She tearfully confessed to being an immature child in the past and pleaded for Reese's forgiveness. And she made sure to do it in front of an audience, too. Because really, who could reject a tear-streaked apology in public without looking heartless? Clever move, Layla. As expected, Reese, being the kind soul she was, gave a small nod of acceptance. But the moment that happened, Layla's true target for the night was revealed. Edith. With a sweet yet venomous smile, she turned and declared, "When I heard that Reese almost died because of Lady Edith, I was so worried I could hardly sleep." Naturally, the Duchess wasn't about to let that slide. She immediately demanded to know where Layla had heard such absurd claims. But Layla, ever the actress, played coy. "Oh, you can call it nonsense if you want, but I've heard it from several sources. Her maiden family and in-laws are practically at war, yet instead of keeping a low profile like any respectable lady would, she had the audacity to parade into this ball. With all things considered, can you really be surprised that such rumors are spreading?" The classic, "there's no smoke without fire" argument. Layla continued to ramble about Edith's past, no doubt hoping to turn the crowd against her. But fortunately, just as things started to escalate, a regal voice cut through the nonsense. Princess Catherine had arrived, right on time. The princess wasted no time putting Layla in her place. Lack of principles? Oh, how amusing. A shameless liar and gossip monger lecturing others about principles. Do you enjoy flaunting your idiocy for all to see? Then, with a perfectly arched brow, she added, "At least you recognize your own princess. Or were you just pretending to be an idiot so you could insult the Duke's family under the guise of ignorance?" Edith, once again, found herself utterly shocked. This was now the second time Princess Catherine had publicly sided with her, completely disregarding Reese, who stood awkwardly beside them looking rather terrible. But the real bomb dropped when the princess suddenly announced, "Can't you all see? Killian is absolutely head over heels with Edith. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd see him look at a woman like that." Edith, still processing everything, wasn't sure how to respond. But when the princess directly asked for her opinion, she hesitantly replied, I have enough self-respect not to go around boasting about things like that." "Catherine?" She burst into laughter. However, just when Edith thought she could breathe, another storm brewed. Enter Damien Sinclair, yet another troublemaker demon in human form. "As a loyal supporter of His Majesty, I can't ignore what the princess just said," he declared. "The Duke's family should be the Empire's greatest allies, yet their second son is clearly being controlled by Count Reigelhoff's daughter." Catherine quickly tried to clarify her statement, but Damien cut her off, doubling down on his accusations. The Reigelhoffs betrayed the palace and ignited a war. If the Duke's family truly stands with the imperial family, then shouldn't they sever ties with Count Reigelhoff's daughter? Oh, Damien. If you thought Edith would stay quiet just because she had earlier, you were sorely mistaken. With an icy calm, she retorted, "Lord Sinclair, before I address your sheer rudeness, let me remind you, I am Edith Rudwick. I've held that name for months now, and yet, you still insist on referring to me as a Reigelhoff?" Damien, crossing his arms, shot back. Ah, yes, your Rudwick name, the one you obtained through marriage, the same name you plan to trade for an endless alimony and a small mansion during the national ball. Or are you going to claim I'm making things up again? Edith chuckled lightly. At least now she understood how Damien had managed to win Duke Rudwick over the last time the Sinclair family visited. Sensing an opportunity, Damien attempted to rally more support from those who had witnessed Edith's past statements. But before he could finish, Edith cut him off with confidence. I never imagined anyone would actually take those words seriously. I was merely stooping to your sister's level of ridiculousness. Damien, unfazed, countered. You spoke of your family as if they could be exchanged for money, and now you claim you were just joking? Edith didn't hesitate. Of course it was a joke. Ah, but I see now. Someone like you would misunderstand. After all, you didn't even consider your own sister valuable. You neglected her, mistreated her, and sold her off at the first opportunity. No wonder you thought I was being serious. You can't even begin to comprehend the struggles Ree's faced, yet here you are, forcing her into a public reconciliation. And just when Damien thought that was the end of her attack, Edith went in for the final punch. Ah, and let's not forget, this isn't the first time you've pulled this stunt. Even now, your sister is shamelessly chasing after another woman's husband, yet instead of stopping her from humiliating herself, you encourage her in hopes of personal gain. How utterly ridiculous. Layla, livid, tried to insist that the Duke had approved her marriage to Killian. But before she could even finish, Damien, perhaps realizing the mess she was creating, swiftly intervened. My sister must have had too much wine, he muttered. Then, turning back to Edith, he said while lowering his head, I'm curious to see how long you'll be able to keep up this confidence. I'll be waiting. Edith's final move. A cool, cutting remark. Before you concern yourself with other people's lives, perhaps you should focus on the one sister you have left. And just like that, the battle ended. What a showdown. But honestly, props to Edith for standing her ground so fiercely. Though, amidst all the chaos, a bittersweet thought crossed her mind. In a way, she envied Layla, despite everything. At least she had a brother willing to fight for her. Edith, on the other hand, had never experienced that. Not in this life, nor in the last. But just as that melancholy thought settled, a warm touch pulled her back to reality. Her mother-in-law, ever perceptive, as if gently reminded her that she's not alone. And of course, she couldn't resist teasing her as well. I knew it. You deserve every bit of Killian's affection. You handled them all with such grace, despite their vulgarity. No wonder Killian can't take his eyes off you. Cute Edith, blushing like a ripe tomato, and Princess Catherine? Well, she had mysteriously disappeared from the scene. Weird, right? Edith wandered outside, scanning her surroundings in search of the princess. After a bit of looking around, she finally spotted her, perched high up on a sturdy tree branch, lounging like it was the most natural thing in the world. Well, that explains why she was nowhere to be found. Edith, of course, had no way of joining her there. Climbing trees in a dress? Not exactly practical. So instead, she settled down beneath the tree, making herself comfortable on the grass. A brief silence stretched between them before the princess finally broke it. Aren't you worried your father might die in battle, Edith? Oof. She really went straight for the heavy topic, huh? And honestly, if I could answer on Edith's behalf, I might have jokingly said, actually, I wouldn't mind if he dropped dead, but that would be impolite. So moving on. Edith, unfazed, responded, would it make me sound too heartless if I said a traitor deserves punishment? The princess, however, didn't seem satisfied with that answer. That's not necessarily what I meant. Edith caught on quickly. This wasn't really about her father. The princess was using Edith's situation to circle back to her own concerns, trying to ask about personal worries without saying them outright. And sure enough, the princess finally voiced what was really on her mind. How can you talk about this so casually? I don't understand. All this political mess surrounding the throne. Why does everyone care so much? Why can't things just go back to how they used to be? When I was little, my father, my brother, my uncle, we were all happy together, the princess said as she wipes her tears. So this was her hidden backstory, the one the novel never bothered to reveal. Even Edith hadn't expected to see this side of her. But it was clear that the princess was struggling with her own perception of herself. She thought she wasn't good enough. And to her, that was a flaw she couldn't ignore. And without hesitation, Edith asked, "You love your brother, don't you?" The princess, as always, was a force of nature. Wild, unpredictable, and impossible to control. Even befriending Rees hadn't magically transformed her overnight. In fact, the original novel never really explored the depth of her feelings toward her uncle either. But Edith had a strong hunch. If there was one person responsible for triggering the princess's character growth, it was the Emperor. If only I could help her find a way to reach her goal without losing herself in the process. Edith pondered to herself. The princess, slightly caught off guard by the question, and said, "Do I love my brother? What kind of question is that? Of course I do. He's the only one who stood by my side when no one else would." Her response was immediate, as if there had never been a doubt in her mind. Edith took a moment before sharing her own thoughts. "Whenever I hesitate or struggle to figure out the right thing to do, I think of Killian." Her voice was calm, but there was weight behind her words. "Sometimes I stay silent, pushing down my own pain and shame. But if I let my own doubts stop me from acting, if my choices end up hurting the person I love most, I think that's something I wouldn't be able to live with." She then added, with even more conviction, "If I let myself waver too much, if I fail to stand firm, I might end up harming the very person I wanted to protect the most." That was the truth she had come to understand, and the perfect advice for the princess too. After a heartfelt conversation, Edith and the princess made their way back to the party, only to be met by the worried Duchess and Rees. Given their slightly disheveled state, the Duchess immediately jumped to conclusions. "Did you two have a disagreement?" she asked, clearly concerned. Edith, ever the quick thinker, waved off the suspicion with an easy smile. "Oh, not at all. I just had a little accident. Tripped and fell, you see. Her Highness was kind enough to help me up." The princess nodded along, backing her up. If only the Duchess knew the intense conversation they actually had. But just as Edith turned to check on Rees, something caught her attention. The princess was offering additional nights to the Rudwick estate. Naturally, Edith leaned in to eavesdrop. "I know the imperial family must remain neutral in this war," the princess reasoned. "But with Cliff stationed at the palace, your estate is left unguarded. My knights have no urgent assignments at the moment." Before she could even finish, the Duchess politely but firmly declined. Edith immediately started overanalyzing. Did this happen in the original novel too? If the Rudwick residents had more guards, how would the later kidnapping plot unfold? The pieces of the story were shifting, and that was both a relief and a concern. The princess tried again to convince the Duchess, but the conversation took an unexpected turn. Rees's nose suddenly started bleeding. That, of course, redirected all the attention. With Rees clearly unwell, the Duchess and Edith decided it was best to call it a night and head home. Sometime later, Edith reassured her mother-in-law. "No need to fret, Mother. The doctor said Rees just needs rest." But the Duchess's worried expression didn't ease up. "Perhaps I'm growing old and forgetful," she murmured. The princess made a generous offer, and yet I turned it down. Cliff's lack of letters already makes me anxious. Accepting those nights could have given me peace of mind, but for some reason I refused. Edith, of course, knew why. It wasn't the Duchess's fault. It was the invisible hand of the original storyline, ensuring that events unfolded a certain way. The Duchess sighed again. "And then there's the matter of the Light of Lorraine. My mind feels so scattered lately. I'm far too young to be this absent-minded. If Edith had a choice, she would tell her mother-in-law everything. But how could she explain that she was merely a character in a pre-written story, her decisions influenced by some unseen force? That knowledge would only cause more distress. Instead, Edith simply suggested, "You must be exhausted, Mother. You should rest." After some time passed, Rees finally woke up. But then, out of nowhere, she uttered something that gave me shivers. "Proceed as planned, Isabel." "Excuse me, what? A plan? What plan?" I had a very, very bad feeling about this. The next morning, Edith sat in Lennon's office, lost in thought. Her mind kept circling back to Killian. Is he safe? Sure, he was a main character, but with the story already going off script, anything could happen. Before she could dwell on it further, the Duchess and Lennon rushed into the room looking pale. "The palace was attacked," the Duchess announced. "Her Highness sent a messenger. We must leave at once." The plan was to take a mountain route, avoiding any unwanted attention. Lennon, meanwhile, would stay behind to manage the Rudwick estate. But before they could even set off, Rees ran up to them, breathless. "I'm coming with you. I refuse to stay behind and worry myself sick." Everything was moving at lightning speed. Edith barely had time to process the situation before she was packed into the carriage, heading straight into another danger. Why? Because unbeknownst to them, Shane and Sophia were already lying in wait with their troops, ready to execute their grand kidnapping scheme. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently. Then, darkness. When Edith regained consciousness, the first thing she saw was her mother-in-law, cradling her protectively. But there was blood. A lot of blood. "No. Please open your eyes. Mother!" Edith's voice trembled as she shook the Duchess gently, willing her to wake up. Then crash! The carriage door was torn open, revealing the culprits, Shane and Sophia. And just like that, realization hit Edith. The original story's siege on the Rudwick residence had been replaced with this. Shane yanked the Duchess from Edith's grasp. "No!" Edith protested, clinging desperately. Sophia scoffed as she pulled. "Edith. Mother? You call her your mother? You turned your back on your real father the moment you got married, and now you're acting like this woman is your true family." Edith didn't back down. "Yes, she is my true family, the one I chose for myself, you evil." Before she could finish, Sophia struck her. Hard. In an instant, Edith's world faded to black again. And where was Cliff during all of this? Oh, just casually slaughtering enemies left and right in his unwavering mission to protect the Emperor. But something felt off. Even the Emperor noticed. Their attacks are too reckless. And my uncle isn't the type to act so rashly. That's when a dying rebel chuckled through bloodied lips. "This is all going according to my master plan," he rasped. "Even young Master Rudwick won't be able to stop it. It's over for you. I've successfully lured you away from your manor." Cliff didn't waste a second. Ignoring everything else, including the Emperor's safety, he bolted, determined to return home. Watching from a distance, Princess Catherine saw the whole thing about Cliff and his elite knight moving away from the palace. At first, she was shocked. But then, understanding dawned. Without hesitation, she returned back toward the palace. On the flip side, Killian and the Duke had finally achieved victory over Count Reigelhoff's forces. But that wasn't the best part. The real prize was a letter they discovered, written by none other than Grand Duke Lanston. And this wasn't just any letter. It was undeniable proof that the rebels had been plotting all along. Not only had they intended to stir up a territorial war between the Rudwicks, but the Grand Duke himself had been after the throne. Treason, plain and simple. However, despite his defeat, Count Reigelhoff's reaction was unsettling. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't begging for mercy. Instead, he was kneeling while laughing there, as if he had already won. The Duke remained calm, still confident that they had the upper hand, until the Count opened his mouth. "You fools," Reigelhoff sneered. You think this is a victory? You haven't won anything. Soon you'll lose everything. Your family in the capital, the emperor you swore to protect. Axel Rudwick, everything you hold dear will be taken from you. Back at the palace, chaos painted the halls in blood. Lifeless bodies were scattered everywhere, and at the heart of the destruction is the emperor, wounded, face to face with his own uncle, Grand Duke Lanston. The Grand Duke let out a mocking chuckle. Didn't you once say that a nation couldn't be ruled by just one person? And yet here you are, the only one left. The Rudwick fool abandoned you, all because of Reigelhoff's little distraction. His smirk widened as he continued. And your dear little sister, nowhere to be found. If she's lucky, she might survive. But even if she does, do you really think she'd bother avenging you? The Emperor, despite his injuries, didn't waver. His voice was steady. You don't understand anything, Uncle. Catherine is much wiser than you think. And unlike you, she doesn't betray family for power. That must have struck a nerve, because Lanston's expression twisted in fury. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high, preparing to bring it down in one decisive strike. But just before the blade could fall, crashed! Out of nowhere, Princess Catherine came charging through the window on horseback. Yes, on horseback, landing directly where Lanston stood. And just like that, the Grand Duke met his end. The Emperor, still in shock, looked up at his sister. Catherine, how did you know? The princess barely spared a glance at her fallen uncle. Instead, she focused on her brother. I ordered the city guards to come. Just hold on a little longer. Get on, brother. The princess's decision to trust in Edith's advice had changed everything. Because believing in Edith didn't just save her brother, her only family, it saved her too. Now she's really thankful that she trusted Edith. The moment Edith opens her eyes, she's greeted by a rather unsettling sight. Her older brothers Shane and Sophia standing with their men inside an unfamiliar place. Not exactly the kind of family reunion anyone would want. Sophia, ever the sharp observer, immediately notices that Edith is awake and wastes no time calling her their little troublemaker. And just like that, the duo starts chatting as if they're on some kind of leisurely picnic instead of a tense hostage situation. Shane firmly tells Sophia not to refer to Edith as their, since she's a traitor. Meanwhile, Edith, still trying to gather her thoughts, is more concerned about how long she had been unconscious, especially after getting knocked out by Sophia. But when her gaze falls on her unconscious mother-in-law, with Rees beside her worry intensifies. The Duchess already suffered a head injury from their earlier fall, and according to the original novel, Cliff should be coming to the rescue. But the real question is, when? If everything were still following the storyline, the male lead would swoop in right about now to save the female lead before things got out of hand. But with the plot having strayed so far from the original, Edith has no idea what to expect anymore. Will Cliff really show up in time? Just as she's deep in thought, she hears Shane give an order. Lock the Duchess in the first room. Thankfully, he considers his precious hostage too valuable to be harmed, which brings Edith a small sense of relief. Small, but still something. Then comes the real shocker. Shane casually announces that Rees isn't actually a hostage, but his lovely trophy. Huh? Since when did he like Rees? Edith is completely baffled and doesn't know what to make of it. As for Edith herself, Shane orders his men to take her to the basement. Why? Because he doesn't want her screams to be too loud when Sophia beats her up later. Seriously? I'm not even surprised to Shane. But at this point, someone really needs to step in and help our girl. Moments later, Edith finds herself hoisted up like a sack of potatoes. As she's carried away, she notices how much colder it is compared to the capital and starts calculating how far they might have traveled. Judging from what little she can see, they seem to be in an old villa on the outskirts of the capital. The real problem? There's no one else around. How is she supposed to call for help? Out of nowhere, the man carrying her suddenly speaks. What's your relationship with my client? He asks, sounding oddly curious. Oh, so he's just a mercenary, huh? I couldn't help but notice you two seem to know each other, he adds, sounding somewhat worried. And I don't like it. I thought this was just your average ransom kidnapping. He's my brother, Edith replies. That revelation shocks the mercenary, and he immediately follows up with, Then why is he doing this to you? Good question. Edith doesn't have a clear answer either. I don't know where things went wrong, she admits. We lived under the same roof as one family, but I never really felt like I belonged. Maybe I did something wrong, but if I did, I have no idea what. Oof, that one stings. Can the mercenary guy have just a little bit of sympathy and help her out instead of just following orders? Well, maybe he does have a heart after all. Instead of tying her hands tightly, he leaves the knots loose enough for her to wriggle free. He even warns her to be careful not to make it too obvious when she tries to escape. Even if I let you go now, that woman will just chase you down again, he tells her. So wait for your chance. We're in Wellesley outside the capital. If you head south from here, you'll reach the city center. Edith, curious, asks why he's helping her at all. I grew up in an orphanage, he explains. I only became a mercenary to support the kids there. We're not related by blood, but they're still my family. Sometimes they get on my nerves, but no matter how much they annoy me, I could never do something like this to them. Then he stands up and says good luck to Edith. Just as he's about to leave, Edith suddenly stops him. The mercenary instantly assumes she wants more help, and quickly apologizes, saying this is all he can do since he's only been paid just for a deposit. But that's not why Edith stopped him. Run. Right now the Duke's army is coming. The mercenary doesn't believe her at first, but Edith insists. If he doesn't leave now, he won't stand a chance. Because when Cliff Rudwick arrives, anyone in his way won't live to tell the tale. Finally! Serves you right! Sophia's mocking voice rang through the dimly lit basement, her smirk full of satisfaction. Not so high and mighty now, huh? That's what happens when you ignore your brother's kindness. Well, no worries. He gave me the green light to get rid of you, so this is the end for you. Panic, fear, and shock clashed in Edith's mind, but she forced herself to stay calm. If this situation were truly life-threatening, wouldn't that mysterious green timer have appeared by now, just like last time? That meant one thing. Her best bet was to stall for time. Let me ask you something, Edith said, her voice steady. Why? Why do you hate me so much? Sophia scoffed, folding her arms tighter. Are you really asking me that? Use your brain, Edith. How could I not hate someone who was born lucky and handed everything on a silver platter? Wait, Edith? Lucky? Are we talking about the same person here, Sophia? But then Sophia finally dropped a truth bomb that left Edith reeling. You cheated death and even became a noble. Oh, I bet you had no clue. Your mother was Count Ragelhoff's dead sister. You were meant to die, but his lordship took pity and raised you. Hold on. So she wasn't the Count's daughter, but his niece? This whole time she had been suffering just because of something like this? Edith couldn't believe it. Her emotions churned. Disbelief, anger, pity, all mixing into one as Sophia continued to rant. If only I had been born as the Count's daughter. If only I had your background. Oh, please. If that's the case, how about you swap places with Edith now, Sophia? Edith could beat you up every day, force you to live in fear, and see how you'll like it. Seriously, Sophia wasn't even a tragic villain at this point. She was just straight up evil. Anyway, back to story. Still, Edith wasn't done yet. Poor Sophia, she said, her voice dripping with mock sympathy. Your bloodline has nothing to do with why my brother didn't pick you. After all, his heart belongs to the illegitimate child, Rees. Sophia's face twisted in fury. Without a second thought, she slapped Edith hard across the face. But instead of backing down, Edith smirked, pressing further. What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Even someone as clueless as me can see it, so don't tell me you never noticed the truth yourself. And just like that, all restraint flew out the window. The slaps, punches, and kicks came non-stop, Sophia unleashing every ounce of pent-up rage. She didn't care how long it took. She just wanted Edith to suffer. As for Edith, she knew she will be beaten to a pulp, but she still couldn't resist provoking Sophia. Even if she couldn't fight back, at least she got to throw some jabs where it hurt the most. Girl, I get it, but was this really the best strategy? Look at you now. Finally, Sophia paused, panting from exertion, but just as she reached for her sword, ready to finish the job, "Bad news, the Duke's army is attacking." A soldier burst into the room, breathless. Sophia's head snapped up, eyes full of disbelief. "What? That's impossible. We covered our tracks." Annoyed, Sophia gritted her teeth and added, "Ugh, what about Lord Shane? He said not to bother him." The man responds back. But before she stormed off, she shot one last glare at Edith. "Don't get too happy. The moment I come back, you're dead." Edith just smiled. Why? Because while Sophia had been distracted, she had completely freed her hands from the ropes. With his sword cutting through anything, or anyone, in his way, Cliff finally reaches the old villa in search of Ree's. Just as he arrives, he hears a man's voice from where he stands. "You are absolutely lovely, Ree's. From the moment I first saw you, I couldn't get you out of my mind. I've never laid eyes on someone as breathtaking as you." Shane confesses with a dreamy sigh. "I can't believe you're really here in front of me." Ree's, utterly baffled, insists that she has no idea who this man is. But Shane? Oh, he's in his own world. Ignoring her protests, he excitedly declares that they can get to know each other, whether she likes it or not. Meanwhile, Cliff listens from the shadows, his mind flashing back to his conversation with Ree's, on that night when he said he'll do anything for her. She had put his devotion to the test right away, demanding that he remove her knight, Sir William, from her side. "I've been attracting too much attention ever since the whole mess with Edith," she explained, then pointed out, "Just leave Isabel with me." But that wasn't all. She had another specific request. "Which knight has been by your side the most when you visit the palace? I'd like him to stay behind, but we have to be discreet. No one should know he's actually with me." It was in moments like these that Cliff realized something. His Ree's, as breathtaking as the goddess of spring, had a certain glint in her eyes that made him uneasy. Her requests were always strange. She would brush aside his concerns, knowingly put herself in danger, and then, without fail, whisper sweet, irresistible words in his ear. That memory alone made him hesitate now. But the second he hears Ree's cry out his name for help, all his doubts crumble. He can't help but give in to her all over again. And when Ree's declares, "Cliff has loved me even after seeing the very worst of me. No one could ever replace my dear Cliff." For just that fleeting moment, Cliff smiles. In his heart, he believes she belongs entirely to him. And because he loves her so much, he resolves to do anything for her. Then, Cliff strides inside the room, grinning like a madman, and attacked Shane behind, his face streaked with blood. He turns to Ree's and casually asks, "So? Did everything go as planned? Now what should I do? Should I kill him?" "Don't kill him," Ree's responds without missing a beat. "Just let the court handle his sentencing. If you kill him now, you'll get yourself in trouble, and I don't want that." But Cliff? He knows better. He's already seen every side of her sharp mind, her cunning schemes, and the darkness hidden behind her innocent smile. Chuckling, he dismisses her attempt at reason. "You don't need to make excuses," he says smoothly. "You told me yourself. I'm the one who loves even the very worst of you. And you were right. You're the only one I want. Your trust, your love. So just tell me what you want, and I'll do anything for you." Remember that mercenary guy from earlier? The one Edith convinced to run? Right now he's dashing away as fast as he can, clutching a ruby necklace in his hands. Edith's necklace. Talk about an unexpected bonus. Flashback to a few moments ago. Before he left Edith trapped in the basement, she handed over her precious ruby necklace, practically bribing him to escape. That way, he wouldn't hesitate or linger, waiting for payment that might never come. Now, as he recalls that moment, his steps slow. He glances back, concern flickering in his eyes. She better survive this. At the same time in the basement, Edith is finally free. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, she managed to loosen the ropes binding her hands. Honestly, they weren't that tight to begin with, but her hands were too weak to break free right away. Not exactly the dramatic escape she was hoping for, but there's another problem. Her throat is so dry and hoarse from her earlier screamings while Sophia hit her now. She can't even call for help. Great, just great. Then, out of nowhere, she hears voices from outside. The chaos from before has settled, which means now's her chance. Wasting no time, she heads straight for the exit. Freedom is just within reach. But just as her fingers hover over the doorknob, something stops her. "I'm glad we took the precaution to hide Our Lady somewhere else," a familiar voice says. "That's Sophia." And then another voice responds, "It's Cliff." So she was in on this, wasn't she? Yes. How else would we have known exactly where the Duchess would be passing through? It's all thanks to Lady Edith's cooperation, Sophia smugly announces as knights restrain her. And as if the betrayal wasn't shocking enough, she adds, "That's not even the best part. The message from the palace? Completely fake. Another brilliant trick from Lady Edith herself." Edith's heart pounds. Wait, what? None of that makes sense. But how can she prove otherwise? Maybe if she shows Cliff the bruises Sophia left on her, he'll believe her. Determined, she inches closer to the door until she hears the next words. "The truth is, Edith was the only one who wasn't surprised by the attack," Ree says. "I saw her before I blacked out. When our eyes met, she was smiling." In a blink of an eye, all of Edith's hope shatters. Ree is lying? That's impossible. She would never. But then the realization crashes down on her like a wave. "Ah, it was you all along." Everything suddenly makes sense. Ree, the so-called heroine of this story, was the author all along. And Edith? She never stood a chance. It was always Ree's world, the perfect protagonist, loved by all, the embodiment of beauty and justice. In this world, her words are absolute. She shape reality and rewrite truth itself. There was never any room for Edith to fight back. This rule was set in stone from the very beginning. Then, memories of Killian flood her mind, especially their last conversation, when he asked her about Ree's. Panic grips her. What's going to happen to her now? Will Edith be forced back into the original storyline? Will she be executed with the rebels? Will Killian be the one to kill her? But before she can even begin to process it all, Cliff's voice rings out. "Let's return home. Safety is our first priority. If Edith was here alone, there's a chance reinforcements are on the way. First, we'll make sure Ree and my mother return safely. Then, send men to track down Edith." He's leaving her behind. Oh, the irony. He knows she's still here. Of course he does. But whether it's because Ree is in a tough spot herself, or because something else is at play, it doesn't matter. This is her only chance to escape. Without hesitation, Edith bolts. The cold wind cuts through her, but she keeps moving. Step after step, all she focuses on is getting as far away as possible. Then, just when she thinks she's out of options, fate throws her a lifeline. A carriage. Without thinking twice, she stumbles into the road, waving her arms. The carriage screeches to a stop. Gasping for breath, she pleads, "Please, help me. I was kidnapped by robbers. I just barely managed to escape." The noble couple inside eye her tattered appearance with concern. A moment later, they help her inside. As the carriage begins to move, Edith stares out at the darkened landscape of her fate. She can't stop the memories from resurfacing. The warmth, the kindness, the trust she had in Ree. She never doubted her, not even once. Edith had even felt sorry for Ree when she saw her cry, blaming herself for things that weren't her fault. How foolish. Everything was a lie. "I heard abductions for ransom have been increasing lately," the older woman beside her says gently. "Here, have some water." Edith's head feels light, her vision swimming. Still, she manages a weak thank you before taking a sip. For now, she forces herself to stop thinking. She just needs to breathe and live. Back at the palace, with the last of the attackers dealt with, Killian prepares to assist the remaining knights. However, before he can act, the Duke steps forward with a firm order. I'll handle things here at the palace. You, on the other hand, need to head back home. His gaze sticks at Killian. You're clearly worried about her. Your wife. Assess the situation and send word to me immediately. Killian doesn't argue. He doesn't hesitate. With worry written all over his face, he follows his father's command and rushes back home. But the moment he steps foot inside the manor, the atmosphere is far from welcoming. Something is wrong. Ignoring everything else, Killian immediately checks on his mother. As soon as he spots Cliff, he demands an update on the Duchess's condition. Oddly enough, Reese eagerly calls out to him first, her voice laced with concern. But Killian doesn't spare her a glance. Instead, he sits beside his mother, waiting for a proper answer. She'll be fine, Cliff explains. The doctor says all her injuries are external, aside from a mild concussion. She should wake up soon. A small sigh of relief escapes Killian's lips. But there's still one more thing he needs to know. Where's Edith? That's when Reese speaks up, wearing her usual kind and remorseful expression. This is all my fault. Edith was acting strangely before we left, but I thought I was just overthinking things. Killian, unimpressed, cuts straight to the point. That's not what I asked. Where is she? Cliff steps in. Didn't Lennon tell you what happened? What makes you think she'd be here when she was the mastermind behind everything? Cliff's voice is laced with certainty. We arrested her maid and her brother at the crime scene. The evidence points straight to her. Killian's expression darkens. That's ridiculous. That maid has only ever treated Edith like... But before he can finish, something strange happens. A wave of dizziness washes over him. His head feels heavy, his vision blurs for a moment. And the words he so desperately wants to say get stuck in his throat. What was that? Something is stopping him. He doesn't understand why, but for that brief moment it's as if he physically can't speak. Cliff, taking advantage of the situation, presses on. Oh, Killian, did you really trust her that much? He lets out a dry chuckle. Maybe the rumors were true then. The sly snake of Reigelhoff, wasn't it? She fooled more than a few people in our family. Then, as if it's a mere afterthought, he adds, her maid was acting suspicious too. She even begged me to see Edith. Naturally, I locked her up. Must be too careful. A smirk plays at his lips. But don't worry. I've already sent men to track Edith down. No stone will be left unturned. She won't get far. Killian doesn't waste another second. Without a word, he storms out of the room. If Cliff's men find Edith first, she's as good as dead. As for the real villainess, Reese watches him leave, unfazed. In her mind, everything is still going according to plan. Edith is running now after all, and she'll never fulfill the third condition anyway. After reaching the city, Edith finally parts ways with the kind, noble couple who helped her. She's deeply thankful for their kindness. In truth, they even offered to escort her home, but going back to either the Reigelhoff mansion or Rudwick is the last thing she wants. No, she needs to disappear. Her first order of business? Withdraw her money. Luckily, the information Anna once shared with her is proving to be useful. Using a fake name, Edith successfully retrieves all the money from her account. Smart move. If she had used her real name, Rudwick would have been alerted immediately. As she steps outside, snowflakes drift down from the sky, the first snowfall of the season. No wonder it's been so unbearably cold. At first, she assumed it was just because she was in the outskirts of the city. Turns out, the entire weather changed overnight. Still, she doesn't have time to stand around. She needs clothes, something to replace her current ruined outfit. As she walks through the streets, aimlessly wandering, another thought crosses her mind. In the novel, Edith's story also ended in the winter. Not this time. After buying clothes, medicine, and other necessities, Edith steels her resolve. She'll survive, she'll live through the winter, and she'll make it to spring. But for that, She needs a plan. So, she plans to buy a map of the entire nation. If she's going to escape for good, she needs to figure out a proper route. She went inside a store, and she spots a familiar-looking man who resembles Linen a lot. Now, her map is secured. She doesn't have much time. She needs to leave the city while Reese is still preoccupied. With her mind set on her next step, she moves quickly. However, just as she's making her way toward her destination, she encounters a knight from Rudwick. Her breath catches in her throat. Will this be the end? Will she be captured and executed, or will she find a way to escape once again? The wind howls, but Killian barely registers it, because his only focus is the road ahead. With his knights struggling to keep up, he pushes his horse to the limit, hooves pounding against the frozen ground as he races toward Wellesley, outside the capital. Every second wasted is a second too long. Edith is out there, away from him, and he refuses to let anyone else find her before he does, especially not Cliff's men. The cold bites through his armor. Exhaustion weighs heavy on his body. He hasn't rested once since returning from the battlefield. But none of that matters. Nothing does. Not until he sees Edith safe with his own eyes. Despite the risks, because let's be real, the criminals could still be lurking around, Killian doesn't hesitate for even a second. His knights try to caution him, but do they really think he's going to listen? Of course not. The moment he arrives, he storms into the old villa, searching every possible hiding place. But Edith is nowhere to be found. Then, a gut feeling, a pull deep in his chest, the basement. One of his knights murmurs that he doesn't recall this place even having a basement before, but Killian isn't listening. His feet move on their own, his heart pounding louder than ever. And that's when he sees it. A few strands of red hair lying on the ground, right next to an empty chair. His breath catches in his throat. His vision tunnels. His hands tremble as he crouches down, reaching for the strands as if they might disappear before his very eyes. She was here. She was right here. Then, like a floodgate bursting open, Linen's report crashes back into his mind. Shane Reigelhoff and his treacherous maid orchestrated this. That cursed maid. She was the one holding Edith here. She was the one who hurt her before. And if she had Edith in her grasp again... A sharp, unbearable pain twists in his chest. He can't lose her. "Search the entire area," he orders, his voice raw with desperation. "Now!" His knights scatter, combing through every inch of the villa, overturning furniture, breaking down doors. But as the minutes stretch into agonizing eternity, their efforts yield nothing. No Edith. No trace of where she went. I can't find any sign of her," Killian whispers, disbelief settling like ice in his veins. And then, "Young Master Killian," knights rush forward, dragging a man with them. "We arrested this man nearby," another knight adds. "We believe he was hired to assist in the kidnapping." "Oh, it's the mercenary guy again." The man immediately speaks, trying to explain himself, but before he can finish, Killian grabs him. Have you seen my wife?" His voice trembles as he clutches the man-arms. "I promised her I'd return safe and sound. But what if something terrible happened to her while I was gone?" His breathing is ragged, his emotions unraveling. She has red hair and brown eyes. She's a beautiful woman. She's incredibly smart, stronger than most. But she never thinks about her own safety. It's terrifying how little regard she has for her own life. And I cannot live without her. Desperation swallows him whole. Please tell me she's alive," the mercenary exhales. "There's something you should see." Slowly he raises his hand, a ruby necklace. "Does this belong to the person you're looking for?" Killian's entire world stops. His breath catches, his hands shake. He reaches for the necklace, dread clawing at his throat. Until the mercenary speaks again. "I'm sure she's alive and on the run. I was ordered to take her to a shed, but I loosened her binding so she could escape when the time was right." Killian's heart kicks back into motion. "Right, I saw a rope in the storage shed. That means She really did get away. The mercenary nods. I told her we were north of the capital. If she's smart, and I know she is, she would have headed south. And a spark of hope reignites in Killian's chest. Edith is out there, and he's going to find her at any cost. At the ducal estate, the atmosphere is tense. Axel Rudwick, the Duke himself, has his sword drawn, pointed directly at his eldest son, Cliff. Cliff, unfazed, or maybe just in denial, says, "But father, isn't Killian worse than me? It's obvious that woman Edith orchestrated this whole mess. But instead of staying put, Killian rushed to Wellesley without even letting his knights rest, just to rescue her. And yet, you say nothing to him, but come here to scold me? After I saved Mother and Ree's? Oh, someone really thinks he's the victim here." The Duke's voice turns menacing. "Is this how far gone you are, Cliff?" His eyes bore into his son as he continues. "The rebels nearly succeeded in their plot because of you. You abandoned your duty, broke military law, and left His Majesty open to attack, all for your lover." His grip on his sword tightens. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't punish you right now." Cliff is speechless. The Duke continues, his tone unwavering. "Killian, on the other hand, followed my orders without deviation. Even at the palace, he fulfilled every duty given to him. And despite his urgency to find Edith, he never neglected my command to send me updates on the situation. That's why the Duke was able to grasp the situation even before returning home. And thanks to Linnon's report, he now knows the truth. Edith, the Duchess, and Rees only left for the capital after receiving an urgent letter from Princess Catherine. Or so they thought. Because, plot twist, the princess never sent such a letter. During the conversation, the princess confirmed that she never summoned the Duchess or ordered anything of the sort. And the messenger who delivered the fake letter? None other than one of Rudwick's knights. A knight who had served the family loyally for years. Which means this betrayal runs deep. And if that wasn't enough, the Duke just received another report. The prisoners they captured had been whispering about someone who promised to help if things went south. Connecting the dots, the Duke realizes something chilling. This entire scheme? There's no way it was planned by a single rogue knight. The real mastermind is still lurking in the shadows, hiding right under their noses. Suddenly the Duchess reaches for her husband's hand. The Duke glances at her, immediately sensing that she has something important to say. Without hesitation, he orders Cliff and Rees to return to their rooms. Naturally, Cliff tries to protest, because of course he does, but the Duke's sharp glare and furious voice shuts him down instantly. With no choice left, Cliff storms off, confined to his chamber. Once the room is empty, the Duke turns back to his wife. "Now, tell me, what is it that you need to say so urgently without our son?" Ooh, is it time for a revelation? What shocking truth does the Duchess have to share? And now the real question is, what happened to Edith? Just as she's making her escape, she spots a Rudwick knight searching the area, undeniably looking for her. With the knight still unaware of her presence, Edith seizes the opportunity. She covers her face and moves swiftly, her heartbeat drumming in her ears. This is it, my one and only chance. After what feels like an eternity of careful maneuvering, she finally reaches the train station without any trouble. Now, she has a choice to make. Drevern in the north, not far from Ryson, or Affentus on the southern border. Both are port cities, meaning either destination could be her gateway to freedom. As long as she reaches the port, she can board a ship and disappear. And thanks to Killian securing her private funds, money won't be an issue. If she finds a quiet town where no one knows her, she can start over, open a small shop, buy a cozy little house with a garden, and live peacefully. Even after that, she'll still have enough money to live comfortably for years. But first, she must decide how to board the train. A proper passenger seat would be comfortable, perfect for the long journey. But hiding in the crowded luggage car might be safer. Though, according to Anna, it's a rough and shaky ride. Safety or comfort? Tough call. All aboard for a fantasy. The announcement echoes through the station. Without hesitation, Edith moves toward the train, ready to follow her escape plan. But then, hesitation creeps in. If I leave, then what? What will I have left to live for? These thoughts swirl in her mind, making her footsteps falter. In the end, instead of running away, she chooses to rest and stay. Killian, on the other hand, continues his desperate search for her, focusing on the southern path based on the mercenaries' tip. Despite his knights reporting that they've thoroughly searched the area without finding a single clue, he refuses to stop. Instead, he apologizes for making them work so late. "My lord," one knight speaks up, hesitant. "Are you sure we can trust that mercenary? He was hired to abduct Lady Edith, yet he's helping us now, even refusing payment. Doesn't that seem suspicious?" Killian remains firm. If anyone could change a man like that, it would be Edith. That's just who she is. She's never cared about status or background. She's kind to everyone. I don't believe he would betray us. Noticing his knight's exhaustion, Killian offers them the option to return and request reinforcements. He, however, will not stop searching. Once he's gone, a knight sighs. At least we got some rest back at the manor. But Lord Killian? He hasn't rested at all. Even if we keep looking, there's no guarantee she's even alive. The captain glares. Still, one thing is certain. No matter what anyone says, Killian will never stop looking for Edith. Not until his body gives out. The next morning, Edith wakes in her bed, recalling a dream she had. It was a memory of a play she once watched with Killian, a tragic love story. At the time, she scoffed at the heroine's actions. She ended her life just because Laszlo married the princess? That's ridiculous. People are stronger than they think. But now, reliving the moment in her mind, she realizes she was wrong. Odalit, the woman in the play, didn't just give up because of heartbreak. She did it because she knew Laszlo would never look at her the same way again. With that realization, Edith reaches a final decision. In a bustling street, a frustrated woman glares at two knights. "I already told you, I'm not the person you're looking for." The knights hesitate. She may not be a perfect match, but she has red curly hair, just like the description they received. Then, before they can press further, "You can let her go now. It's Edith." She stands there, battered but still breathtaking. Her presence is cool as ever. Even with bruises, her aura never wavers. But why is she surrendering now? Because she's tired. Because she's lived a lonely, meaningless life, trying to survive for the original Edith's and that child's sake. But if survival means returning to that emptiness, then no. She refuses. As she takes a step forward, her body nearly gives out. She looks at the knights. "Help me. I can't stand on my own anymore." The two knights exchange glances. There's something off. She looks far weaker than expected. As they support her, Edith's thoughts drift. "I've done everything I could. If I can just see you one last time, if your warm gaze could hold me just once more, then I don't care what happens next." Her heart whispers a final wish. "Killian, if you're the one who ends my story, then I don't mind. As long as we're together at the end, I won't regret a thing." The sky seems heavier. Is someone crying? No, definitely not me. But where is Edith's beloved husband now? Killian, exhausted beyond measure, continues his search. His body is weak, his vision blurs, and he coughs, but he refuses to stop. A voice. "Killian." His heart stops. He turns sharply. "Did you hear that?" His knights glance at each other, concerned. "My lord, no one said anything." The captain steps forward, voice firm yet hesitant. "Lord Killian, please. Dawn is breaking. I hate to say this, but her chances of survival in this cold..." Killian's world begins to collapse. No, this can't be happening. His mind floods with memories. Her suffering, the cruelty she endured, the false accusations, and worst of all, his own actions during their marriage. So this is it? I'll never see her smile again, after everything she went through, after being treated so horribly by my father, by my family, by that wretched maid sent by her own blood. And even I was no better. And now, she's gone before I ever got the chance to make things right. His knees weaken, his heart shattering under the weight of regret. Then, my lord, we found her. Lady Edith was found in the capital. Hope reignites in an instant. Oh, Killian and Edith, after everything you've been through, you deserve happiness. Please, just hold on a little longer. The grand execution of the Rigelhoff family for their treason is taking place in front of a massive audience. Nobles, royalty, and of course, the Rudwick family. Before the execution even begins, a knight leans in close to Duke Rudwick and whispers, "Your Grace, Lord Killian's knights have found her. The young master has received the news and is on his way here." Naturally, the sharp-eared princess catches this and discreetly orders, "Make absolutely certain he doesn't cause a scene." With a raise of his hand, the emperor officially begins the trial, his voice carrying over the crowd. The Rigelhoff family and their allies stand accused of treason. Not only did they conspire against the crown alongside Grand Duke Lanston, but they also resorted to the despicable tactic of abducting their enemies' families during wartime. However, Duke Rudwick managed the situation with great restraint, and so I leave the sentencing in his hands. Duke Rudwick steps forward, his expression cold as steel. "Rigelhoff, I always knew you had an inferiority complex when it came to me, but to stoop to treason, I never expected you to sink this low." As the Duke continues passing judgment, Killian arrives at the scene, only to be immediately stopped by the knights under the princess's command. Meanwhile, a figure emerges in the distance. Edith, hands tied, walks steadily toward the execution site. The Duke, unfazed, delivers his verdict. "It's time to put an end to your sullied name. Anyone who bears the name Rigelhoff shall fall by my sword." Edith, however, is completely indifferent to everything happening around her. She has only one thought: where is Killian? The Duke then declares, "Their severed heads will be displayed atop the castle walls for all to see. Let the beasts feast on their remains." Just as he finishes speaking, Edith finally spots Killian. He's standing beside the princess. Their eyes lock. At that moment, Edith's thoughts drift toward Killian as if she were speaking to him through an invisible thread. "You know, Killian, I was happy that I got to be with you, even though this story isn't your common reincarnation tale. And so, in the end, it will all play out just as it was originally written." Kneeling beside Sophia, Edith never reacts when the woman has the audacity to mock her one last time about her so-called family. But not today, Sophia. Someone interrupts the execution. "Wait, there's something I don't understand." The Duke's voice cuts through the tension. "This trial is for the Rigelhoffs who participated in the rebellion. So why is Edith Rudwick among them? Why the sudden shift in tone? To understand, we need to rewind to the day before. Is it true that Rees and Cliff went that far?" the Duke had asked his wife. The Duchess's face was grave. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. They must have thought I was unconscious when they started blaming everything on Edith. But I know the truth. Edith is innocent. I will vouch for her. She never colluded with the Rigelhoffs." She had seen everything when they were attacked by Shane and Sophia, while Edith called the Duchess as her family. She had heard how Cliff and Rees conveniently shifted all blame onto Edith in front of Killian, too. The Duchess then gently reminded her husband, "Axel, I know how seriously you took selecting your heir. You pushed your sons to their limits, training them rigorously. But in the end, they are your sons first, and heirs second. Killian has been keeping his distance from you for a reason. You know that." When the Duke suggested further investigation, the Duchess firmly shook her head. "We don't have time. This might be our last chance to make things right before it's too late." Back in the present, the Duke gazes at Edith, who remains steady, unflinching. Even with this unexpected turn, she doesn't act rashly. She doesn't even look hopeful. If he were to be honest, the only real issue the Duke had with Edith was that she was a Reigelhoff. Yet, despite that, he had always admired her resilience and sharp mind. And now, looking at her, he wonders. Perhaps his soft-hearted son, Killian, needs someone like Edith more than he ever needed his strict discipline. At the same time, Killian is struggling to restrain himself, just as the princess advised. She knew that the Reigelhoffs wouldn't go down without a fight. And sure enough, they start shouting in protest. "If we die, then Edith must die too," one of them cries out. "What makes you so sure she's not a Reigelhoff?" Count Reigelhoff sneers. Shane jumps in, his voice dripping with venom. "She's always sided with us. She's the mastermind behind everything. She should be punished." Slam! The princess bangs her armrest. "Do you take us for fools?" she demands. "From the moment she met me, Edith has always introduced herself as Rudwick. I, too, was suspicious at first, but over time, she proved herself. She earned my trust. She encouraged me to step up as a leader and played a crucial role in stopping this rebellion. So hear me now. I hereby proclaim Duke Axel Rudwick, Killian Rudwick, and Edith Rudwick are the heroes who protected the Empire from the usurpers. Anyone who dares question Edith's loyalty or attempts to implicate her in the Reigelhoff's crimes will face severe consequences." Each line builds on the other, like a perfectly crafted play. The princess delivers her final, dramatic declaration, one that will spread like wildfire across the Empire, forever severing Edith from the Reigelhoff name. The moment Princess Catherine orders Edith to be freed, Killian doesn't hesitate. He rushes toward her, no longer bound by the original story's chains. With this, the third condition has been fulfilled. The plot has officially changed. But when did it happen? Edith wonders. And what about the author? Rees. She turns, trying to spot Rees. Before she can find her, she's enveloped in warmth. Killian. His arms wrap around her, and for the first time, Edith lets the tears fall freely. And the true villainess of the story, well, she's left completely dumbfounded. Her master plan? Ruined. Her triumph? Shattered. She can only slap herself in frustration. Oh well, that's what she gets. Hooray for love and kindness, because in the end, it always win. To Edith's right, the villains were finally getting what they deserved. To her left, the heroes of the story stood proudly beside her. And in the center of it all, Killian and Edith's heartwarming love story, making the whole scene feel straight out of a fairy tale. "Killian, you look exhausted," Edith noted, concern evident in her voice. But Killian, never one to lose in a battle of words, simply replied, "You're one to talk." Then, as if the moment couldn't get any more perfect, the two shared a deep, heartfelt kiss. The crowd, completely overwhelmed. Some were crying from emotion, others probably because they just witnessed the ultimate romantic finale live. When Killian and Edith finally pulled away, the cheers were deafening, but amidst all the celebration, something nagged at Edith. Did Killian really never suspect that she was the mastermind behind Rees and the Duchess's abduction? Rees definitely would have spread the news by now. So how was he so calm about it? Before she could even ask, Killian interrupted her train of thought. "There's no time for this. Let's get you treated first." Without another word, he scooped her up in his arms, completely unfazed, before politely excusing them in front of the princess. All right, maybe now wasn't the best time for confessions, but getting carried off like this, not a bad way to make an exit. A long, long time ago, well, not that long, there was a high school girl named Kay. She was just your average teen, a little immature, a bit gloomy, and way too invested in web novels. One day, as she scrolled through a story on her phone, she scoffed. "The beginning had me hooked, but this plot is falling apart. I could write something better than this." And so she did. What started as a fun little hobby turned into a best-selling novel. Before she knew it, major publishers were reaching out, eager to officially release her work. Readers adored the world she built, and Kay tasted the sweet, sweet victory of success. Until her second novel crashed and burned. Among the characters she had poured her soul into, Ree Sinclair was everything she wanted to be. Cliff Rudwick embodied all her deepest fantasies. Their magical love story played out perfectly on the pages she created. But as Kay watched her characters live their dream, she couldn't help but think, why can't I be happy like them? A wave of envy hit her. If only I were Ree's. And just like that, a mysterious green box popped up before her eyes. A character from your fictional universe has requested to summon the original author. Okay, maybe she really needed to stop pulling all-nighters. But before she could dismiss it as sleep deprivation, her entire world flipped upside down. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer Kay. She was Ree Sinclair, the female lead of her very own novel. It felt like a dream. Just like in every fairy tale, her story unfolded beautifully, leading to a grand romantic wedding with Cliff. But then, snap, she was back at the beginning. Confused, she tried again. She lived another year, reached the wedding, and then, snap, back to square one. After that reset, it hit her. This wasn't a normal reincarnation life. The story itself was looping with a fixed beginning and ending. Determined to break free, she made a bold choice. This time she would choose Killian instead. Yeah, that didn't work out. I'm sorry, Rees, Killian told her, looking genuinely remorseful. I didn't understand my own feelings. I do love you, but only as a sister. You will always be the most precious person in my life, and that will never change. Then he went off to his new domain, and soon after he returned, in a coffin. Don't cry, Rees, Cliff consoled her. Killian wouldn't want you to grieve like this. And just like that, Rees convinced herself it was Killian's fault. How dare he reject the lovely Rees? Without skipping a beat, she turned to Cliff and asked, Cliff, you love me, right? Always, Cliff responded as if on cue. Every time the loop reset, Cliff's obsession with Rees only deepened, and so she clung to the idea that he was the perfect man for her. Kay just saying, obsession equals true love? It's a total wrong equation, girl. She repeated this cycle again and again and again, until one day something changed. She found herself in a strange space, like a room with a computer. A new notification appeared. The first Edith has reincarnated into this world. Choose her first condition to fulfill. When she returned to Rees's body, her mind was buzzing with questions. But one thing was certain. She conjoined forced with First Edith to escaping this never-ending story. Luckily, having a private talk with Edith wasn't too difficult. All it took was excusing herself to the restroom. Then Rees volunteered to help Edith. Smart move, Rees. Rees wasted no time and admitted everything. She was the original author. Then she made an offer. Let's work together. But Edith's reaction? Not what she expected. Sighing, Edith looked unimpressed. Why did you write such an awful story? You really didn't have to give the villainess a tragic backstory. Do you even know what it felt like to get beaten for the first time? Oof, not the response Rees was expecting. At least you got to be the main character, Edith continued. First things first, I need to get married and escape Count Reigelhoff. Help me get together with Killian. That's when Rees, Kay, replied back hesitantly. But Killian is Rees's secondary love interest. Edith's sharp gaze pierced through her. Huh? But you're already dating Cliff. Are you trying to hoard both love interests for popularity points? My life is literally on the line here. And let's be real. You're not even the real Rees. That one stung. When Kay returned to that strange space, Edith's words haunted her. You're not even the real Rees. For the first time, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror-like desk in front of her. And suddenly, doubt crept in. Was she always looked like that? But she refused to accept it. No, she's Rees, and her story was perfect. It had to be. Pulling a hood over her head, she made a decision. I will protect Rees's story. And with that, she set her first condition against Edith. A twisted smile crept onto her lips. Let's see what you'll do now. No one will touch Ree's perfect story. At that moment, the most terrifying character was born. No wonder she literally looked like that cursed maid, Sophia. And so, the cycle continued. Edith after Edith met her doom, until the 12th one. But then, along came the 13th Edith. And she was built different. She cleared all the conditions the author set for her. Our true protagonist is smart, resilient, and honestly, a total champ. But still I feel bad for all the Ediths before her. But where is the true heroine of this story? No worries. She's just finally seeing her reward. Because at long last, the most awaited green notification appeared. The third condition has been fulfilled. The original author has lost all authority. Events in this universe are no longer bound to specific scenarios. All constraints related to the original plotline are removed. Edith smiled brightly. Finally, she didn't have to worry about the story forcing people into its set roles. The author could no longer threaten her. And maybe, just maybe, she'd finally get to meet the original Edith. But then, the screen flashed the final condition the author had set for her, and what she saw? Pure, absolute wickedness. Seriously, the author is just the worst. The moment Edith wakes up, she's greeted by a completely unexpected and terrifying sight. Ree's, the author herself, is gripping Edith's dress so tightly it feels like she's trying to strangle her. Edith is utterly baffled. The last thing she remembers is peacefully falling asleep in Killian's arms on their way home. So how did things suddenly take such a sinister turn? And why is Ree's in her room? With a voice dripping with frustration, Ree's glares at her. Why did you do that? You struggled so hard to survive. Why did you suddenly give up? Edith, still trying to catch up with reality, fires back. Why did you try so hard to kill me? As her memory clears, Edith recalls the third condition she had to fulfill, accepting her fate and giving up the will to live. Fury bubbles inside her as she snaps. How could you choose a condition like that? Even if I managed to complete all your ridiculous conditions, I would have been executed if His Grace and Her Highness hadn't helped me. Edith can't believe the audacity of this woman. And Ree's? Oh, she just replies, exactly. So how did you do it? Everyone only cared about Ree's, but you took them away from me. Hold on, what? That one line is enough to make Edith's mind spiral. Wait, is this person both the original author and Ree's at the same time? No, focus, this is dangerous. Then, as if summoned by Edith's distress, Killian's voice echoes from outside. Who locked the doors? Finally. Wasting no time, Edith calls out his name, and Killian instantly understands. Without hesitation, he unsheathes his sword and ready to strike the door. At that moment, Edith's thoughts briefly drift back to when she was on death row. She had asked herself over and over, why? Why would Ree's, the creator of this world, go so far to eliminate her? If the author truly was the original Ree's too, she already had everything. So why was she so fixated on getting rid of Edith? Was everything she ever said a lie? Had her kindness all been an act? Or had Ree's been trapped in something beyond her control? Before Edith can dwell on it further, she's snapped back to reality by none other than Ree's pulling off a textbook villain move. In the most dramatic fashion possible, Ree's hands Edith a knife. Yes, puts a literal weapon in her hands, before guiding Edith's grip to point it at her own body. And then, with a smirk, she whispers, "Do you really think Killian will still be on your side if you kill me?" Oh, the setup is too perfect. The moment Edith, still too weak to resist, is pulled down, they crash onto the floor. The scene? Absolute nightmare fuel. Ree's, sprawled out like a helpless victim, and Edith, kneeling over her, holding the knife. And right on cue, the door bursts open. Killian, Anna, and the doctor stepping inside to witness the whole mess. Ree's, oh so confident in her grand plan, smirks. Meanwhile, Edith, on the verge of panic, scrambles to explain herself, her voice shaking with urgency. But before she can even get a full sentence out, Killian rushes straight to her. "Are you all right? Where did the knife come from? Is it Reese's?" Reese, realizing her plan is slipping, quickly throws out the classic play the victim card. "What are you talking about, Killian? She's the one holding the knife. Anyone can see that she tried to..." But then, she meets Killian's gaze, and in an instant, she knows. Oh, she knows she just lost. And then, just when things couldn't get worse for Reese, the Duchess enters. "My instructions were clear. Attend the execution, then return to your room. So tell me, why are you here?" Reese, still clinging to whatever shred of hope she has left, blurts out, "I was just worried about Edith." But the Duchess doesn't even blink at the excuse. "I assigned a knight to watch over you. It seems the Rudwick Knights aren't what they used to be." "Never mind. I'll hear your side of the story in the interrogation records. Take her to the dungeon." And just like that, Reese is dragged away by the knights. A heavy silence follows. Then Killian, with an expression that looks like he's holding back tears, speaks. "I'm sorry, Edith. I wanted to protect you from Reese." "Wait, what?" That's the last thing Edith expected to hear. Before she can even form a question, Killian pulls her into a hug. "Thank you for coming back to me safe and sound. I won't leave your side, not even for a minute." Still reeling from everything, Edith finally asks why Killian said he needed to protect her from Reese. Instead of Killian answering, the Duchess steps in. "This may be difficult to hear, but we suspect Reese is behind the abductions. I can't reveal much since the investigation is still ongoing, but we will get to the truth soon. We have her maid in custody. Perhaps she was behind the other crimes we couldn't solve as well." Then, with a deep sigh, the Duchess adds, "This is my fault. I kept seeing her as the innocent girl I first brought here, and I let that cloud my judgment. I'm sorry for everything you went through, Edith. My husband and I will personally apologize in due time. For now, just focus on recovering and spending time with Killian." The Rigelhoff family, including Sophia, face the ultimate punishment, execution. Even Reese, who always had a way of slipping out of trouble, couldn't escape this time. With the original storyline no longer holding any sway over this world, justice ran its course. So everything should be settled now, right? Then why does Killian still look so troubled, his face clouded with worry and sorrow? What could possibly be weighing on his mind? Sensing something's off, Edith gently asks, "Killian, is something wrong?" He hesitates before finally admitting, "It's nothing. I never did anything for you. I couldn't even find you in time. And because of that, you ended up on death row. It was Catherine and my father who saved you from execution, not me. In the past, I used to wish you would rely on me more." His voice grows heavier as he continues. "But now that I think about it, I need you. But you don't really need me. If anything, all I ever do is hurt you or completely miss the point. I just realized that maybe you never needed me at all." That's the most ridiculous thing Edith has ever heard. "What are you talking about?" she blurts out, her disbelief clear. "How could you say your search for me didn't mean anything? You trusted me, helped me despite everything. You even called a physician for me." But Killian shakes his head. "That mercenary helped you escape. You could have left for good if you wanted to. If you'd gone somewhere no one knew you, you could have survived on your own. But you didn't. Instead, you chose to throw yourself back into danger without hesitation, just like always. Just like you never expect anyone to trust you." His eyes darken with guilt. "And the reason you think that way is because of me, your husband." And then, as if that wasn't heartbreaking enough, he confesses something even more. "At one point, I actually believed there was some kind of supernatural force controlling my thoughts. That's how badly twisted my mind had become. I judged you based on appearances and rumors, and there was even this voice in my head constantly trying to make me choose Ree's over you. He lets out a sigh. I thought it might be sorcery, brainwashing, or even a curse. I even dragged Linen into this mess to search for books on the topic. But now I realize how ridiculous it all was. A disembodied voice? That was just my own warped thoughts. Hearing all of this, Edith's heart aches. She wants to stop him from spiraling further. Please, Killian. That's enough. But Killian isn't done. His voice trembles as he pleads. Edith, I'd rather you yell at me, scream at me, or get angry just once in a while, rather than comfort me like this. His pain is so raw, it's unbearable. Edith knows she has to make him understand. So she reminds him. Do you remember what I told you before? That everyone has secrets they can't share? Well, now I can finally tell you mine. With that, she reveals everything. The truth about her reincarnation, the novel, and the world she once knew. My soul didn't originally belong to this body. I became Edith after my previous life ended. I don't know how it happened, and I can't explain it. But when I woke up, I was her. Before all of this, I lived a lonely life in a completely different world, with a different name. Even after becoming Edith, life was still difficult. But because of you, I finally learned what true happiness is. She takes a deep breath before confessing. At first, I wanted to run away. I knew Edith's fate as a villainess, so I saved money, mapped out escape routes, and even went to the train station with everything I needed to leave. But when the time came, I just couldn't do it. My feet wouldn't move. I couldn't leave you behind. Her voice softens as she adds, that voice you heard, it was real. So don't blame yourself for something that was never your fault. Killian listens to every word, and of course, he believes her. More than that, he regrets not realizing the truth sooner, not trusting his own feelings earlier. I want to thank you. His voice is thick with emotion. Thank you for coming into my world. Thank you for trusting me enough to share your story. Thank you for fighting through everything so bravely, even when you were alone. Gently, he reaches out, brushing a hand through her hair. Until you freed yourself from all your burdens. But from now on, you'll never be alone again. I'll never let you carry something like this by yourself. As he pulls her into an embrace, Edith can't hold back her tears anymore. They both deserve happiness. They always have. And finally, after everything, they're choosing to hold on to it, together without restraints from the story. Later that night, the Duke is calmly wiping the blood off his sword because nothing says I had a long day quite like cleaning up after battle. Just then, Cliff strides in, skipping all pleasantries as he blurts out, I heard you locked Reese up in the dungeon. The Duke doesn't even try to deny it. He simply nods and replies, That's right. My trust has been repaid with betrayal, and who knows how many other things I've been blind to. On top of that, Killian and Edith were framed. But before he can even finish his sentence, Cliff cuts him off, exclaiming, How can you actually trust those two? Reese would never betray us. And now it's the Duke's turn to interrupt. Reese? No, I'm talking about you, Cliff. That certainly wasn't what Cliff expected to hear. The Duke continues, his voice cold and unwavering. Your mother is personally investigating Reese's crimes. We have plenty of evidence and witnesses, so the truth will come out soon enough. She is taking the betrayal personally, but honestly, I'm not surprised that an outsider would be ungrateful for our kindness. But you had no excuse. The air turns even icier as the Duke adds, You've failed to uphold your duty as my heir. When did you start ignoring your responsibilities? Did you take your role that lightly? Killian never once aimed to be my successor, yet he carries the weight of our family name with dignity, even knowing he will never inherit my title. But you? Do you really think you deserve to lead a family you don't even bother to protect? Oof, that one had to hurt. But despite the harsh words, the Duke does acknowledge his own failings as a father. He raised his sons based on his own beliefs, thinking that ambition and skill were all that mattered in a successor. However, that doesn't mean he can't change things now. I was short-sighted, he admits. Cliff, desperate to speak up again, tries to get a word in, but his father swiftly shuts him down. I don't want to hear any more excuses, the Duke declares, his next words sending a shockwave through the room. As of tonight, the dukedom is without an heir, and just like that, Cliff's entire world shatters. But the Duke isn't done. He stabs his sword into the ground, a dramatic gesture fitting for such a moment, and lays out a challenge. Do you disagree with my decision? Then prove yourself to me. The ultimatum is clear. Just as my father once tested me, you will start from the bottom. News of the attempted rebellion has already spread, and conflict is stirring on our western border. I plan to put Sir Gordon in charge of eliminating the rebels. You will join him, not as a duke's son, but as a simple knight. If you want to reclaim your title, you must accomplish something so great, so undeniable, that I will have no choice but to reinstate you. This is your last chance, Cliff. The weight of those words is so overwhelming that Cliff stumbles as he walks out, his thoughts spinning. What just happened to me? I was always the first, always the best. Meeting expectations was easy. Even if I barely tried, I was leagues ahead of everyone. And if I put in even a little effort, honor and glory followed me everywhere. The only thing I ever struggled to obtain was love. And now, for the first time, Cliff is starting to feel what it's like not to be the main character. That male lead buff? Yeah, it's wearing off. Then a thought grips him. I need to focus on getting you... there it is. Even after having his entire life turned upside down, his mind still circles back to one thing. Ree's. Determined, he snaps out of his daze and demands to see Ree's. The knights trailing him hesitate, but after a brief pause, they inform him that the Duchess's interrogation should be over by now. Without wasting another second, Cliff heads straight to see his beloved. Edith, still sniffling like a lost kitten in Killian's arms, eventually drifts off to sleep, only to find herself back in that eerie yet familiar space. But wait. This time, something's different. A door appears, and as if it had been waiting just for her, it swings open the moment she arrives. Talk about a dramatic welcome. Curious, she steps through and finds herself in a breathtaking pavilion. But she's not alone. Sitting there, waiting like some kind of final boss in a mystery novel, is none other than the original Edith. Well, this is awkward. After a brief hesitation, Edith finally asks, So, how have you been? Any idea why all of this is happening to me? The original Edith doesn't beat around the bush. You were the 13th soul meant to reincarnate into my body right after death. Also, you're the 14th visitor brought here from another world. Edith blinks. What? That means the author was summoned here too? She wasn't the real Ree's? The puzzle pieces start clicking into place, but she needs more answers. Then how did the author end up here? Was she forced into this? Did something threaten her into messing with my life? But the original Edith shakes her head. No, this place was created by someone else. It's a closed space where everything resets as the story progresses. No one can escape their fate. She sighs before continuing. That's why I called the original author here. Since she created this world, I thought she'd change things once she saw how much suffering she caused. I hoped she'd rewrite the story and set us free. But, of course, that didn't happen. The original Edith continues. Unfortunately, just like what she did to you, the author showed no mercy. Maybe if we'd had a normal conversation from the start, things would have been different. But I couldn't change the characters, including myself. She leans back slightly, her voice laced with regret. The author came from a world where people aren't bound by a script, so I had to borrow that same ability. That's why I started bringing in souls from other worlds and letting them use my body. It took 12 failed attempts, but I finally managed to do it. However, she hadn't planned on dragging so many people into this at first. If the author hadn't taken control of this world and twisted it beyond recognition, she wouldn't have gone to such extremes. I had to do something, she admits, but in a world where true freedom doesn't exist, even I couldn't fix it. Edith listens intently, then asks the obvious question. So, what now? You got the freedom you wanted. Are you going back to being Edith again? The original Edith scoffs, almost amused. Isn't that a silly question? You're Edith now. She pauses, then continues in a softer tone. I've been watching you this whole time, seeing how confidently you carried yourself. I wondered, if I had known the full story like you did, would I have been the same? Strong, decisive, always putting others before myself. But in the end, I realized something. This place was never meant for me. I only knew how to destroy things, not nurture them. Unlike you, I gave in to despair. As if sealing her decision, she lifts her teacup, letting the warm liquid spill onto the ground. A quiet farewell. Then, with a final glance, she says, "Forgive me for leaving first. Our long-awaited meeting is coming to an end. I'll return you to my body, and let's not meet again." With a snap of her fingers, she disappears. Just like that. Edith's eyes flutter open, and the first thing she sees is Killian's worried face hovering over her. "Are you all right? You looked like you were having a nightmare." Before he can say more, Edith lunges forward and hugs him tightly. No words, just warmth. As she silently thanks the real Edith in her heart, she holds on to the person who is still right there with her. As Cliff makes his way to the dungeon, his thoughts spiral into a grim assessment of his situation. Yeah, things aren't looking great. He knows his father can be strict, but at least the Duke is a fair man. He didn't outright hand over the successor position to Killian, and even gave Cliff a chance to redeem himself. That's something, right? I just need one big achievement, Cliff tells himself. But his real worry? Her. Can Reese hold on until he returns? And what about his mother? If they think Reese has stepped out of line, they won't just let it slide. The thought makes him uneasy. Maybe he should take her to the battlefield? Sure, it's dangerous, but at least he could protect her there. I'll make it back. I just have to check on her. Everything will be fine. Right? Cliff murmured to himself. Cliff, you sound way too confident about taking your lover to a literal war zone. Just saying. When Cliff finally reaches Reese, his instincts scream that something is off. The woman in front of him. It's not her. His Reese is gone. Who are you? He blurts out, his voice shaking. Poor guy looks like he ordered a Villainess and got an angel instead. Talk about a mix-up. On the flip side, in an entirely different kind of nightmare, the original Edith finally experiences the moment she's been waiting for, a face-to-face meeting with the elusive author, Kay. And she's not alone. Every single Edith who met a tragic end because of this author is here too. The author, utterly panicked, protests, "I don't even know who any of you are." One of the Ediths scoffs. "Oh, really? That's funny because we know you do. We're the Ediths you toyed with. And guess what? Today's the day we finally hold you accountable." Then, with an eerie calmness, she adds, "Did you have fun? How many more lives did you have to mess with before you were satisfied?" The author desperately tries to defend herself. I didn't bring you into this world. It wasn't me." "Yeah, nice try." One of the Ediths immediately shuts that down. "Pretend all you want, but we've been waiting for this day for a long time. Here's the real kicker. Every Edith who failed to clear the infamous third stage condition got a second chance to be reborn, outside the system. All they had to do was wait on standby in the server. But not all of them took that route. Some of them had unfinished business and wanted a sweet revenge. I chose to stay, their leader declares. I studied this place, learned how to create a world like this. And while I waited, I found others like me, victims who deserved justice. Some left without regrets. The rest of us, we waited for you. Now, it's your turn to suffer. Aren't you curious about the story we've written for you? Oof, that's one brutally effective revenge plot. Respect. Then, turning to the original Edith, the leader asks, "Do you want to join us? Shouldn't you have the biggest grudge against her?" Edith stares at the author, her voice steady but heavy with pain. "Why did you do it?" she asks. "Why did I have to live such a miserable life? Why did you make my family like that? Why was I always the one hated, despised, unworthy of love? Was it because you were like that too?" The author's face says it all. But instead of admitting the truth, she insists. It was necessary for Ree's. Someone had to be dark, twisted, and unhappy so her light could shine even brighter. Wow, that's some next-level excuse-making. The original Edith isn't buying it. "You don't actually know anything about Ree's, do you?" she murmurs. Then, without another word, she turns to the Ediths. "I've changed my mind. I won't take revenge. Do whatever you want with her." The author is left demanding answers, but Edith doesn't spare her another glance. Instead, she moves toward the system screen. A notification appears. The liberation of the world has been achieved. The characters may now depart. Do you wish to move on to a new life? With anything else, Edith responds. But just as she reaches out, a memory flashes in her mind. Her conversation with the original Rees. The Rees who gave up her own happiness for Edith's sake. The original Rees who had cried, yet never regretted her decision. Edith hesitates. Turning back, she finds herself witnessing Cliff's devastation as he realizes the truth, that the Rees before him is no longer the woman he loved. "I'm sorry, she's not coming back," Rees admits. Cliff last shred of hope shattering. "No, this can't be happening. Bring back my Rees." That was a lot. But hey, at least some people got their long-awaited revenge, right? Though, maybe not the happy ending Cliff was hoping for. Back to our favorite lovey-dovey couple. Killian casually drops some big news on Edith. News so shocking it nearly knocks the wind out of her. Turns out, the Duchess sent Rees to a monastery. Naturally, Edith is stunned. Killian, of course, has no clue why his mother made such a sudden decision. He only knows that the Duchess handled the investigation personally, so she's the only one with the full story. But instead of letting Edith dwell on the bombshell, Killian, ever the doting husband, casually scoops up a spoonful of food and tries to feed her. Edith protests. But let's be real. There's no winning against this level of persistence. The struggles of being loved too much. The estate has been in chaos lately. Killian explains between spoonfuls. Maybe she thought this was the most peaceful way to deal with Rees. Then, with a knowing look, he asks, "Is something bothering you? Perhaps it's what you mentioned before? Do you think there's a chance the original author might return?" Edith thinks it over, then answers honestly. There's a high probability the author won't come back. But even if she does, her influence, and the original plot, have been erased from this world. At this point, she can't do much. "That's not what worries me," Edith continues. "I just keep wondering. If the original Edith existed, then with the author gone, does that mean the original Rees has returned too? If so, she's being punished for crimes she didn't commit. I was thinking of ways to help her, which is why they decide to discuss it with the Duchess." However, to Edith's surprise, the Duchess immediately shuts her down. "No," she says firmly. "You're not visiting her. I won't even tell you where the monastery is." Her reason? Simple. "She's already done too many horrible things to you," the Duchess states. "And now that things have come to this point, I don't even want to imagine what else she's capable of." Then she drops something even more unsettling. "I've handled countless interrogations before," the Duchess admits, "but I've never seen someone confess without the slightest trace of remorse. Ree's did. The memory of that moment still shakes her. She even confesses that she couldn't recognize Ree's as the same girl who once belonged to their family. At one point, she even wondered if Ree's had been possessed by something evil. Bullseye. But the strange thing is, she continues, this wasn't entirely unfamiliar to me. When she was a child, she had moments like this, and I've seen that expression before. Every time she smiled, there was always something off about it. But in the end, we all let her do whatever she wanted. Edith feels a sharp pang in her chest. Should she tell the truth? Should she let her mother-in-law know what the truth about that world? But Killian was right. Some things might be too much for people to handle. And looking at the Duchess now, Edith knows this is one of those things better left unsaid. Before they can say anything more, an unexpected figure joins them, the Duke. "How are you feeling, Edith?" he asks. "I'm much better," she replies politely. "Thank you for your care. But that's not the real reason he's here." "I'm sorry. Shocking, isn't it?" The Duke and the Duchess want to apologize to Edith. Her mother-in-law gently tells her, "You don't need to say anything, just listen." And then, with raw sincerity, they begin. "You've suffered ever since you married into our family. Looking back, we regret so many things. The unfair way we treated you, how we failed you as your in-laws. It's shameful. And the incident with the necklace." For a moment, Edith is frozen. This is what she had always longed to hear. Not just from them, but from her real family, in her previous life. The parents who saw her as nothing but a disappointment. The co-workers who subtly bullied her. The ex-boyfriend who betrayed her without a second thought. Back then, she would have accepted even the smallest apology. It wouldn't have mattered if they didn't truly mean it. If someone, anyone, had just said, "Sorry," maybe she wouldn't have felt so alone. Instead, she was left to endure every cruel word, every insult, every moment of silent neglect, until she started believing it was her fault, and that the real problem was her, that her suffering was something she deserved. But now, someone was apologizing. Someone cared. The Duke continues, his voice heavy with regret. "I judged you unfairly, assuming you were like your father. I thought you'd betray us, so I kept testing you, over and over. I never even conducted a proper investigation. I was negligent from the start. And looking back now, as if there was some unknown force that keeping my mind clouded. But still, it's my fault." He takes a deep breath. "If you hadn't been so strong, we'd still be blaming you for everything. I apologize for that. And thank you for not giving up." Then, with firm resolve, he adds, "From now on, I'll be paying closer attention to you. If something upsets me again, I'll handle it properly, like I should have from the start." "Ah, Edith, you truly deserve this. You finally have a good family. Now I'll just sit back, relax, and wait for a mini Killian or mini Edith to pop up. No rush. But maybe hurry up?" Edith still couldn't wrap her head around everything that was happening. She stared blankly for a moment, until a knight snapped her out of it by asking if she was all right. "Oh, I'm fine, Sir Henry," she replied. "Ah, yes. Remember that mercenary who helped Edith during her kidnapping? Well, he's not a mercenary anymore. He's now a proud knight of the Rudwick family, personally assigned as Edith's guard." Flashback time. Back when Killian explained how Henry ended up here, he had looked very pleased with himself. It would have been tough for him to keep working as a mercenary in the future, so I had him take the knight exam for our family instead. Then, with a face that clearly screamed praise me, he added, "They said he'll be here soon since he's quite skilled." Edith got the hint loud and clear. She rewarded his efforts with a head pat and a compliment. But of course, that wasn't enough for him. Nope, Killian wanted more. And so, in the end, his real reward? A sweet kiss from Edith. Back to the present. Speaking of the kidnapping, Edith suddenly remembered her ruby necklace. She turned to Henry and asked about it. Then, in a perfect timing, Killian and Lennon arrived. Edith spotted them immediately. "Oh, you're here, Killian. I thought you'd be talking with your father for a while longer." Killian sighed. "Mostly I just listened to his old stories, but there's still a lot for me to learn." Edith, realizing her husband must be swamped with work, asked about his extra responsibilities now that Cliff was gone. Since Cliff was sent to the border, I assumed they'd put some of the major decisions on hold for now. Killian started, but then paused, shifting the topic. "Edith, don't you think you forgave my parents too easily?" Edith, ever the kind-hearted one, admitted that yes, she had truly forgiven the Duke and Duchess. "It's been a long time since I've heard such a sincere apology. Maybe, just like you, Killian, and the princess, I felt that they genuinely meant it." Speaking of the princess, Killian informed Edith that Catherine wanted to meet her. Edith was pleasantly surprised and immediately thanked him. "Oh, is it going to be a picnic meetup?" she asked curiously. Killian, however, had no idea. "I'm not sure about the details, but she's waiting for you at the royal office." At the royal office, inside the grand room, an elegant woman with glasses, the princess herself, welcomed Edith. The moment Catherine saw her, she walked up with a warm smile, taking Edith's hands in hers. "I'm glad you're looking much better now. By the way, I have a favor to ask." That's when Edith got hit with some shocking news. There was an upcoming celebratory triumph banquet in the works. And the princess's favor? Oh, nothing too crazy. Just that Edith would be in charge of helping prepare this grand event for the Empire. Edith felt her world spin as if she had just been transported to a completely unfamiliar dimension. "A banquet to honor those who helped suppress the rebellion. That includes Duke Rudwick, Killian, and you," the princess explained, clearly excited. Edith, on the other hand, was frozen and thought, "Wait a second. Wasn't this the same banquet that happened at the end of the original story, right after I was executed?" Catherine continued, completely unaware of Edith's internal crisis. "I have a meeting with the Duke and my brother to discuss what's ahead. Everyone involved in the treason has been dealt with, but the rebellion was almost successful. And now, with ongoing conflicts at the borders, we need to display our empire's authority and stability, both to our people and to foreign nations." She then reassured Edith, "Oh, and don't worry. During the execution ceremony, we made it very clear that you were on our side, so hopefully that's made the nobles change their opinion of you. We also have something planned for the banquet that should help improve your standing in high society. That's why we're hosting it. But this is my first time planning such a major event." At that moment, Catherine's eyes landed on Henry, who had been standing behind Edith. "Oh, this is my first time seeing him around." Henry, ever polite, immediately greeted the princess and introduced himself. Edith followed up by explaining that Henry had been the one to help her during the kidnapping incident. With introductions done, the topic shifted back to the banquet. Catherine admitted that while she had taken the lead in organizing important matters before, she was well aware that she lacked experience in certain areas. That's why she wanted to borrow Edith's social expertise to help her a little. Edith was a little nervous about the responsibility, but it wasn't like she had a reason to refuse, so naturally she agreed. Before parting, the princess made one last request. "Edith, please call me by my first name, Catherine. I hope we can be friends for a long time, and I'd like for us to start off comfortably." And with that, their meeting came to a close for that day. Inside Count Sinclair's mansion, Count Sinclair sighed dramatically. "The Emperor's safe. Great. But now what? Thanks to Duke Rudwick's 3 allies gaining so much recognition after the rebellion, our family's influence has hit rock bottom. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Rigelhoff girl got credit for her contributions too. That means our plan to have Layla marry into the Rudwick family is done for." He shook his head, clearly exasperated. "And to think you two were so confident about it?" Damien clenched his jaw. Sure, he was frustrated about the situation, but even more so about the man sitting in front of him. "Oh, right, because you've done so much, Father. Must be exhausting gambling and drinking all day while I run everything." Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he smiled smoothly. No need to worry, Father. Things aren't that bad, Damien assured him. I heard the palace is throwing a grand victory banquet to celebrate the key players in stopping the rebellion. It's likely a political move, to show off the Empire's strength to its people and foreign allies. That means representatives from every allied nation will be attending. With his confident tone, he added, As we all know, Duke Rudwick isn't exactly popular among the lesser nobles, and his reputation outside the Empire isn't great either. Meanwhile, our family specializes in trade and commerce. This banquet is a golden opportunity to expand our foreign connections. The scale of this event is massive, so much so that even the princess herself is leading the preparations. He paused before adding, And Edith will be assisting her. At that name, Layla stiffened. She was about to lash out, but then she remembered something. Edith's last words to her still lingered in her mind, especially the part about her dear older brother always prioritizing himself over her. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down and changed the subject. In that case, I must look more stunning than Edith at the banquet, Layla declared. I need a new dress. Well, priorities, I guess. The moment Layla stepped out of the dining hall, her sweet, innocent sister act vanished. The Duke still hasn't contacted me, she thought, her grip tightening. He was the one who agreed to our plan at first, but now it seems like he has no reason to doubt Edith anymore. For a split second, she wondered, should she just give up? Should she let Killian and Edith have their perfect fairy tale ending? Then she recalled that disgusting public kiss between them. Her entire body tensed. No, she couldn't just sit back and watch them be happy. Never. I refuse to let them live happily, she muttered under her breath. I have to destroy them. This girl needs a hobby, or a therapist, or both. Across the Empire, newspapers were filled with news about the upcoming royal banquet. Naturally, Killian was beaming when he saw Edith's name mentioned. Look, Edith, he said proudly, showing her the article. But Edith? She was too busy running around like a whirlwind, preparing for her trip back to the palace. The entire room was in chaos, with even the maids arguing over which coat she should wear. Still, when Edith finally caught sight of Killian's expression, she paused. Then, out of nowhere, she leaned in, gave him a quick kiss, and smiled brightly. I'll be back soon, Killian, she said before heading out. And just like that, she was gone. Killian left alone, completely frozen. Was it just me, or did he look a little pouty? Maybe he was feeling neglected lately. Consulting the love guru, aka Linon, later that day, Killian decided to turn to his wise advisor, Linon, who, despite knowing absolutely nothing about love, always had an answer for everything. I think something's off, Killian admitted. His voice was unusually quiet. It feels like there's a growing distance between us. Linon tilted his head. Well, Lady Edith has been really busy lately. It's not just that, Killian insisted. She's been focused on helping Catherine, yes, but she still makes time for me, even if it's just for a little while. We still talk, but I don't know. It feels like I'm just interacting with my wife as a friend. Linon raised an eyebrow. Huh. Just to check something. He leaned forward slightly. You have been telling her that you love her, right? Silence. Killian blinked. Linon's deadpan stare said everything that needed to be said. No way. Killian's mind raced back to his confession. He remembered telling Edith how thankful he was for her, how he promised she'd never be lonely again, how he'd always stand by her side. Does it really make that big of a difference? Killian asked, looking doubtful. Yes. Linon's response was immediate. No hesitation whatsoever. Killian sighed, thoroughly defeated. I messed up. Linon nodded, looking completely unbothered. Please fix that as soon as possible. Killian straightened up, determined. I will. I'll tell her when she comes back. Then, after a brief pause, he glanced around. What time is my wife coming home? I'll just hope for a quick sweet talk between Killian and Edith next, before this man spirals into a full existential crisis again. Inside the royal office, Edith and Princess Catherine are hard at work, going over every little detail for the upcoming banquet. "I think we've finalized the guest list," Edith says, scanning the documents in front of her. "Next, we need to arrange accommodations for the foreign VIPs who accepted the invitation. We also have to figure out how to seat everyone at the event. But that's not all. They have to be just as mindful of their empire's nobility. Neglecting them would be out of the question. The tricky part? No matter how they organize it, someone will surely complain." Edith flips through some reference materials, deep in thought, trying to come up with a seating plan that will cause the least amount of trouble. Noticing how stressed Edith looks, Catherine makes a royal decree of her own, horseback riding as a break. Because what better way to shake off stress than galloping through the palace grounds? Classic princess logic. Fortunately, wardrobe isn't a concern since Edith and Catherine wear the same size. Borrowing the princess's clothes will do for now. But just as Edith decides to change, Henry steps up, ready to accompany her as usual. Before he can even move, though, Catherine immediately blocks him. "You're staying here," she orders, her voice firm. Then, with a pointed look, she continues. "This is the Imperial Palace. Are you seriously planning to follow one of my guests while she changes? There's absolutely nothing to worry about as long as she's with me." Henry starts to protest, trying to explain that he didn't mean any disrespect, but Catherine cuts him off. "Do you even realize?" She pauses, then shifts gears. "Actually, let's talk about this now. Why were you staring up close to Edith while we were planning the banquet?" She tilts her head, raising an eyebrow. "What happened to proper knightly conduct? Or do you think rules don't apply to you just because you used to be a commoner? And not just any commoner, a foreign one at that." Later that day, Edith was greeted by her ever-loyal maid, Anna, who immediately noticed how exhausted her mistress looked. At the same time, Killian, who, let's be honest, seemed extra dashing today, welcomed his wife with a bright, heart-fluttering smile. As soon as he asked about her day, he wasted no time pulling her into a hug and kissing her, completely unfazed by the fact that she was still sweaty from her earlier horseback ride with Princess Catherine. But speaking of the princess, Edith's thoughts drifted back to their encounter. Catherine had been acting strangely, even admitting that someone had irritated her. Who could it be? And the real mystery. Henry was acting oddly too. When Edith asked if he was worried that his salary still wasn't enough to support the orphanage kids, he flat out denied it. Yet, he kept spacing out and mumbling about money. Suspicious much. "I feel like I'm missing something," Edith murmured to herself, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Killian was watching her intently, searching for the perfect moment to say the words he had practiced so many times in his head. But just as he was about to speak, poof. Edith slipped out of his arms, excusing herself to take a bath, embarrassed that she might not smell her best. "Ah, déjà vu." Killian sighed, realizing that once again, winning her over wouldn't be as easy as he had hoped. Poor guy, better luck next time. A little later, inside their chamber, Killian patiently waited for his wife. When Edith finally emerged, she approached him with a warm smile. "Did I make you wait too long?" she teased before gently touching his face. "Let me admire my handsome husband for a bit." Then, with a sweet voice, she added, "You didn't lose your excitement just because I took a bath, did you?" At her words, Killian's mind drifted back to everything that had happened between them. So much had changed, yet at the same time, so much remained the same. He had shared his deepest secret with her. And yet, even now, Edith never asked for anything in return. "Edith, is there anything I can do for you?" His voice was laced with concern. Edith blinked in confusion, but eventually admitted, "Right now, I'm really happy with how things are." But then, a sudden thought struck her. "Killian, are you still afraid that I might leave?" she asked gently. "I told you before, you don't have to worry about that." Killian hesitated before confessing. "It's not that. But you spent your whole life there." Edith didn't even need to think twice. "I don't miss that place at all," she said bluntly. Though I do miss the food sometimes. Priorities, right? But there's no one there I want to see again." Then she smiled and said the words he needed to hear the most. "And most importantly, you're here. I won't go anywhere without you." With that, she softly whispered, "I love you, Killian." In an instant, Killian's eyes filled with warmth, and without hesitation, he responded, "I love you too. I love you even more, Edith." Edith stared at him, momentarily stunned. "You don't have to feel pressured just because I said that," she mumbled. "You don't have to say things like that if—" But Killian cut her off. "I mean it." Then Edith, being Edith, raised an eyebrow. "But you used to say the same thing to Ree's." "Oof, fair point." Killian let out an exasperated sigh. "I was brainwashed along with the rest of my family back then. And honestly, wouldn't it be more accurate to call her the original author?" Edith fell silent, deep in thought. Was everything really just a mistake? "Do you think I'm so desperate that I can't tell the difference between insane obsession and true love?" Killian shot back, his gaze unwavering. After a brief pause, Edith took a deep breath and finally said, "If you're being honest." Before she could even finish, Killian spoke the words she had needed to hear from the very beginning. "I really mean it. I love you more than my own life, Edith. You are the light of my life. I'll tell you as many times as it takes for you to believe me. I love you, Edith." And then he said it again, and again, and again. Until finally, Edith, her face turning a deep shade of red, covered her cheeks with her hands. "Stop," she stammered. Still hiding her face, she peeked through her fingers and asked, "Since when did you start loving me?" Killian chuckled, his voice tender. "I'm not sure. Maybe before I even realized it myself. I think I've loved you from the very beginning." Then, with absolute certainty, he whispered, "I'll love you for eternity, Edith." And well, what else could possibly come next for these two madly in love? Of course, they sealed their lovely moments with a passionate kiss. Or maybe even more than just a kiss. Edith is back at the royal palace with Henry, ready to meet the princess. But hold up. Looks like the princess barely caught a wink of sleep. First thing she does? Ask Edith if anything good happened to her. "I got something important back," Edith admits. Turns out, the ruby necklace she handed to Henry when she was kidnapped was actually with Killian all along. Remember that snowy day when Killian searched high and low for her? Yep, that's when he retrieved it from Henry. Just yesterday, Killian returned the necklace and, because he's always the gentleman, helped Edith put it on himself. But that's not all. When he asked if there was anything else he could do for her, Edith shyly requested a tutor to teach her noble etiquette. Can't blame her. She's supposed to help the princess at the banquet. But with her modern knowledge, she knows she's still lacking the proper manners of that world. Even though Edith is known to be quite unruly, if I don't learn better soon, I could get in trouble, Edith explains. Killian totally gets it. Without missing a beat, he agrees and even gives her some solid advice. If she's feeling unsure about the preparations with the princess, she should just be honest and say so. Taking his words to heart, Edith gathers her courage and spills her worries to the princess. Edith then suggests, "Why don't you ask for help from someone more capable?" Then the princess agreed without any hesitation at all. That's it? That easy? Even Edith is left speechless. Seems like the princess isn't the strict type after all. She trusts Edith, which is why she chose her in the first place. No pressure necessary. Finally feeling relieved, Edith could almost cry for all those sleepless nights she spent overthinking everything. But wait, what's this? The princess glances at Henry with a faint blush on her cheeks. Something's definitely up. Trying to keep it cool, the princess talks business. Among the foreign allies invited to the event, we'll be hosting a royal envoy from Hamed. I'm thinking of letting them stay at the second annex. As a native of that region, what's your opinion on that? Hold up, Henry is from Hamed? Even Edith is caught off guard. But is that really the only reason they're exchanging those shy glances? Absolutely not. Here's the tea. Back when Catherine asked why Henry always kept such close watch on Edith, this guy straight up blurted out, "That's because I was looking at you. You looked really cool." What? Is this a new ship sailing before our eyes? Both of them turn red, avoiding each other's eyes while Henry apologizes, and the princess quickly says she'll pretend not to have heard him. Anyway, back to business. Henry shares some childhood memories about Hamed. He lost his parents at 12 and came to the Empire. So although his memories are a little hazy, he still remembers key cultural details, like how people from Hamed value the orientation of windows in their rooms. Thanks to him, the banquet preparations will be spot on. Well, who would have thought the stoic bodyguard and the princess had such a sweet undercurrent going on? The grand event was finally here. Nobles and foreign delegations gathered to celebrate, and of course the Sinclair family had to be part of it too. Damien, ever the skeptic, couldn't hide his disbelief at the fact that Edith was actually involved in preparing such an extravagant event. But knowing his sister Layla had a tendency to stir up trouble, like she did last time, he gave her a serious warning. Just stay quiet and don't do anything unnecessary. Just wait for the right moment, he advised. Layla, however, had other plans. She may have nodded on the outside, but internally, she was determined. If she missed this chance today, she might never get another, and that was simply not an option. On the flip side, Killian, who had been watching Edith all this time, was utterly captivated. With a smile, he said, "Now I don't want to show you to anyone else. What should I do?" And as if that wasn't enough, he added, "You look stunning, Edith." Edith, dressed in her elegant attire with the light of Lorraine resting on her neck, felt a little shy. She waved off the attention, saying, "I think the princess deserves all the recognition. She worked the hardest for this event." But Killian wasn't having it. With a reassuring smile, he said, "You don't need to worry about that. Today, the Duke, you and I are the honored guests." Then, with a warm look, he added, "You worked so hard before. Now all you have to do is make your entrance and shine." Edith hesitated for a moment before saying, "But you have to come with me." And just like that, the two walked into the royal banquet, hand in hand. The grand banquet is in full swing. Princess Catherine, the host of the evening, noted with satisfaction that more than half of their esteemed guests had arrived. Naturally, Edith's first stop was to greet the princess, who had done an excellent job with the preparations. But instead of standing proudly beside her husband, Edith found herself accompanied only by her 2 knights. Why? Because Killian had been whisked away the moment they arrived. Duke Rudwick wasted no time pulling his son aside for a conversation with other nobles. Now, if there was a flustered Catherine, then, of course, there had to be a blushing Henry as well. The two exchanged sneaky glances behind Edith's back. Well, sneaky to them, but painfully obvious to the knight standing right next to them. Meanwhile, Damien was off discussing business matters with the Prince of Hamed. Or at least, he thought he was. The prince, on the other hand, was visibly distracted, glancing toward a specific direction, toward Edith and the princess. Layla, who noticed this, immediately jumped to conclusions. "Ah, so the prince is interested in Edith?" she thought, instantly seeing an opportunity. When the prince was finally left alone, she wasted no time and approached him. With a seemingly innocent smile, she offered, "Would you like to have a private conversation with Lady Edith?" Oh boy, here we go again. Outside the banquet, Edith received a message from a palace servant. Duchess Rudwick was supposedly waiting for her in the garden. Finding this odd, Edith still decided to check. However, she wasn't reckless. She brought Henry along, though he followed at a distance, keeping an eye on her from the shadows. For extra precaution, she also instructed Michael, the other knight, to fetch her husband. The moment she reached the fountain, she spotted a man standing in front of it. With just one glance, she immediately recognized him. A royal from Hamed. He called me here under the Duchess's name? Does he have some political reason for this? Edith wondered, her instincts on high alert. Deciding it was too risky to stay, she turned to leave. But before she could take even a step, the prince noticed her. With a shy smile, he said, "Ah, you really came." Then, almost apologetically, he continued, "I know this is our first time meeting, but there's something I wanted to ask you in private." And what exactly could that be? Michael had successfully found Killian and relayed the situation. Without hesitation, the two immediately made their way to the garden. As for Layla, she was watching all of this unfold from a distance, her sinister smile never leaving her face. The moment Killian and Michael stepped outside, she and her group of ladies also followed, eager to witness the grand scandal she had orchestrated. Under the pretense of admiring the beautiful fountain in the garden, Layla convinced her friends to tag along with her. What they saw next was exactly what she had hoped for: the Prince of Hamed kneeling in front of Edith. Layla's face lit up. This was it. Her plan was working. Soon, rumors would spread, and Edith's reputation would be ruined. Or so she thought. In reality, the prince was begging for something else entirely. "I know it might be hard to believe, but it's true. I was convinced the moment I saw him," he said. Edith, staying composed, replied, "Even if he is indeed Hamed's lost royal son, his current status is a knight under the Rudwick family. If what you're saying is true, and he refuses to return, then he will be protected as one of our own." The prince, finally understanding, accepted her words. He had only wanted confirmation that his long-lost brother was alive. And just like that, Layla's entire plan crumbled before her eyes. The prince wasn't looking at Edith. He was looking at the knight behind her, Henry. Edith turned to Henry. "Sir Henry, are you listening? I'm sorry, but can you come out for a moment? I think it's best we settle this now before the banquet resumes." Henry, who had heard everything from the start, was practically fuming. He coldly said, "Was it not enough to sell a 12-year-old child to a pirate ship? Do you still intend to eliminate anyone who threatens your claim to the throne?" The prince, stunned, immediately denied it. "Sell you? What are you talking about?" Henry scoffed. "I'm a knight of a noble family now. I won't cause trouble. I'll give up my right to the throne and live quietly. So let's just pretend we don't know each other." But the prince desperately tried to explain. "Brother, we didn't sell you. You got lost during the Christmas crab festival. Please give me a chance to explain." Edith, on the other hand, noticed the noble ladies nearby. It also eventually catches the attention of the prince and Henry, and when the prince mentioned who helped him meet Edith in secret, it was game over for Layla. Damien's warning from earlier echoed in her head. It was over, completely over. Blinded by rage, she acted without thinking. She charged toward Edith, ready to push her into the fountain. Just as Layla was about to succeed in her little scheme, Killian swiftly pulled Edith toward him, causing Layla to take an unexpected dive straight into the fountain instead. With an icy tone, he declared, "Lady Layla Sinclair, judging from what I've seen, this seems to involve one of the knights serving under my wife. I was observing without stepping in." He then paused for a brief moment before delivering a sharp question. "Were you seriously trying to frame my wife?" But of course, Killian wasn't done yet. "I already knew you had a terrible personality, but to go as far as scheming at an investiture banquet meant for a public figure? That's beyond shameless." Before things could escalate further, Princess Catherine arrived, swiftly putting an end to the commotion. Layla was immediately taken into custody for interrogation, and with that, peace was restored. Meanwhile, Henry, or rather, Prince Hidayat, watched as the situation settled. After briefly glancing in Catherine's direction, he turned to Edith and Killian one last time and asked, "Is it really fine for me to follow my brother to Hamed?" Without hesitation, Edith gave him her approval. With that settled, the banquet resumed smoothly, as if no dramatic fountain incident had just occurred. Our heroine, Edith Rudwick, then stepped forward and pledged her unwavering loyalty before Princess Catherine and the gathered nobles. Impressed by Edith's accomplishments, the princess not only publicly acknowledged her achievements, but also granted her the rare honor of addressing her by name, a privilege not given lightly in the empire. From this moment on, the only people Edith would lower her head to were members of the royal family. And from that day forward, Edith Rudwick stood proudly as one of the empire's most respected figures. In the western border of the empire, at the Rudwick Knight's base, under the pouring rain, Cliff stood alone, lost in thought. His mind was consumed by just one person, Ree's. His voice barely a whisper, he murmured, "My beloved goddess of spring, I have finally torn away that bothersome mask of yours. And yet, just like that, you slipped from my grasp and disappeared without a trace. That can't be." His sorrowful gaze darkened as he clenched his fist tightly, frustration and despair intertwining. Would he really never see her again? The thought alone made his chest tighten unbearably. But then, suddenly, a mysterious notification appeared before him. With the world's liberation achieved, characters are now able to leave. At that moment, something inside him ignited. A chance. A way forward. His hesitation vanished, replaced with a single, unwavering resolve. No matter where Ree's, or should I say the author, had disappeared to, he would chase them to the ends of hell if he had to. And when he found her, he would never let her go again. A little while later, Linen had broken the news to Edith and Killian. Cliff had vanished near the western border. Edith's mind immediately went to one person, Ree's. It wasn't even a wild guess at this point. If Cliff was missing, chances were high he had gone looking for her. Now, here's where things get interesting. The key figures who were originally locked into their fates by the novel's plot had started changing. Some drastically, some only a little. For example, the Duke, the Duchess, and the Princess. Their personalities had shifted significantly from how they were originally written. But the biggest transformation? Killian. Compared to his original fate, this Killian was practically a different person. But not everyone changed. Ree's and Cliff remained the same. Ree's had an understandable reason. She was literally possessed by the original author. So of course she stuck to the script. But Cliff? He had always been obsessed with Ree's. She was his entire world, his only priority. She was his everything, which meant there was no room for change in him. Because of this, Edith tried persuading Linon to ask the Duchess about the monastery's location, the place where Ree's had been sent. Meanwhile, Linon had another message for Killian. As soon as he returned home, the Duke wanted to see him. On the way back home, Edith couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling gnawing at her. Too many things had happened, and the uncertainty of what would come next left her restless. Noticing her troubled expression, Killian turned to her and asked, "Is something bothering you?" After a brief hesitation, she admitted, "It's just, I feel uneasy. What will happen to Layla? She didn't commit a serious crime, so her punishment won't be too harsh, right?" Killian nodded in agreement, but explained that Layla would still be punished, for the sake of maintaining diplomatic ties with their allied nations. It was an unfortunate reality, but at least everything had been wrapped up without further chaos. However, going back to her old life would be nearly impossible for Layla. In the ruthless world of nobility, schemes like hers weren't exactly rare. But failing at such a power play? That was like inviting a pack of hungry wolves. Those who coveted status and influence would see her downfall as an opportunity to bury her even further. Such was the cruel reality of high society. Once you slip, there's no shortage of people ready to trample over you. Yet, Edith's concern ran deeper than just Layla's fate. In the original novel's storyline, Layla never suffered this kind of downfall. And Prince Hidayat? He wasn't even supposed to exist in this world. The changes were happening too fast, too unpredictably. Of course that was fine. Better, even. But a tiny sliver of guilt lingered within her. Was it her fault that Layla ended up like this? Had she, by altering this world, unknowingly set off a chain of events that led to Layla's ruin? Sensing her inner turmoil, Killian gently cupped her face and spoke firmly. Edith, don't blame yourself. You gave me and everyone else the freedom to choose. What happens after that is not your responsibility. If someone uses that freedom to make poor choices, they have only themselves to blame. Back at the Rudwick mansion, Killian stepped into his father's office, eyes sharp as ever. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point. You called for me? The Duke nodded and dropped the news like a thunderbolt. You must have heard already. Cliff has gone missing at the western border. Killian confirmed it. He had already been informed. The Duke let out a deep sigh, his gaze unreadable. It seems I truly raised both of you the wrong way. I regret that. Then, without giving Killian time to process, he hit him with an even bigger bombshell. The documents are on the desk. Killian, you will inherit the duchy. Killian stared at his father, his mind whirling. But before diving into the present, let's take a peek into Killian's past. Ever since he was a child, he knew the truth. Cliff was always meant to be the heir. That had never been in question. But strangely enough, Killian was still made to participate in his brother's lessons. He had struggled, a lot. The lessons were overwhelming, far beyond what he could handle at the time. But no matter how hard he pushed himself, Cliff was always miles ahead. And so, the question haunted him. Why? Why was he being forced into training he had no hope of succeeding in? At one point, he started to suspect the answer. Was it all just to make him see the vast difference between them, so that he'd willingly step aside? That thought had lingered in his mind for years. Maybe all my effort amounted to nothing. But those moments, they stay with me. Even when I tried to act like I had moved on, maybe deep down, I was still waiting for this moment. Even now, with his father offering him the duchy, his heart wavered. Still, Killian steadied himself and calmly asked, So once again, I don't get a say in this? That one sentence made the Duke realize. Killian wanted to refuse. Killian continued, explaining his plans. Once things are settled, I was going to move to Ryzen immediately. Edith has been reviewing the documents for that region for a long time now. She was excited about developing it. But now, out of nowhere, you're asking me to inherit the duchy? We never had such ambitions. The Duke tried to reason with him, saying it was for Edith's sake too. But Killian cut him off. I know what people say about Edith's reputation, but in reality, she's the most humble person I've ever met. Then, with a calm voice, he added, Compared to the ruthless high society of the capital, I'm sure she'd much prefer the peaceful life in Ryzen. But the Duke wasn't backing down either. His voice remained calm yet firm as he looked at his son. Do you think your mother and I built this duchy because we enjoyed high society? He let the words sink in before continuing. I understand what you're thinking. Your mother and I once had the same dream. Our marriage wasn't political in the slightest. If anything, we weren't even considered an equal Maduke, a second son of a borderland count and the esteemed daughter of a marquis. That's not exactly a perfect pairing. But your mother was determined. She made our will known, and together we dreamed of a simple life, just like you and Edith do now. So his parents had the same wish once? The Duke's expression turned thoughtful as he recalled the past. Back then, Count Rudwick's territory was nothing more than a rural estate near the border. We didn't even have time to enjoy newlywed life. We were constantly summoned to deal with endless border conflicts. And no matter how much we dedicated ourselves to the nation, the nobles of the capital only looked down on us. Your mother, coming from a wealthy Marquise family, had it especially hard. The elders relentlessly tried to suppress her. She had to be mindful of everything, even her clothing, just to avoid being labeled a spendthrift daughter-in-law. At least because the Duchess, who was still Countess Rudwick at the time, was a longtime friend of the Empress. She had managed to maintain her position by frequently visiting the capital. During those visits, she would bring Killian and Cliff along. But there was one time, one particular visit, that left a deep scar. Killian had returned home 2 days earlier than expected with his mother. The Duke, still a count at the time, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Concerned, he went to check on his wife, only to hear Killian crying inside the room. He peeked in and saw his wife trying to comfort their son. She spoke gently, reassuring him that everything would be all right, but the poor child couldn't stop sobbing. And then, the reason came out: Shane Reigelhoff's cruel words. According to Shane, the Rudwicks were nothing more than parasites, leeching off tax money at the border. Hearing that had crushed young Killian, and that exact moment was when Count Rudwick made a decision. From that day forward, he fought with everything he had, determined to win every battle. He would prove them wrong, and in the end, his efforts paid off. Eventually, he earned the title of Duke. Back in the present, the Duke sighed and looked at Killian once more. "I'm not trying to pressure you. I don't mean to be a burden. But Killian, I just want you to understand the weight of your choice." His voice carried neither anger nor disappointment, just sincerity. "I know that being the Duke might not seem like an appealing responsibility, but ruling isn't just about power or politics. The essence of this position lies in something far more important: the duty to protect and care for the Empire. Your brother was incredibly capable. He shouldered the weight of our family's name, political responsibilities, and military command all at once. Meanwhile, you were able to enjoy a simpler life, and that's how I wanted it to be. At the time, I believed it was the best way for both of you to be happy. But now that I think about it, deep down I knew it wasn't that simple. And it was because of Ree's. I don't know why it took me so long to realize it, but even your mother said something similar. And after such a failure, I thought that maybe the best thing I could do now was to step down and leave this position to you." For a long moment, Killian was silent. Everything his father said, it wasn't what he expected. And yet, somehow, it all made sense. Then, when he finally spoke, his voice was steady. "Even so, you must already know this. I'm not good enough to uphold this position. And because of that, I will need a lot of help moving forward. So, please teach me everything I still lack, Father." Yes, he finally called him Father again, because now, Killian understood. His father had never played favorites. He had never chosen one son over the other. Everything he did, every decision, was for one purpose only: to protect and care for their family. And if that was the case, then he and his father weren't so different after all.